dominating Hollywood starting with Scarlett. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201. What a scumbag. When Brokeback Mountain was over, all the judges were filled with emotion. This is indeed a good movie. Although the love it tells is not on the secular sense, we have to admit that Ang Lee used his usual beautiful shots to express the deep feelings of two men. However, this movie is undoubtedly extremely opposed by the moralists. Even when it was first released, it was banned by theaters in conservative areas of the United States, and conservatives and religious groups jointly boycotted its Oscar sprint. Don, what do you think? Emiliana wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a tissue, and Tang saw that her eyes weren't already red. Obviously, this movie moved her. I think it's very good. Ang Lee filmed this relationship very beautifully. Although I am also a man, I have to admit that Heath Ledger is really handsome and acted very well. Speaking of Heath Ledger, this is also a regrettable actor. He has created many classic roles, but he died in an accident. Tang paid attention to this actor because of the Joker role in Batman, The Dark Knight, and then learned a lot about him, including the cause of his death. According to media reports, he had taken 6 different painkillers and sedatives at the same time. Some people said that this was because he was too deep into the role, because after playing the Joker, he had been immersed in the character, day after day, and was eventually greatly affected. His spirit tended to collapse, and he was tortured by depression. But later this statement was overturned. His sister came out to reveal that Heath Ledger enjoyed the process of playing the Joker and had planned to make another movie about the Joker. It is believed that the Joker was not the cause of his death. His father's oral statement and the coroner's report can also confirm this. Heath Ledger died of an overdose of drugs. Because of filming, he had to fly to all parts of the world by plane and work non-stop at a high intensity, but he had to use drugs to support his work. Therefore, in order to rest well, he has been taking sleeping pills. But later he contracted pneumonia and became more dependent on drug treatment, but different drugs mixed together produced harmful substances. Over time, tragedy happened. However, in Tang's view, taking different drugs continuously is a bit mentally unstable. So maybe there are both reasons. It was under multiple pressures that led to the tragedy of his overdose. It can only be said that even if Heath Ledger had not had an accident, he might not live long in the future if he had maintained this lifestyle. Although this has nothing to do with Tang, since he knows about this matter, he can naturally kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After all, if he can gain the trust and gratitude of an acting genius, it will be a very beneficial thing for him. And if Tang can save Heath Ledger, then the stars who are on good terms with him will also become Tang's connections. After Brokeback Mountain ended, the staff handed a form to the judges. They had to fill in the ratings and comments on the movie, which would become an important consideration for whether the movie won the award. And after watching all the movies, they had to vote. So in one day, Tang and his team watched 4 movies. The next few days were similar. After watching all the movies, several judges became familiar with each other and were able to joke with each other. Tang, what are your plans tonight? Have dinner together. Emiliana made an appointment with several judges for dinner, but Tang refused. He waved his hand. Sorry, I've already made an appointment. Wow, that must be a beauty. Dante Ferretti teased, and Tang immediately smiled. See, I was right. With Tang's looks, no female star can resist him. Dante Ferretti patted his shoulder. I wish you a good night. Tang nodded and thought to himself, I hope so. After all the votes were over, Tang drove to the airport to meet Jessica Alba. He didn't tell her about this in advance, so when Jessica walked out of the airport gate wearing big sunglasses and saw him, she was very shocked and happy. Tang. Oh. My God. She ran over with emotion, hugged Tang and then kissed him several times in a row. I love you so much. Tang took Jessica into the car, and the two kissed for a long time like he and Avril, until they were out of breath and separated. Tang, didn't you say there was a party? Jessica asked, holding his hand. What kind of party is more important than you? Tang started the car and drove away. I'll have dinner with you first, and then it won't be too late to find them. Thank you, Tang. I thought I was going to have dinner alone. Jessica was very touched and kissed him again. It's okay. The hotel was not far away, and they soon arrived at the underground garage. However, Tang's car this time was different from the sports car last time. It was an SUV, so even the security guard at the door didn't know that the person in the car was the same person as before. After helping Jessica put away her luggage, she took Tang's hand and went out to eat. But Tang shook his head. "I have prepared a restaurant for you, a very good private Western restaurant. It's very quiet there and no one will disturb us." "Tang, you are really thoughtful," Jessica said with a smile. She thought Tangda did this because he didn't want her to be recognized, but Tangda was more worried about what would happen if he ran into the judges and Avril at a public restaurant. So he had to eliminate this possibility. After dinner, Tangda and Jessica sat in the private room for a while. He listened to Jessica's recent troubles and future worries, and kept comforting her. At 8 o'clock in the evening, he sent her back to the hotel. As soon as he arrived at the hotel entrance, Tangda's cell phone rang. "Hello, okay, I got it, I'll be there soon." Tangda hung up the phone and apologized to Jessica. "Baby, they are urging me. Go," Jessica said generously, and at the same time smoothed Tangda's raised collar with her hand. "Wait until I come back in the evening." Tangda kissed her forehead and turned to leave. Jessica stood in front of the door until she saw his figure disappear before returning to the room. But after Tangda went out, he did not take a taxi, but went back to the underground parking lot and opened the door of another car with his key. Yes, he rented 3 cars just to make a distinction and prevent other women from recognizing them by the license plate and model. After getting in the car, he also sprayed himself with perfume to dispel Jessica's own perfume before driving to the airport. That's right, Anne Hathaway is here too, getting off the plane. Really cool, we all got together. Tangda marveled at the magic of fate, and felt that dancing on a tightrope was really exciting. When he returned to the airport again, Anne Hathaway was already standing at the door. She was wearing a white shirt and jeans, and her neat short hair looked very capable. After standing at the door for a while, several men came forward to ask for contact information. When Tangda got off the car, he happened to see a man approaching to chat. "Beauty, I think you look familiar. Like a Hollywood star." The man stood in front of Anne Hathaway with a sunny smile on his face. Judging from the new Armani and Longines watches on him, he should be a successful entrepreneur. "Really? You've made a mistake." Anne Hathaway adjusted her sunglasses. "Maybe, but you're really beautiful. Where are you going? I can give you a ride." The man kept the so-called perfect smile. It seemed that he didn't practice in front of the mirror. In addition, with a luxury car next to him, it is estimated that most girls would not refuse. Just when Anne Hathaway was about to refuse, another voice suddenly interrupted. "What era is this, brother? Why are you still using such a traditional way of chatting up?" Anne Hathaway's eyes lit up when she heard the voice, and she turned her head to look over. The man was also stunned, not knowing where the guy in sunglasses and baseball cap came from. He put his hand on his shoulder, and there seemed to be some contempt in his tone. "Hey, who are you, buddy?" The man frowned and looked confused. "Me." Tangda pointed at himself. "I'm just a passerby who doesn't like it. Look, brother, when facing such a cold beauty, you have to use your hot heart to warm her up." After that, he looked at Anne Hathaway. "Sweetheart, do you want to go to the beach? I rented a tent there, maybe we can spend a romantic night tonight." I don't want to go." Anne Hathaway hesitated at first, and then refused. "Don't be like that, sweetheart. There are bear biscuits and whiskey in the tent. Oh, maybe you will like Stitch? How about a huge Stitch pillow? Do you want to go to the beach to pick up shells and watch the stars?" Anne Hathaway's expression was still hesitant. Even with her eyes covered, her acting was still perfect. "But my mother is waiting for me to go home." She gave a reason for refusal. But Tangda stretched out his hand and gestured. "Don't worry, sweetheart, if your mother sees the shell gift you prepared for her, she will be very happy. We are looking for star-shaped shells." "Star-shaped? There are really such shells? You must be lying to me." Anne Hathaway's face was full of distrust, but Tangda had already walked up, put his arm around her shoulders and walked towards the car. As he walked, he said, "I didn't lie to you, sweetheart, you will know if you go with me, believe me." When the two left, the man was a little stunned, not knowing where he lost. The two people who got on the car were laughing. "Tang, you are really good at making up lies. The beach, the tent, and the star shells are really interesting. Your acting skills are the key to fooling him, Annie. Did you see his last look? He seemed to be doubting his life." "Haha, Yes, it's really funny. So where are we going now? To the beach. Tang started the car and drove to the beach. Huh? Anne Hathaway looked at him in confusion and asked tentatively, are you serious? Of course. So the tent. Tang pointed out, tents, bear biscuits, and Stitch are all ready. Oh my god, Tang, did you prepare them specially for me? Anne Hathaway covered her mouth in surprise. These were all her favorite things. Of course. Tang turned his head and looked at her and smiled. I prepared a romantic night for you. Oh, honey. Anne Hathaway took the initiative to kiss Tang, leaving a red mark on his cheek. The car faced the sea breeze and soon arrived at the destination. This is a camping site by the sea. Every few dozen meters, you can see a big tent. One of the biggest tents is the one that Tang prepared for Anne Hathaway. The two came to the tent. When Anne Hathaway opened the door curtain, she immediately saw Stitch and whiskey that Tang had prepared for her. Tang, I didn't expect such a surprise. Anne Hathaway hugged Tang's arm and shook it gently. Tang considerately put a coat on her. The wind is very strong at the seaside, be careful not to catch a cold. Then he hugged Anne Hathaway and sat on the chair, set up the barbecue grill, grilled meat for her, and drank with her. Tang, why don't you eat? Anne Hathaway picked up a skewer of barbecue and handed it to Tang. Tang took it and took a bite and said, I have almost eaten at the party. I know the airplane meal on this flight is terrible, so you should eat more. You are so considerate. Anne Hathaway was touched for the first time. She looked at Tang with tender eyes. You must be very tired these days. Yes, I am a little tired. Tang looked at the stars in the sky. You know, as a judge, I have to watch many movies in a row. I feel that my eyes are going to be numb. Haha, so, my movie. Don't worry, there will be a good result. Tang did not explain it completely, but just hinted. Anne Hathaway understood and her mood became better all of a sudden. Do you think there are really star shells here? She looked at the beach in the distance illuminated by the lights of the tent, and seemed eager to try. Of course. Tang smiled and then pointed to the ground. Look, what is that? Anne Hathaway turned her eyes to the beach next to the tent and found that half of a sharp shell was exposed outside the beach. Is this true? She rushed over and dug the shell out of the sand. It was indeed a star shell. What do you think? Whether it is true or not, I am very happy today. Anne Hathaway did not dig into the details. She came to Tang's chair and hugged him. The two looked at each other in front of the flame of the grill, and the flame seemed to be engraved in each other's eyes. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Jessica, who was waiting for Tang in bed with half-closed eyes, suddenly received a call from Tang. Hello, Tang? Where are you? She asked hurriedly. Tang had not come back so late, which made her have some bad associations. Sorry, Jessica. I'm Tang's friend, we are in the same judging group. The man on the phone sounded a little young. What? It's like this, because Tang came late, we made him drink a lot of wine, but he didn't expect that he would get drunk. The man explained, we have arranged him in the guest room now, but he kept calling you in his sleep, so I notified him for him. Is he okay? Otherwise, I'll go find him. Jessica got up from the bed. Oh, no, don't worry. He's just drunk. This place is far from the city, and the security is not very good at night. I will send Tang back tomorrow. Jessica nodded, okay. That's it. Although I don't know who you are, Tang really loves you. He has been talking about you in his dreams for 39 times. Hearing this, Jessica's heart was high all of a sudden. She lay on the bed, hugging the quilt, as if she was hugging Tang. On the other side, Jimmy put down his phone awkwardly, feeling that he had said all the mushy words in his life. Damn it, Tang, I still have to call Avril. As he spoke, he flipped through the small notebook in front of him, which was filled with the words that Tang taught him. Let me see how many times this time. 42 times. FXXK. You are such a scumbag. Chapter 202, A Savior from Heaven. The next day after waking up from the tent, Tang suddenly found that Anne Hathaway was missing. He walked out of the tent and saw her sitting on the beach, looking up at the gradually brightening sky. Honey, how did you sleep last night? Tang walked over to her and sat down. Anne Hathaway leaned on his shoulder and smiled. Very good. That's good. Tang nodded. Tang, when do you think we should officially announce our relationship? Anne Hathaway suddenly asked a fatal question. Tang's hand around her shoulder tightened involuntarily. Honey, I don't want to make it public. He answered directly. Why? Anne Hathaway frowned. She didn't understand why Tangda was hesitating. Because I don't want to put our affairs under the spotlight. Tangda explained, I don't want reporters to observe us with a magnifying glass. It would make me feel suffocated and uncomfortable. Well, you are right. Anne Hathaway nodded. Especially since we are all in Hollywood, you know how muddy the water is here. There are many news that are true and false, and it is impossible to tell them apart. Tangda did not say it directly, but Anne Hathaway knew what he meant. Okay, Tang. She did not continue to make demands, but just hugged Tangda and rested her head on his chest. In a place where she could not see, Tangda slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, Tangda, who had sent Anne Hathaway to the hotel, rushed to Jessica's hotel on the pretext of discussing cooperation. When Jessica saw him, she found that he was drunk and hurriedly helped him in. It's okay, Jessica, I'm fine. Tangda walked into the bathroom. I'll take a shower and change clothes first. Well, let me help you. Jessica considerately helped Tangda change his clothes, and called the hotel waiter to send him to wash them. After everything was cleaned up, Tangda lay on the bed. Honey, why did you drink so much last night? Jessica leaned her head on his chest intimately. They said I came too late and fined me a lot of wine. Tangda rubbed his temples, and Jessica immediately helped him massage. Then don't go out today. Yet, I thought so too. But I have to go out tonight and I have a movie job to discuss. Tangda was also afraid that he would be seen by the other two girls after he went out, so he agreed to Jessica's suggestion. You are so busy, Tang. Jessica touched his chest muscles and put her ear to listen to the sound of his heartbeat. After that, the two spent a whole day in the room. In the evening, after dinner, Tangda went out to change clothes in the underground parking lot, and then went to find Avril. Baby, I have to go back to Los Angeles today, sorry. He carried a suitcase. So soon, I really hope to find a place alone with you and travel for a month. Avril pouted, a little reluctant, but still didn't say anything. Yet, I also hope to travel quietly, but there are too many things in the company. When are you going back to New York? Tangda asked casually. I'll be back the day after tomorrow, but my agent said I'll be attending an award ceremony soon. Tangda kissed Avril on the cheek. I wish you success. To you, too. Avril kissed him back. Tangda drove the two of them to the roadside in his sports car, and then they spent some time in the car. But at this moment, Avril suddenly saw someone passing by the car window, and she subconsciously shouted, Anne Hathaway. What? Tangda's heart skipped a beat. It's the actress in The Princess Diaries. I like her very much. I can recognize her even if she's wearing sunglasses. Avril wanted to roll down the window to say hello, but was stopped by Tangda. Hey, baby, don't do that. Huh? What's wrong? Avril looked at Tangda in confusion. Since she's wearing sunglasses here, she doesn't want others to disturb her. What if she's meeting her boyfriend? It's not good if you attract the attention of reporters. Tangda explained. But this is Italy, not America. But it's a film festival now, reporters are everywhere. Tangda hugged her. Besides, I'm leaving soon, shouldn't you leave all your time for me? Avril stared at Tangda, not looking away. 3 seconds later, she suddenly smiled. You're right. Tang, you're so thoughtful. After that, the two continued to kiss. Outside the car window, Anne Hathaway, who was passing by, also noticed this cool sports car. The glass on both sides was anti-peeping, and she couldn't see who was sitting inside. But she shrugged and said to herself, if it was Tang, he would definitely choose the safest car. Then she shifted her sight and went to find the restaurant she had agreed to meet with her friends. When Tangda and Avril arrived at the airport, Tangda handed the sports car key to Avril. When you drive to the airport, someone will come to take it back. Don't worry, I know. Avril accompanied Tangda all the way to the flight until they arrived at the security check channel, and then she left reluctantly. Tangda didn't leave in a hurry, but waited for another 20 minutes. When Avril sent a message that she had returned to the hotel, he walked out of the airport. Tang, here. Jimmy and his Jeep had been waiting on the roadside. Let's go back to the hotel. After Tangda got in the car, he sat in the back seat and changed back into the clothes Jessica had put on him. I said, why are you like an agent? Jimmy saw such a thorough preparation for the first time, and it was really eye-opening. He felt that Tangda's set was more like the process of spies stealing intelligence in the movie. 3 women, Jimmy, this is a necessary measure. Tangda got into the front seat and adjusted his collar. Now it's 2 women, so Tangda, what are you going to do? Jessica still has 1 week, and Anne Hathaway won't leave until the end of the film festival. Tangda opened his mobile phone again and deleted the text messages. But are you going to stay with Jessica today and stay with Annie tomorrow? Won't they be suspicious of you? So I have to find a good reason. For example? I really can't think of any suitable reason. You can't get drunk every day. It's unrealistic. Don't worry, my reinforcements will be here soon. What? Jimmy didn't understand Tangda's thoughts. If it were him, he would definitely flee Venice at this time and would never appear next to 2 women. This is simply playing with fire. If he is seen or suspected, he may face a breakup. Oh, of course, Jimmy thinks this is also a good thing for Tangda. This will make his good brother concentrate. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, come to the airport to help me pick up someone. After Tangda finished speaking, he didn't explain who it was. Jimmy couldn't help but be curious about who Tangda had as a reinforcement. However, just 1 day later, Jimmy came to the airport again and covered his head with his hands and shouted to God after seeing Tangda's reinforcements. Jimmy. Carmela walked out of the airport with Tangda's 2 younger brothers and was very happy to see Jimmy. Call me brother. Carmela patted the 2 children. Regis and Louis nodded and shouted at the same time, Brother Jimmy. Hello, I have to say, you came at a great time. Jimmy finally understood why Tangda was so sure that the 2 women would not doubt him. After all, his mother and brother were in Venice, and it was normal that he had no time to accompany them. Where is Tangda? Where is he? Carmela was now completely different from the mediocre woman she was before. She was wearing a light pink Prada suit jacket with a white Chanel shirt, and her skin was much better than before. Tangda gave the family a sum of money every month, which made them worry-free about food and clothing. In addition, with the popularity of 50 Shades of Grey, Carmela became a well-known writer, often appeared in interviews and activities, and also made a lot of money. So the confidence she exuded at this moment was a world apart from when she was worried about her credit card before. Where is my brother? Where is he? Louis and Regis also looked around curiously, trying to find Tangda's whereabouts. In just over a year, the height of the 2 of them has grown a lot compared to before, and they look mature. Tangda is in the hotel. You will see him when you arrive. Jimmy opened the car door and let Carmela's family get in. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the hotel, which was not far from Anne Hathaway and Jessica's hotel, but not on the same street. Tangda was at the door of the hotel. Louis and Regis saw their brother immediately after getting off the car. Brother. The 2 of them rushed over and hugged Tangda's arms on the left and right. Long time no see, little guys. Tangda rubbed the heads of the 2 little guys with both hands and greeted them with a smile. Then when he saw Carmela, Tangda said, You are getting more and more beautiful now, Carmela. Haha, I think so too. The women in the community all say so. Some people have even started to pursue me. Carmela has come out of the haze of the past and is now much more cheerful than before. That's great, but you have to keep your eyes open. Don't worry, your mother is not a vase. I have seen many people's faces clearly over the years. A few people chatted and laughed, and went upstairs to the room. This room is a presidential suite with 3 rooms, so Louis and Regis can sleep separately instead of squeezing together. This is also conducive to sleep, otherwise the 2 children will only play until midnight if they sleep together. After dealing with these things, Tangda sent 2 photos to Anne Hathaway and Jessica respectively, showing that he had received his parents. Yes, he had told the 2 girls that their mother came to Venice. So they are very nervous now. Especially before Carmela arrived, Tangda took the time to talk to the 2 of them about something. Jessica, wait until my mother settles down, I'll take you to meet her. When she heard Tangda mention meeting his parents, Jessica was subconsciously surprised. So soon? What's wrong? Don't you want to? Tangda changed his offensive, hugged Jessica, and pressed his face against hers. Why do I feel my sweetheart's face is a little hot? No. Jessica retorted, and then whispered, What does your mother like? She likes everything. Oh, I heard her say that she likes hairpins very much. Well, then I'll go buy some gifts. No problem, I'll book a private room then. Tangda said with a smile, I hope you won't be so shy then. No. Haha. Tangda let go of her, and then comforted, Don't worry, my mother won't embarrass you tomorrow, just meet. Really? Hearing this, Jessica finally calmed down a little. In comparison, Anne Hathaway was much more stable. She had met Carmela when she was taking care of Tang before. However, she was still very nervous for the first time to meet so formally. Tang, what do you think of me wearing this? Anne Hathaway opened her suitcase and wanted to choose a suitable outfit. No need to do that, baby, you look good in anything. Tang watched her change clothes one after another. You don't have to buy any gifts for Carmela, she doesn't need these now. No, Tang, you have to buy. What does Carmela like? Her, she often wears suits now, maybe you can buy her a shirt. That's settled. Anne Hathaway was going to go to the women's clothing store to look at shirts in the evening. Tang walked to her side and stopped her from changing clothes. Don't be so nervous, this is just a normal meeting, nothing will happen. Really? That's great. Anne Hathaway breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, Carmela has a good temper, don't worry. So this is how you treat your mother. Carmela was chatting with Tang when Louis and Regis went to play in other rooms. When she knew that her son called her over for this kind of thing, she was also a little helpless. God, if your father knew what you are doing now, he would be very angry. Maybe he would say I am very promising. Tang smiled. Looking at the smile on her eldest son's face, Carmela spread her hands. I am now absolutely sure that you are more likely to cause trouble than your brothers. I thought you changed your personality after college. It is difficult to change a person's nature. Tang said a proverb in Chinese. I know this sentence. Carmela also knows Chinese. So what do I need to do? After thinking carefully for a while, Carmela finally decided to cooperate with her son. But I must warn you, I will not say anything extra, I will only treat them as your normal friends. Carmela said seriously, if you really plan to get married, you must cut off the relationship with others. Don't worry, I know, mother. Tang also nodded solemnly, but no one knew what he was thinking. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, Demon's Retreat. Jessica and Anne Hathaway met Carmela on the second night and the third night respectively. As for the two younger brothers, they were having a great time in the children's playground under the leadership of Jimmy. Hello. Jessica was very reserved when she saw Carmela, which was different from her usual self. Hello, Tang often told me about you. Although Carmela had said it very firmly before, she still showed her love for Jessica. After all, this girl is very beautiful and polite. Taking advantage of the gap when Jessica sat down, Carmela glared at Tang and complained that he always messed with such a good girl. Tang shrugged and handed Jessica's gift to her. This is what Jessica bought for you. Oh, my God, this is too expensive. Carmela knew the price of these hairpins at a glance, at least a few $100s. It's okay, this is a little gift. Jessica kept a sweet smile all the time, and Tang didn't know how long she practiced last night. After the three of them sat down at the table, Carmela and Jessica started chatting. The women's topics were nothing more than clothes, shoes, bags, and Tang's childhood embarrassment. For example, when he was a child, he used homemade gunpowder to blow up a manure pit, which made his father soaked in it. After returning home, he beat him up severely. Jessica was fascinated by what she heard, and looked at Tang from time to time, as if saying that she didn't expect him to have such a naughty side. In fact, Tang had long forgotten these things, and only recalled them when he heard Carmela's words. When the dishes were served, the two women's topics still revolved around him. Tang considerately picked up dishes for them, served soup, and occasionally interrupted them, saying some playful things to make them laugh. The dinner was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. When Tang sent Jessica back to the hotel in the evening, she was still thinking about Carmela's words. Tang, do you think I will be like Carmela when I am old? She is really charming. Jessica asked with longing. Tang nodded. You will be more charming than her, baby. You are really good at praising people, Tang. Jessica laughed. Then you tonight. Sorry, I have to accompany Carmela. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I understand, Tang, you go. Accompany Carmela well these days. By the way, why didn't I see your brother? Tang thought that of course it was impossible for them to see you, otherwise what if he let it slip when meeting other people? They were too noisy, so Carmela's friends took them out to play. Tang kissed Jessica after he said that. Sleep well, I will come to see you tomorrow. Okay. Jessica got out of the car obediently, turned around and waved goodbye to Tang. After Tang watched her leave, he went to Anne Hathaway's room. The next day, Anne Hathaway met Carmela. This time Carmela was more relaxed. Because the two had already known each other, there was not much polite greeting. After meeting, they talked about Tang's past. So the story of him blowing up a manure pit when he was a child was told again. Tang felt like a programmed NPC, pouring water, serving soup, picking up dishes, and even the dishes were not much different from yesterday. In Jimmy's words, he lived his life more dramatic than a movie. After the dinner, Tang sent Anne Hathaway back to the hotel as he did yesterday, and went to Jessica's room. In this way, he spent a week smoothly and returned to New York shortly after the film festival opened. Really tired. Jimmy lay on the sofa, his face decadent. You really should go and take your own brothers out to play. The two of them are really too annoying. After saying that, he turned to look at Tang. Fortunately, I don't have a brother, and Lilina doesn't have a brother either. SHXT. I want to have a daughter in the future. Girls are indeed better than boys, but be careful that they are deceived by bad men. Tang reminded. This sentence should be given to you, Tang. You are the one who should be careful. No. Jimmy. Tang crossed his legs and said, if it was a girl, I would teach her the methods of a scumbag. Damn it. Jimmy smacked his lips, thinking that this was indeed the truth. After all, no matter how scumbag, others may not be as scumbag as Tang. Fortunately, it's finally done. What are you going to do next? Me? Of course, I'm preparing for the filming of 50 Shades of Grey. Tang knocked on the table. Now the scene is ready, and I will fly to Canada with the crew tomorrow. Well, I hope this movie will be a big hit. It will be a big hit. It was still noon when Tang arrived in Toronto, Canada. Some members of the crew had already prepared in the rented venue in advance. The two leading actors, Alan Tveit and Leighton Meester, had also arrived. They were receiving training from their teachers. Alan Tveit was receiving body training because he played a noble president. And Leighton Meester was receiving acting training. When Tang arrived at the scene, MGM producer David Clay came over and said, Tang, there is a problem with our scene. What's the problem? Tang raised his eyebrows. I originally rented it for a week, but now the owner is only willing to rent it for 3 days. Is the price not right? Tang asked. No, it's because he hates this novel, so he doesn't want to give us too much time. David Clay felt a little helpless when he said this. Originally, they didn't leak the name of the movie, but who would have thought that the owner of the building actually came to the scene in person? After learning the name of 50 Shades of Grey, he immediately expressed his intention to terminate the contract. David Clay persuaded him for a long time before he gave up the idea, but the time became 3 days. Well, it seems that he is another devout religious believer. Tang didn't find this kind of thing strange. If the enemy comes, the general will block the water. If the water comes, the earth will cover it. Since time is limited, then the only way is to finish this scene as soon as possible. Then, he called all the team leaders over, listened to the current progress one by one, and told them to speed up. Then he found the actors. How is it? He asked the two teachers, and they both gave reluctant answers. Well, it seems that this shoot is a bit strenuous. Tang put his hands on his hips, but it doesn't matter, I'm here, let them put on makeup, we have to go early, guys. The first scene was quickly prepared. Alan Tveit and Leighton Meester sat on a big bed in a suit and a skirt respectively. Leighton Meester's hands were tied to the head of the bed with a belt, and she looked up and looked at Alan Tveit. The plot of 50 Shades of Grey is very simple. Anastasia St., a female college student who is not well versed in the world, met Christian Grey, a 27-year-old tall, rich and handsome, and fell in love with him at first sight. After the two of them started dating, Anna discovered that Grey had an unknown hobby, sadomasochism, SM. Anna, who was in love, could not refuse the other party's request, and began to try this game and act as the masochist. Slowly, she became addicted to the game and could not extricate herself. In the pain of the body and the confession of the soul, she revealed the secrets of Grey and her own heart. In the end, love brought the two together. This is the entire plot. There is no foreshadowing, no profound core, and everything is so simple that it seems too straightforward. And the names of the two people are also very long, just like the ridiculously long names in Mary Sue literature. But no matter what, Girls love to watch this, it is profitable. Of course, Tang still changed the plot a little. The heroine here is more of a transformation from passive to active, so there are also some feminist cores. At least it is more worth recalling than before. And the scene is a scene where two people are competing for the initiative. Leighton Meester has to change from being unable to accept to actively asking for it. Alan Tveit has to change from being active to being passive. This scene is difficult to shoot. Tang had expected it, but he was still angry at their stupid performance. Ka. He yelled, picked up the microphone and shouted, FXXK. Alan, what are you doing? Are you combing the cat's hair? Your movements are like a woman's. Too gentle. This is not playing house. And Leighton, what are you humming? Are you acting in pain? This is enjoyment. Do you want me to add another candle for you? You two are terrible. Do it again. Although Alan Tveit and Leighton Meester had been reminded that Tang had a bad temper, it was the first time they were scolded, so they seemed a little at a loss. Fortunately, the staff quickly stepped forward and comforted them. They immediately cheered up and did it again. Cut. If you can't do it well, get out. Got it. Alan, your voice is just like a castrated male dog. It's so ugly, where's your wildness? You're fucking doing SM. Not playing in the mud. Leighton, don't let me remind you again, you have to be more restrained, you have to show the feeling of enduring pain. Not like now, like being raped. SM is painful and pleasurable, understand. After being scolded, the two actors became more cautious, and adjusted their state with the help of the assistant director before continuing to shoot. But even though they felt that they had noticed those details, Tang was still not satisfied. He directly pulled the two people off the bed, came to the monitor, and let them watch the playback of their performance. Look at your weak and powerless movements, and listen to this Drake-like sound. Now, the entire crew will stop and wait for you to adjust your state. If you can't do it, then wait until you finish shooting today. After Tang made a harsh remark, he sat in the director's chair and closed his eyes to rest. Alan Tveit and Leighton Meester were left to be watched by everyone. Come on, dear, let's adjust our state again. The assistant director came over and took them back to the bedside and explained the play to them. The two people, who were under great psychological pressure from Tang, felt a little sad while reading the script. Leighton Meester even cried out of grievance. But Tang did not respond at all, but other staff members came forward to comfort them. Don't take it personally. Tang is just like that. You will definitely pass if you perform according to what he says. Yes, we are often scolded. We are used to it. He is like a demon on the set. Fortunately, he is generous and shoots very quickly. The staff teased her a few times, and Leighton Meester wiped away her tears. Really? Of course, don't worry, as long as your performance meets the requirements, he is the most easygoing director. I'll try my best. Alan Tveit on the side asked after hearing this, has Tang always been like this before? Well, yes, but he was particularly irritable today. He was not so fast before. Is he? I mean, maybe something bad is possessed by him. The staff was a little surprised to hear this. How could it be? He just has a bad personality. Oh, he also has a disease. I forgot what it is called. It means that when he is angry, he can't control his mouth. But isn't this more like being possessed by a demon? I don't know, maybe. Anyway, being possessed won't delay the shooting. Alan Tveit didn't continue to speak, but just looked in the direction of Tang. 20 minutes later, the shooting started again. This time, the two of them finally found a suitable way to act. Tang nodded after reading it and approved this shot. In the next 2 days, they kept shooting scenes in the building. Everyone was like a wound-up spring, and there was no time to think about other things. Every day was either shooting, eating or sleeping. Although Leighton Meester and Alan Tveit were still the most scolded in the audience, she also became stronger in the scolding and would not cry easily. Alan Tveit seemed to be much more silent, but his eyes looked at Tang more solemnly. Time came to the third night. After shooting the last shot, Tang shouted, "Cut." Very good, the scene here is finished. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense nerves were relieved. Then take a day off. After hearing Tang announce the rest day, everyone cheered happily. Except for Alan Tveit, his expression was very serious, staring at Tang as if he had made up his mind secretly. The next day, the crew started shooting again. The scene they chose was a huge manor, which was the home of the male protagonist. The scenes that took place here were also the most pornographic scenes in the whole film. Early in the morning, Tang stood in the room and made suggestions to the staff on the arrangement. Put another lamp on the left side. No, 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 a little higher, otherwise the shadow will block the actor's face. Where did that pot of green plant come from? Throw it out. I said it was by the bed. Not by the wall. Are you deaf? The actors sat aside and waited to read the script. Leitmeister was about to talk to Alan Tveit about the next performance, but saw him sneaking behind Tang. Alan. Leitmeister felt a little strange and didn't know what he wanted to do. But after hearing her shout, Leitmeister signaled with her eyes, and then reached into her arms. However, at the moment he took out something, Tom, who was working diligently at the door, discovered something was wrong in advance and rushed over. But he was a little far away, and Alan Tveit had already taken out a small glass bottle and threw it directly at Tang's body. He could only warn loudly, "Done, get out of the way." At the same time, Alan Tveit also shouted, "Devil! Get out of the way!" Bang! The next second, he was knocked to the ground by Tom. And the glass bottle, which contained something unknown, fell to the ground and shattered. Chapter 204 Geisha Premiere. WTF. Tang just heard the sound of the wind, and thanks to the training with Tom, he subconsciously dodged it. When he turned around, he found that there was a puddle of water and several glass fragments on the ground. At this time, Tom had already pressed Alan Tveit to the ground. His muscular arm pressed against his neck, making him a little breathless and patting the ground hard. "Let him go." Tang waved his hand, and Tom immediately let go, allowing Alan Tveit to breathe. Leitmeister rushed over and supported Alan Tveit. "How are you?" "Fine, cough cough." Alan Tveit coughed twice. "So what are you going to do?" When Tang asked this question, other staff members were also looking at Alan. It was the first time they saw a protagonist trying to attack the director on the scene. "What is this?" Tang pointed to the puddle of water on the ground and asked. "This is, cough cough, holy water." Alan Tveit explained, "I think you must be possessed by a demon." "What?" Tang's mind was full of question marks, and the others also widened their eyes, expressing shock at this statement. "You speak wildly and behave in an exaggerated manner. Tang, you must have been cursed by the devil. I think you need to be cleansed with holy water." Alan Tveit explained to everyone seriously. Tang spread his hands. "You have a rich imagination." "No. This is true. This happened in my hometown." Alan Tveit said seriously, "I saw it with my own eyes when I was a child." The son of the neighbor became distorted and irritable under the influence of the devil. He not only beat his sister, but also insulted his parents. Later, the priests used holy water to dispel the devil in him, and then he returned to normal. Also, do you know Anneliese Mitch? Wasn't that German girl also possessed by a devil? Tang, you must use holy water, it can save you. Tang was a little speechless. He didn't expect that the male protagonist elected by the public was actually a staunch religious psychopath. If there is really a devil possessed, then he is obviously the devil, a devil from the east. So what is the ingredient in holy water? He looked at Alan Tveit. Alan Tveit was stunned and shook his head. "I don't know, it should be water." Tang squatted down and touched the holy water with his fingers. Nothing happened. "Look, there is no problem, okay?" "No, Tang, you have to bathe in the holy water, that's it." Alan Tveit shook his head with a serious face. Tang looked at the other staff members. Although America is a free country, religious beliefs are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. From their suspicious expressions, Tang could see that Alan Tveit's words still had an impact on everyone. "Okay, then let's go to the church now, and I'll bathe in the holy water in front of everyone, how about it?" Seeing this, Tang also thought that he might as well prove it. Otherwise, he didn't know what the gossip would be like in the future. "That's great." Alan Tveit smiled, feeling that his goal had been achieved. Producer David came over and whispered, "Don, do you really want to do this kind of boring proof?" Don put his arm around his shoulders and turned his back to everyone. "This is a good opportunity. Let MGM hype it up and add fuel to the popularity of this movie." "You are really good, Don." David Clay laughed, "But I think this story is quite interesting." "What story?" Don asked in confusion. "A director possessed by a demon. Don't you think this theme might be able to make a movie?" "You are right." Don smiled, patted his shoulder and left. In fact, Don also thought about shooting an original script, such as the fateful encounter between him and Tom, which is very suitable as a part of the movie. But he must take into account those blacks, especially the gang of Lau K. After many trials, the court officially declared Tom not guilty, and they set up a reward on the street to kill Tom to accompany their elder brother Faith. Fortunately, as Don's driver, Tom rarely appeared on the streets and civilian areas, so they couldn't find him, which avoided the tragedy. But if the story is filmed as it is, and they see it, there is no guarantee that something unexpected will not happen. So even if it is filmed, Tang has to change the plot beyond recognition. But this is a later story. When Tang and his friends went to the church, the news media had already reported the short message. The director of 50 Shades of Grey was splashed with holy water on the scene, and the actors thought that the director was possessed by the devil. As soon as this news came out, it attracted everyone's attention, especially those who were devout in religion. They immediately began to say that this movie was the work of the devil and must be boycotted. But before their voices spread, the news media officially reported the latest news the next day. The director of 50 Shades of Grey bathed in holy water and said that he felt very good. The filming of the movie will go more smoothly under the blessing of God. This undoubtedly slapped the faces of those religious believers and made them very embarrassed. At the same time, it also attracted more attention. Many people who didn't know much about the movie also learned the name of 50 Shades of Grey through this news, while MGM continued to promote it. In Tang's newly established public relations company, Charlie Noun was assigning tasks to his subordinates. It's the award season now, and our new boss is ready to see our strength, so it's time to prove ourselves. He is a typical middle-class white man, wearing a suit, tie, and meticulous hair. As he spoke, he put a poster on the table, Memoirs of a Geisha. This movie is about to be released, and all we have to do is to make it as popular as possible among the judges and win as many awards as possible. Each award represents a bonus, so guys, get moving. No problem. The subordinates agreed one after another, rubbing their hands. Then let's get moving. The preview of Memoirs of a Geisha was soon held in Los Angeles. Many film critics were invited to this preview, including those from major newspapers and websites. There were also some academic judges who would participate in the Oscar selection. This is Spielberg's network of contacts, and everyone is willing to give him face to come and watch the movie. Of course, if it's not good, no one will buy it. That night, the well-known film critic Bunch appeared at the theater. Because it was not a star-studded premiere ceremony, it seemed a bit deserted. After Bunch walked into the theater, he found many familiar colleagues. Fernando. Phoebe Sana. These are his two good friends. Hey, Bunchy. Fernando smiled and hugged him. I heard that you recently joined The Hollywood Reporter. Bunchy asked curiously. Yes, I changed jobs. After all, who doesn't want to work at The Hollywood Reporter? Fernando asked back, what about you? I still work on my own website and magazine. I don't like being managed, you know. Oh, Phoebe Sana, what about you? I work at Cinema Arts. I think the job is pretty good. I can see a lot of the latest movies. I just came back from Venice. I think a movie has already locked in this year's Oscars. Really? Tell me, what is it? Bunchy walked into the theater with the two people. Brokeback Mountain. Phoebe Sana expressed her opinion. I think this movie will definitely be nominated for the Best Picture. Really? So good? Although I have always liked Ang Lee's works, I have always been worried that he can't handle this movie. No, it's great. Phoebe Sana spread her hands. You will know when it is released. Walking into the theater, everyone found 3 seats at random and sat down. At this time, the crew members of Memoirs of a Geisha can be seen in front, including Zhang Ziyi, Guang Li, Michelle Yeoh and assistant director Rob. Tang didn't come because he was filming 50 Shades of Grey and couldn't spare the time. After all the invited film critics were seated, Rob took the microphone and said, Welcome everyone to the preview of Memoirs of a Geisha. Tang and I have been looking forward to this day since we started filming this movie. I don't think I need to tell you much about the story of this movie. You will know it after watching it. But before that, I want to say that this movie is not just a love story, it tells more about the tragedy of an era. And geishas are the most dramatic group in this tragic era. After Rob finished speaking, the theater gradually darkened, the screen lit up, and Memoirs of a Geisha was officially screened. The picture started from a foggy night sky, slowly transitioned to the waves and the beach, and then the camera turned to the home of the heroine Cheo. This is a poor fisherman's family. They have been fishing for generations. They sleep in tents by the sea, wearing black coarse clothes. The only hope for their daily life is the fire and the fragrant grilled fish in the evening. Unfortunately, the father threw the fish into the sea today, and they had no food to eat. The mother has been lying in bed sick, and the father had no choice but to pray to the stranger to buy his 2 daughters. The stranger agreed, and Xiao Qiao and her sister Xiaozi got on the train to an unknown life. Then the picture came to the town. It is much more prosperous than where Xiao Qiao lives, and the warm yellow light illuminates her and her sister's faces. The gorgeous clothes played by Gong Li also made them envious. At this time, the longing for the unknown gradually replaced the confusion and panic. But then they faced separation. Because of the training of geishas, the mama-san inside only left Xiao Qiao, and her sister Xiaozi was not favored. So in the painful shouts, the sister and the sister separated. Bangchi kept writing his short comments on the notebook while watching. The beginning has excellent pictures and music, especially the colors, and the use of warm yellow is just right. The beginning is full of suspense. Xiao Qiao, a very spiritual girl. I am curious about her fate next. Pumpkin, her companion, is more mature than Xiao Qiao, but also more mercenary. Hatsumo, beautiful, sexy, and bad-tempered, such a character will surely collide with Xiao Qiao later. Riding here, Bunch saw a wonderful long shot. When Xiao Qiao and Pumpkin rushed out of the door and ran towards the street in the soft sunshine, he seemed to have seen the whole town. After that, Xiao Qiao and Pumpkin started the formal geisha course. They learned steps, dances, and took care of the seniors in the okinawa while learning. It was in this process that they learned about Hatsumo and what a geisha is. At the same time, Xiao Qiao's beauty also aroused Hatsumo's jealousy. She deliberately called Xiao Qiao and made a deal with her. As long as she scribbled on Meimayu's clothes and promised not to tell that she was the one who ordered it, she could tell Xiao Qiao the whereabouts of her sister. Xiao Qiao fulfilled her promise and was severely punished and beaten by Mama-san. But she never told about Hatsumo behind the scenes. When Hatsumo appeared again, she told Xiao Qiao about her sister's whereabouts. It turned out that her sister had been sent to the okinawa in the red light district. Xiao Qiao rushed to the red light district at night and finally found her sister Natsuko. The 2 sisters cried with joy and finally agreed to escape together tomorrow night. But the next night, Xiao Qiao just ran into the yard and accidentally saw Hatsumo, who was having a secret meeting with a man. She broke into the affair between the 2 and disturbed the dog in the yard. After the dog barked, the man fled, and in order to escape, Hatsumo grabbed Xiao Qiao and claimed that she had caught her who wanted to escape with her sister. Mama-san whipped Chiako with a bamboo whip in the rain, and in pain she also reported Hatsumamo. Bunchi stared at the Mama-san whose face suddenly changed on the screen, watching her put her hand under the hem of Hatsumamo's skirt, and then slowly raised 2 sticky fingers. Oh my god. He was shocked by this scene. This undisguised inspection was beyond his expectation, and it also made all the viewers take a deep breath. But this is not the end. Mama-san slapped Hatsumamo hard, and then said the most eye-catching sentence in the whole film. What are you thinking? Geisha also wants to have love? Impossible. Bolt the door, no one can leave the okinawa. Bunchi covered his mouth, and the camera focused on Hatsumamo's face at this moment. He watched her expression slowly become stiff, her lips trembled slightly, and white tears could be seen flickering in her dark eyes, but they never fell. She was particularly embarrassed in the heavy rain, and her chest kept rising and falling, as if she was unwilling to accept it, and as if she was unwilling to give up. Finally, she pursed her lips tightly and looked down at Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao, who was also drenched in the rain, leaned against the wall weakly and looked up at her. At this moment, the 2 people in the yard were like silent stone sculptures, silent and sad. OMG. Seeing this, Bunch whispered softly, and felt that the whole person was excited. Because he realized the real intention of the movie, from that sentence, from the dramatic situation of the 2 people. He began to look forward to the follow-up. If he maintained this performance, he felt that this film might occupy a place in this year's Oscar nomination. Chapter 205, Tragedy of the Geisha. Xiao Qiao ultimately failed to see her sister Natsuko. Her second escape plan also failed, and she could only learn from Mama-san that her sister Natsuko had escaped alone. At the same time, she received a letter from her hometown, saying that her father and mother had passed away. At this moment, Xiao Qiao finally gave up. But because she had brought discredit to the okinawa, Mama-san stopped her geisha training and asked her to work to repay the debt. It was at this time that she met the president. When she saw the president played by Zhen Long on the screen, Banshee exclaimed, "It's so charming." "Yes, I like his last emperor very much." Phoebe Sona next to him echoed, "Me too." Fernando on the other side also shrugged. "It seems that we have the same aesthetic." Banshee smiled and continued to watch the movie. On the bridge, the president comforted Xiao Qiao, gave her a handkerchief, and bought her shaved ice. This made Xiao Qiao's eyes shine, and she began to admire the president. She rekindled her hope for life. Banshee watched her running in the orange torii gate. The camera followed her footsteps through the layers of doors, as if leading to new life. Good. Banshee wrote this shot in his notebook to provide content for the subsequent film review. Then the film moved on, and after a beautiful landscape transition, Xiao Qiao grew up. She still worked diligently, and the little pumpkin who studied with her had already appeared on the stage as a geisha. She peeked through the gap in the door and peeked at the little pumpkin's face that looked particularly beautiful after makeup, full of envy. At this time, the door was suddenly opened. It was the president. Xiao Qiao fled after looking at him, but the president kept watching her back. A few days later, Mei Miao, played by Michelle Yeoh, suddenly visited. She used benefits to persuade Mama-san and took Xiao Qiao away. In this way, Xiao Qiao started her geisha career. She and Mei Miao learned fan dance, steps, language skills that geishas rely on to survive, and everything that can be used to please the powerful. Until she appeared on the stage with heavy makeup. Banshee watched her graceful dance on the screen. Although he did not understand the culture of the island country, he could also feel the feeling of enjoyment. However, the dance was soon interrupted by the appearance of Hatsumamo, who ridiculed Xiao Qiao at the banquet. Xiao Qiao also ridiculed her in the same way. The story progressed bit by bit, and Xiao Qiao and Hatsumamo confronted each other on different occasions. It was not until Hatsumamo privately told other guests that Xiao Qiao was a slut who could sleep with anyone that the conflict between the two finally broke out. Listening to the practice of auctioning the virginity of geishas in the movie, Banshee was amazed. At the same time, it was written in the notebook, the virginity of a geisha is more important than their lives, because it is a necessary process to achieve the perfect geisha. They can only rely on those ambitious men to get a quiet life in this troubled world. In order to change this view, and to bid up Xiao Qiao's virginity, Mei Miao obtained the position of the lead dancer for her in a large geisha performance party. This made Hatsumamo furious, but she could do nothing about it. Until the day of the party, after a round of geisha performances, Xiao Qiao made her final appearance. When the melodious flute sounded, the lights dimmed, and only one silver-white light stayed. Xiao Qiao walked out under the light. She was wearing a white kimono, holding a blue transparent umbrella, and stepping on huge and heavy clogs. The height stunned all the audience. Then her head tilted slightly, allowing everyone to see her makeup clearly. The snow-like face and thick black eyeshadow looked like a ghost, but also very beautiful. As the music rose and fell, she began to dance, and snowflakes fell on her head. Xiao Qiao started a crazy dance in the snow. Her movements were violent, left and right, with tears in her eyes, as if she was a confused person, looking for the life she wanted in the snow. The audience watched her dancing on the huge clogs in surprise, and they all felt the great power under her weak body. When Zhang Ziyi saw her amazing dance on the screen with her own eyes, she couldn't help but flash tears. Because she thought of everything she had endured, she felt that it was not in vain. Thanks to Tangda. Yes, Tangda improved this dance a lot, which was much longer and more difficult than the original. Because this scene will be the climax of the color and light of the whole film. After the scene, the whole film will enter a sad rhythm. 2 minutes later, the dance ended and the audience immediately burst into warm applause. The film critics in the theater also praised it. Beautiful. Really beautiful. Banshee felt that with the audio-visual, color, and lens level of this film, there would be no shortage of nominations for major awards. Now it depends on the subsequent story development. Banshee turned his eyes away from the notebook and looked at Xiao Qiao, who was receiving praise and fireworks on the screen. After dancing that dance, she became the focus of all men's eyes, and her virginity was about to be auctioned. But at this time, she received an invitation from the Baron. The Baron was the auctioneer of Mei Miao's virginity, and he had once bid the highest price of 10,000 yen. The era in the movie was still in World War II, and the exchange rate between the yen and the US dollar was about 2.5 to 1, which means that Mei Miao's right to the first night was worth $4,000. This is undoubtedly a very high price, and it is also an important reason why geishas think that Maimyu is a hall-level geisha. Xiao Qiao accepted the Baron's invitation, or she had no way to refuse such an invitation. It was just that before meeting the Baron, she met the President. In fact, she still loves the President, but this society is a man's society, and love can be used for trading at this time. For example, the President has been pushing Xiao Qiao to his friend, Xinjiang, played by Ken Watanabe. Because he saved the President's life and he liked Xiao Qiao, the President reluctantly gave up and kept fulfilling the two. In the Baron's yard, the President was still graceful, which made Xiao Qiao very excited. But the two never pointed it out, nor did they go any further. However, when Xiao Qiao faced the Baron alone at night, she found that he just wanted to take her first night. Fortunately, she resisted and cried, which made the Baron lose interest. When Xiao Qiao came back from the Baron, her right to the first night finally had a price. 15,000 yen, $6,000. It was higher than the right to the first night of Maimyu, which indicated that Xiao Qiao would become a legend. But Hatsumo on the side went crazy. She couldn't believe that Xiao Qiao could get such a huge favor. Jealousy and resentment crawled all over her face. What made her even more unacceptable was that Mama-san suddenly announced that her okinawa would be inherited by Xiao Qiao, not the originally scheduled little pumpkin. The inheritance of the okinawa is related to everything about the geisha after they are old. They can train geishas themselves and help themselves with their old age. If there is no okinawa, and no man is willing to support it, then the final fate of the geisha is nothing more than wandering. Bunji looked at the confrontation between Hatsumo and Mama-san and cursed. Mama-san's words pierced Hatsumo's heart like a steel needle. It also made him gradually understand the helplessness of the geisha. Only after the dust settled, Hatsumo appeared in Xiao Qiao's room, and the two had a fierce dispute. During the fight, Hatsumo set the house on fire. The downtrodden Hatsumo finally left the house, left the place where she lived, and disappeared. Xiao Qiao replaced her and became the most outstanding geisha in the city. Tangda also added a lot of new pictures here to show Xiao Qiao's life after becoming a hall-level geisha. Her manners and expressions gradually approached Maimyu, becoming reserved and proud. It was just the attack from the west that turned everything into dust. All the dreams and prosperity became nothing under the director's sanctions, and the geisha also changed from a high-ranking woman to an embarrassed woman. Fortunately, Xiao Qiao was lucky. She escaped from the city with the help of the President. The two looked at each other quietly in front of the carriage, just like the first meeting on a small bridge many years ago. Xiao Qiao left the city and spent a year in a quiet mountain area. Until the end of the war, she saw Xinjiang again. Xinjiang came here to ask Xiao Qiao to go back for help, because of his career and because of the Americans. To put it bluntly, he needed Xiao Qiao to use her charm to help him negotiate a cooperation. He told Xiao Qiao a lot of follow-up things, such as the President. He is dead, died in the war. Xiao Qiao was grief-stricken, and she and the President missed each other after all. But even so, she agreed, because she wanted to repay Xinjiang, and wanted to go back to the place where she grew up and see the okinawa. But when she came back, she found that everything had changed. The streets were full of prostitutes. They wore kimonos, put on white powder, and declared themselves to be geishas in broad daylight, providing services for American soldiers. The former hall-level geisha Maimyu also fell into poverty and lost her former big house and various jewelry. Even the little pumpkin changed from a geisha to a wanton prostitute, drinking and playing with the soldiers. Only the Mama-san of the okinawa didn't change much, and she still lived very freely. Anyway, for her, it was nothing more than a geisha under her control becoming a prostitute. Under Xinjiang's arrangement, she met a senior American military official and succeeded in making him fall in love with her. Then came the contract negotiated with Xinjiang in the house. Looking at Zhang Ziyai's tears when she was violated on the screen, Bangchi felt that his heart seemed to be broken. That was a look that no longer cared about everything in the future. Perhaps when she learned of the President's death, Xiao Qiao had no hope for life. The story has finally come to the end. At the top of the cliff, Xiao Qiao threw away the handkerchief given to her by the President with a lonely expression. The handkerchief drifted farther and farther with the wind, just like the feelings of the two, and like the former glory of the geisha. Then the narration sounded, and it was Xiao Qiao's old voice. She said that the reason she became a geisha was because of the president's arrangement, and it was the president who asked mommy to train her. She said that the president also liked her, and the reason she didn't confess was because of Xinjiang. She said that the president had been protecting her secretly. The Baron failed to get her that time, and it was the president who helped him to calm down. But all this is in the past. Chiao has been dealing with American soldiers and businessmen, and inherited the Okinawa, but she has not escaped the final fate of generations of geishas. The screen gradually dimmed, and as the subtitles appeared, Bunchy's mood could not calm down for a long time. Assistant director Rob stood up with the actors, and then everyone applauded. Tang shot a wonderful and sad tragedy. Bunchy sighed and applauded. The next day, various media released the critics' comments on Memoirs of a Geisha. Bunchy's personal website and cooperative magazine also published his comments. First of all, let me say the conclusion: this is a tragedy of the times and a true portrayal of that era. Then let's talk about the rating. On a scale of 10, I think this movie can get 8.7 points. Excellent sound and picture performance, excellent character development, excellent movie ending, and not so excellent narrative rhythm. Tang's pictures and colors are as gorgeous as ever, but not messy. The use of long shots is just right. What impressed me most was undoubtedly the gaze between Xiao Chiao and Hatsumamo on a rainy night. The imagination space left by that silence is great. The dance in this film is also very exciting. I must praise the actors. Zhang Ziyi's crazy dance in the snow is amazing. I was completely breathless while watching the movie. As for the plot, I like this ending. Xiao Chiao did not eventually transcend the limitations of the times and became a Mama-san-like character. This is a kind of reincarnation, and it also deviates from ordinary love stories. But I think the rhythm is a bit dragged out. The 2.5 hours of watching the movie is really long. In fact, it might be better to delete some people's performances. Fernando's comments on The Hollywood Reporter are different from Bunchy's. I think the pace of the film is just right, because the concept of geisha and the environment they live in must be explained in detail. If the pace is too fast, the audience will not be able to empathize with the film and experience their emotions. I like the film's sound and visual performance and various colorful colors, but I don't like the ending of the film. I think the heroine should take on the function of breaking through the limitations of the times and leading the audience on a path of awakening, rather than becoming a puppet in the hands of a businessman. Although this is very real, I think it is a bit deliberate. Phoebe Sana of Film Art has a different focus from the two. He is talking about the actors. The character of Chiyako is obviously the epitome of a geisha. She is shy, sensitive but not fragile. She is gorgeous, modest but innocent. We can find all the good qualities of a geisha in her. But I prefer Hatsumamo. She lives more realistically and willfully. She is like a rose with thorns. After the flowering period, only the sharp thorns that hurt people remain. It's like she has never given up, piercing Chiyako's disguise again and again. Although most of the film is about the struggle between Hatsumamo and Chiyako, I can't hate her. Maybe it's because of Kung Lee. She is so beautiful and performs so well that I can't hate her. In the final analysis, she is just a poor person. In this island country, in the geisha industry, everyone is the same. Although the comments of various film critics are different, they basically all give more than 8 points. When these reviews appeared, movie fans were also affected by them and prepared to go to the cinema to see what was going on. Chapter 206 Charity Film Festival. When Memoirs of a Geisha was released, its reputation was obviously much higher than that of the films of the same period. Film critics praised the film, believing that the audiovisual language and script of the film were very unique, describing a tragedy about the times. But when the film was released in advance in the island country, it caused a boycott by many media. Because the protagonists in the film basically did not see the island people, except for Watanabe Ken and Momoi Fumio who played the Mama-san, only some supporting roles were island people. This made many media very dissatisfied, coupled with a series of storms in the previous casting. Many people did follow the criticism and boycott. However, Kyoko Fuke, who played the little pumpkin in the movie, became the biggest winner. Because she was the only island geisha actor outside the three main characters, those patriots refused to express their love for Zhang Ziyi, so they gave all the praise to her. Let her status rise rapidly. Seeing this, Yoshiki Hari hurriedly asked Kyoko Fuke to return from the United States, and when accepting reports, he claimed that he returned to China because he could not stand the tinted glasses of the United States towards island actors. This undoubtedly made her praised by various media and showed her face in front of the public. With patriotic sentiment, she appeared in many variety shows in succession and successfully received many film invitations. At the same time, Akamoto Yasushi also returned to Tokyo with his business plan. The new company has been established, with Akamoto Yasushi as CEO, Angel Declaration funded and controlled behind the scenes, and the name is Akihabara Project. This name is because Akamoto Yasushi's girl group recruitment plan is called Akihabara 48 Project. After announcing this project to the public, Akamoto Yasushi immediately received a large number of resumes. However, he did not rush to screen, but first contacted Otsuka Masaru, the Foreign Affairs Committee member of Sumiya Yosekai, and met with him. Otsuka Masaru has been secretly in contact with Tang and received a lot of benefits, so he agreed to all the requests made by Akamoto Yasushi. Not long after, Akihabara Project Company got the right to use a theater for free for 10 years. As for how it came, no one cares. Akamoto Yasushi also recruited a lot of staff at the same time, and Akihabara Project Company soon got on the right track. At the same time, the filming progress of 50 Shades of Grey was also halfway through. The filming of this movie is not too difficult, and the male and female protagonists do not need too much acting skills, as long as they show the right emotions. The only difficulty may be the bed scene. For example, at this moment, Alan Tveit and Leighton Meester are looking at each other on the bed and laughing. Because they are performing a wax dripping scene. Alan Tveit is topless, holding a special candle, dripping wax on Leighton Meester's waist. But Leighton Meester seemed to be touched in an itchy place, and couldn't help but let out a giggle laugh. This laughter is really magical, and the staff were infected and laughed, so that the filming could not continue at all. Tang pulled the corner of his mouth and complained, "Leighton, do you know what you look like? You look like a big goose." Giggle. Leighton Meester laughed even louder when she heard this. Even others laughed like crazy. When they finally finished laughing, the filming continued. Under the dim light, Leighton Meester was only wearing a black bra and panties, with her hands tied to the head of the bed, and her body rose and fell as the wax dripped. At the same time, she bit her lips tightly, and squeezed out a few trembling sounds of endurance from her throat from time to time. Ah. This sound made the staff around him very uncomfortable, but Tang shouted cut. With a blank expression. "Leighton, your body posture is too artificial, not natural enough." Tang walked forward and lifted Leighton's feet to the railing at the end of the bed. "Your feet are not exerting force now. When you are trying to endure, your toes must be tightly clasped inwards, understand?" "Okay, director." Leighton Meester nodded and curled up her feet. "And you, Alan, don't just strip wax stiffly, you are enjoying the process, you should put your fingers next to her belly button and gently touch the wax marks." "Understood." "Okay, do it again." Tang returned to the camera and continued filming. This time it was much better, but there were still some parts that did not meet Tang's requirements. So Tang's venomous tongue soon sounded again. "Leighton, relax. You are now hunched like a cobra, are you going to eat Alan? And you, Alan, don't put your mouth closed, it looks too obscene, like a pervert. We are doing pure love, pure love. Also, tilt the light angle 45 degrees to the right, give me a Rembrandt light, I want to highlight the outline of the character." Okay. After a series of adjustments, the shooting started again. But this time the effect made the surrounding staff gasp. Because the two actors were in a very real state after Tang's adjustments, Alan Tveit looked from Leighton Meester's head to her feet with eyes full of enjoyment. In the pain and pleasure of dripping wax, Leighton Meester sometimes bit her lips, sometimes twisted her body, and sometimes curled her toes. With her voice, people simply couldn't control their desires. "Why do I feel that Tang used to shoot adult movies before?" a staff member whispered to others. "I think so too. It's really exciting. I can even imagine the sound of Shatta in future cinemas. Look at this thigh. It's so reflective and oiled. It's really nice. I like that underwear. What brand is it? I want to buy one for my wife." Are you sure you want to spend $400 on a set of underwear?" "FXXK, forget it. It didn't take long for the scene to be shot." Tang and his team changed to another scene to continue shooting. Time gradually entered the night as the shooting progressed. After the crew finished work, Tang returned to the apartment they rented temporarily. He wanted to take a shower and go to bed, but suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, how are you?" "Hello, Is this Tang? It's me. Are you? I'm Angelina Jolie. Tang raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the sexiest female star in America would call him. Julie, what's up? I called because I heard about your photo exhibition from Julia. I'm interested. Are you still missing photos for your exhibition? Tang nodded, of course. I'm still missing a lot of photos, especially photos of the sexiest women. In fact, Tang has not been idle during this period. He has taken photos for many celebrities. The photo exhibition has also begun to be prepared and will probably be launched in December. That's great, but before the shooting, I have something I want to talk to you about. Where are you? I'm in Toronto. I'll be there tomorrow. That's it. Bye. Tang looked at the hung-up phone and shrugged. Angelina Jolie is really decisive. But he was also a little curious about what she wanted to say to him. The next day, when the crew was filming, Tang received a message from Angelina Jolie visiting the set. He didn't care because the filming was the most important thing at the moment, so Angelina Jolie had been watching after entering the crew. She came to Tang when the crew took a break in the afternoon. You're so busy. Her tone was teasing, as if she was blaming Tang for leaving her alone for so long. Tang shook her hand and smiled. I'm sorry, but I really can't spare the time. It's okay, I like your work attitude, and I'm also fully focused when I'm directing. Angelina Jolie has not continued to follow the path of a sexy actress since she finished filming Tomb Raider. Instead, she filmed a documentary this year. She seems to be interested in becoming a director, and there are many news reports in the newspapers that she has rejected movies. However, the documentary was not released in the end, but was only played at the film festival, so Tang has never seen it. Come on, sit down. The two sat down in the lounge. Tang took 2 boxes of lunch and handed one to Angelina Jolie. She didn't choose, she just opened the box and started eating. The two talked while eating. So why did you come here to find me? Tang, I actually want to convince you to donate part of the income from this photography exhibition. Angelina Jolie expressed her thoughts. Tang ate the eggs and nodded silently. Why? Look at these children. Angelina Jolie took out a stack of photos from her bag and handed them to Tang. Tang took them and found that these photos were all about children. They were about children in backward areas. They were wearing tattered clothes, walking on the street, looking at the camera with big watery eyes, looking a little distressed. I adopted a child in Ethiopia. She is only 6 months old. Her name is Zahara. Angelina Jolie smiled when she mentioned the baby's name. She is a little angel, very cute. The second one is her. Tang flipped through the photos and saw a little girl with dark skin. She was lying in the cradle and smiled at the camera. She is really cute. Tang put down the photo and looked at Angelina Jolie. I know this request is a bit excessive, but since you want to hold a photography exhibition, I believe you must be full of love for the world, right? At least from the perspective of the photographer friends around me, they are all willing to do their best to shoot some backward areas and help them get relief. Tang understood what Angelina Jolie meant. The photography world is much purer than Hollywood. Many photographers started by shooting small people and poor areas. In the photography world, this kind of humanistic photos is very popular because it can inspire the most essential kindness of human beings and contain different styles of the world. In this era, you rarely see photos of prosperous urban landscapes in photography exhibitions or photography albums. People are more concerned about backward countries and low and messy slums. This is also the reason why photography exhibitions can attract many social elites, because they need a place to show their sense of responsibility and kindness. Just like various charity auctions. Therefore, after hearing Angelina Jolie's suggestion, Tang felt that it was quite reliable. This approach can make the photography exhibition face a wider audience, and it is easier to gain a good reputation. You're right. We should pay more attention to those poor areas. Oh, Tang, it's great that you have such an idea. Angelina Jolie was happy. Tang paused for a moment and continued to ask, but I don't know how to do charity. It's okay, I can help you. Angelina Jolie took the initiative to offer to help. Tang knew that she had no bad intentions, because she did adopt many children from poor areas. She was helping others with her own actions. That's great. Tang smiled. Angelina Jolie also smiled. I have established a fund, which will be used to help children in underdeveloped countries such as Ethiopia. You only need to transfer a part of the income from your photo exhibition, and I can ensure that it will be used for children. No, Julie. Tang waved his hand. I decided to donate 70% of the income from the photo exhibition. Oh. God, Tang, you are so selfless. Angelina Jolie covered her mouth and said gratefully, "This is simply great, thank you, Tang. But I am a little worried." Tang suddenly frowned. "You say? You know, my photography exhibition is actually quite niche, because it is a brand new style. I don't know if it will be accepted by the public. If there are few visitors, I think I may not be able to raise much money. Don't worry, Tang, I can help you promote it. And my boyfriend, I will mobilize all my forces to help you." Angelina Jolie's boyfriend is Brad Pitt. He just got divorced and got together with Angelina Jolie. "Thank you, but I also hope that this photography exhibition can attract some, how to say it, such as Wall Street, such as Silicon Valley, such as people in the fashion industry, because I plan to hold an auction on the spot, which will undoubtedly help the children more." "You are right, Tang. Well, I have a lot of connections around me, Chanel, Goldman Sachs, Google. I will contact them. There are also some friends in the collection industry. As long as your photos are fine, I believe they will also be willing to come to the scene to see it." "Very good, then let's do it this way." Tang nodded with satisfaction. Compared with himself, Angelina Jolie and her boyfriend can undoubtedly mobilize more resources. In addition, the celebrities I photographed were also propaganda trumpets. As long as I created some gimmicks and got the bigwigs of the association to endorse it, my charity photography exhibition would have a lot of publicity. Not to mention the gallery, which had the contact information of many important customers, and they were all agents of financial tycoons. It was conceivable that when these people were fully mobilized, the photography exhibition would become the focus of Hollywood and even the collection world. At that time, I could choose the most suitable partner from the guests. Chapter 207, The Art of Public Relations. After Tang and Angelina Jolie agreed on the charity theme of the photo exhibition, he continued to shoot 50 Shades of Grey. He didn't find time until the evening to shoot the photo. Angelina Jolie cooperated very well. She exposed most of her skin and accepted the scrutiny of the camera in front of Tang. However, Tang felt that if Brad Pitt saw this scene, he might punch him. After all, Angelina Jolie's posture was really exciting. Fortunately, Tang didn't shoot nude art, otherwise he might become the public enemy of many Hollywood male stars after the photo exhibition opened. After the shooting was completed, Angelina Jolie left Toronto overnight. And Tang also asked Jimmy to contact the news media to start building momentum. Just 3 days later, the news of Tang Norton art charity photo exhibition spread throughout Hollywood. Everyone knew about this matter and knew that he would donate 70% of all proceeds as charity to children in poor areas around the world. This undoubtedly changed many people's views on Tang, and at the same time, they officially became interested in this photo exhibition. Many media in Hollywood also announced the content and speculation of Tang's photo exhibition. Aphrodite, the embodiment of desire, is the theme of Tang's photo exhibition. From the name, we can know that Tang's shooting is probably based on the body. Many stars claim that they have participated in or will participate in the shooting, and Jolie also said in an interview that this is the most daring shooting she has ever experienced. So it is not difficult for us to imagine that this will be a large-scale photo exhibition, and there may be naked pictures of stars. As soon as the term large-scale photo exhibition appeared, it attracted the attention of the public and made everyone excited. For example, in the bookstore at this time, Pucci and Madden were watching this report. "Oh my god, Tang actually took nude photos of celebrities." Pucci screamed with a pinched throat, looking excited. "Hey, man, don't be so loud." Madden quickly covered his mouth with his hand, looked at the passers-by around him who were staring at him, and smiled awkwardly. Pucci struggled to break free and asked, "Aren't you happy? These are female stars." Tang took the photos. Oh. Madden paused for a moment, then suddenly grinned, "Of course I'm happy. I can't wait to see these female stars show their sexiest side under Tang's lens. So we have to attend. How much is the ticket?" "I don't know, but I saw that the gallery cooperating with Tang is the Gladstone Gallery. It's a high-end gallery. If you want to see it, it will probably cost a lot of money." Hearing this, Pucci threw the photo in his hand back to its original position. "Then I won't buy it." "Are you sure? Isn't this the hot angel photo you like very much?" Madden didn't expect Pucci to be able to endure it. How can a hot angel compare to a female star? Julia, Angelina Jolie, and many more female stars with big breasts and big butts. I must see them. "Wow, you're right, It seems that I have to start saving money. What are you talking about? Photography exhibition. A white guy next to them joined in after hearing their conversation. Yes. Don's photo exhibition. You can't miss it. Pucci shouted, feeling like he couldn't hold it back any longer. Under his recommendation, other people also heard about the content of this photo exhibition. In the next few days, this news reached more people's ears, including the elites of Wall Street. Don, I have contacted friends from Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Merrill Lynch, Lehman Brothers and other companies, and invited them to come to the photo exhibition. When Tang received another call from Angelina Jolie, he immediately heard the good news from her. Great, Julie, it seems that our photo exhibition can raise a lot of money for those children. Tang was also happy. The participation of these people would undoubtedly help him find suitable investors. There is another person who will also come to the photo exhibition. He is a heavyweight. You will never guess who it is. Angelina Jolie suddenly kept it a secret. Tang raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, who is it? Is it Bill Gates? Ha ha ha. Of course not, it's Jeff Bezos. Amazon. Tang didn't expect it to be the founder of Amazon, Jeff Bezos. Yes, he has a good relationship with Pete. After receiving our invitation, he planned to come and see it. Tang, if your work can impress him, it will surely sell for a high price. That's really good news. Since Amazon was founded by Jeff Bezos in 1994, it has been advancing rapidly in the capital market along with the development of the internet. Last year's financial report showed that Amazon's annual net profit was $300 million. Although it is young, it has unlimited potential and has already ranked among the top emerging internet companies. However, he and Tang still need a lot of investors. Acquiring United Artists is not a simple matter and requires strong financial resources. He pays more attention to the senior management of those investment companies. But now that the publicity has just begun, many bigwigs do not know about this photography exhibition, and Tang does not expect these people to flock to the photography exhibition to meet with him in person. In fact, if it is an art auction, most of them are agents who come to help bid, and the real collectors are controlled by phone. However, Tang's charity auction is different from an art auction. It is more like a party or a social cocktail party, which is also the decisive factor that he is sure to attract those bigwigs. While Tang was busy with the photography exhibition, Charlie Noun was waiting at the door of a high-end restaurant. He was wearing a light gray suit and a white shirt, and his hair was meticulously groomed, and it was still gleaming under the street lights. After waiting for a while, he looked up at the time on his watch and found that there were only 2 minutes left before the time he set. It should be here soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a black Lincoln sedan appeared in his sight, and soon, it stopped in front of the restaurant. The waiter in front of the door quickly stepped forward and opened the car door, and then a spirited old man walked out. Charlie Noun immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. Mr. Chavez, long time no see. Lloyd Chavez, one of the judges of the Academy of Oscars, is also one of the oldest and most prestigious judges. Although there is no such saying in America, the meaning of this sentence has been used by Americans all the time. Noun, it's been a long time since we last met. Aren't you in Miramax? The old man was a little confused. He had received many invitations during this period, and Charlie Noun's was the most sincere, choosing the most expensive restaurant in Los Angeles. I have left Miramax. Charlie Noun did not say which company he was in now. After all, it would seem too deliberate to say it out loud. It's okay if everyone knows this kind of thing. Roy Chavez nodded and walked into the restaurant with Charlie Noun, but after the two sat down, they did not talk about the content of the movie, but discussed art instead. This is also one of Roy's biggest hobbies, collecting art. Charlie Noun talked to him about the market prices and current trends and then started eating. Roy Chavez didn't eat fast, but he was quite satisfied from the fact that he ordered a few more dishes. When they were almost done eating, Charlie Noun said, "Have you watched a movie recently?" "Movies, of course, this is my life." Roy Chavez smiled and took a sip of red wine. "What about Memoirs of a Geisha?" "Oh, I haven't seen it yet, I've only heard of it." "Then you really missed a good movie." Charlie Noun pretended to be surprised. "Now Hollywood is discussing this movie." "Really?" Lloyd Chavez wiped his mouth with a napkin and watched Charlie Noun pick up a few newspapers. "That's right." Charlie Noun read the headlines of the news to him. Without exception, they were all about Memoirs of a Geisha. "The reputation of this movie is very good now." If you have nothing to do on the weekend, you can go to the cinema to watch it. Charlie Nowen began to promote it, but his tone was more like a recommendation between friends. Lloyd Chavez chewed the beef and nodded thoughtfully. What is this movie about? It's about a group of women, and it's also about the tragedy of an era, just like the fate that people can't get rid of. Charlie Nowen explained the core of the story and the simple plot outline to Lloyd Chavez, emphasizing women, but not saying the specific development and ending. Because Lloyd Chavez really likes movies about women, which is something few people know. He also had an influence on the fact that Monster won the award. After hearing this, Lloyd Chavez put down his knife and fork. Not bad, Spielberg always finds fresh angles. Yes. Charlie Nowen did not correct him. The director was Don. Because it was not important. Their goal was not the best director. With Don's current age and Oscar qualifications, he would not be able to win the Best Director award without waiting for decades. So there was no need to waste energy on this. Okay, I know, I will take time to watch it. Lloyd Chavez did not agree completely, and was very cautious. You can actually take your family to watch it and spend an unforgettable weekend. Charlie Nowen handed over an envelope with 5 tickets in it. It was exactly the number of Lloyd Chavez's family members. Lloyd Chavez put the envelope next to him. You are right. 20 minutes later, Charlie Nowen watched the car leave and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since Lloyd Chavez accepted the movie ticket, he would go to see it, and as long as he saw it, it would mean that Charlie Nowen's intention was successful. Because the members of the Academy of Oscars do not have time to watch all the movies, and senior and old judges like Lloyd Chavez may only have enough energy to remember 1 or 2 movies. So it is very important to seize their impression in advance. The next day, Charlie Nowen drove to the company. The full name of the public relations company is Bernays Company, which is a tribute to the American public relations master, Bernays. He is the founder of the term public relations and Charlie Nowen's idol. After arriving at the office, he called everyone together and listened to their work last night. Mike Jones took the movie tickets and promised to take his family to watch it. Hank Wayne took the movie tickets, but his attitude was ambiguous. Hancock Dale didn't take the movie tickets because he had already seen it. Tom Fix was not interested in the movie and turned us down. Fix again. Charlie Nowen shook his head. This guy must have been PR'd by Weinstein and his people. Yeah, he's tough after taking the money, but he will be kicked out of the Academy sooner or later for doing this. That doesn't stop them from making a lot of money, right? After complaining for a while, the subordinates continued to report. After the statistics were completed, Charlie Nowen found that among the first batch of 20 judges, only 7 failed, and the success rate was still very high. It seems that Spielberg's name is more famous. He joked, when our boss can have such a reputation, we don't have to spend too much effort. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Very good, since the situation is good, let's continue with the public relations. Our target is 130 people. We must get their commitment no matter what. I hope to let the new boss see our ability. Do you understand? Don't worry, boss. No problem, boss. Boss, I'm applying to change the restaurant. I'm almost tired of eating here. A bloated guy pulled up his belt. Get lost. Charlie Nowen scolded with a smile. You eat more than those judges. If you order food randomly next time, I will use your salary to deduct it. Don't do it, boss. He immediately raised his hands to surrender. After everyone left, Charlie Nowen called Tangda. Tangda was filming the ending of 50 Shades of Grey at this time. He stopped filming after seeing the phone call. Charlie. Boss, our public relations work has already begun, but there is something we need to inform you of in advance. What is it? The Weinstein brothers have also started public relations, and they have also moved up the public relations time. Do you know which movie they are working on? It should be Brokeback Mountain. Brokeback Mountain, are you sure? Sure. Tangda was silent for a moment. This movie is indeed a hot candidate for the award. Whether it is the core of the plot or the popularity, it has a huge advantage over other movies. But Charlie Nowen's news does not match his memory. Because there were no Weinstein brothers behind the scenes of Brokeback Mountain in the previous life, could it be caused by the butterfly effect? However, no matter what, since the Weinstein brothers are preparing to do public relations for this movie, it means that the hope of Memoirs of a Geisha winning the best film is becoming increasingly slim, because both stories depict the tragedy of the times, and the island attribute of Memoirs of a Geisha is really at a disadvantage. However, Tangda does not intend to give up this award, or he is ready to adjust his thinking. Since it is difficult for Memoirs of a Geisha to win an award, he can change to another movie. For example, it is a low-budget movie, Crash. This movie premiered in Canada in 2004, and was released in the United States in 2005, and won the Best Picture in 2006. It can be said to be a very outstanding dark horse. Tangda used this movie to compete with the Weinstein brothers, and his chances of winning were undoubtedly greater. It would also have a good effect on the publicity of Bernays' company. Think about it, when 3 of the Oscar Best Picture movies are produced by a public relations company, what will others think? I guess Bernays' name will spread throughout Hollywood and to the foreign film industry. So it seems that I have to call Lionsgate. That's right, the distributor of Crash is Lionsgate Films again. Chapter 208 New Advertisement. Crash is Lionsgate's biggest hope for Oscars this year. Because this film not only discusses racial issues, but also uses multi-line narratives. It is well known that this complex storytelling method is more likely to win the favor of the Academy. Therefore, after Tangda called, Lionsgate quickly agreed to cooperate with him in public relations, and paid a public relations fee of $3 million. There are many public relations companies in Hollywood, but not many have achieved results. Miramax is already a very well-known public relations expert. So Charlie Nelwyn, who came out of it, also gained the trust of Lionsgate. At the same time, Memoirs of a Geisha also began to be released on a large scale, and the audience's reputation remained at around 8 points. Everyone agrees that this is an excellent tragedy of the times. It's just that many people don't like to watch tragedies, so this movie is a little bit of a hit but not a hit. But Tangda has already got everything he deserves, and even Spielberg has to pay an additional public relations fee. This was all agreed with him during the filming. After all, Tangda can't use his own money to do public relations for Memoirs of a Geisha. After Tangda returned to the company, Rachel's ex-boyfriend, Bond, came to the door. "Tang, we have found some information." The smile on his face was very humble, and he spoke carefully. "Sit down and talk." Tangda waved his hand, and the secretary immediately handed Bond a glass of water, then walked out and closed the door. "It's like this, Crown Creative is now negotiating with 3 companies, namely Procter & Gamble, Ford and Durex. Well, they're all big brands, really interesting. How are their progress?" Tangda crossed his legs and drank a sip of tea. Many times, the advertising industry relies on personal connections and sales. Sales representatives are the most important talents in this industry, because many times the creativity of 2 companies cannot be separated, but who can get the project depends entirely on whether the sales representative can get along well with the customer. In order to get more projects, Fernando's sales team has gradually become the largest in the company, but the manpower is limited, and many industries have not been done before, so there is no way to get in touch with those big companies. After hearing what Tangda said, Bond replied, "Rachel said that P&G has entered the quotation stage, while Ford and Durex are still in the creative stage." "Very good, you did a good job." Tangda clapped his hands. "I will ask Fernando to verify the news. If it can be confirmed, then your bank account will have a generous reward." "Thank you." Bond was a little nervous during this period, fearing that Tangda would make some excessive demands. But it turned out that Tangda was very cautious, even more cautious than Bond and Rachel. Even if he gave up some opportunities, he had to ensure that he could get the news safely. This made the 2 people feel more at ease. In addition, Tangda gave more remuneration, so the 2 were now accustomed to reporting to Tangda. After Bond left, Tangda immediately asked Fernando to verify the news. In the evening, he got a reply. It is indeed as Bond said. Ford has recently launched a new SUV. They are selecting advertising creatives, but they have not informed our company. The same is true for Durex. Since we have not done similar projects, we are not on their candidate list. As a veteran in the advertising industry, Fernando figured out the whole story in one afternoon. Tangda nodded. "Then can you convince them to let us join? In fact, I am curious why Crown Creative can join, but Supreme Creative cannot." Fernando spread his palms, "Because we don't have the background of Crown Creative's investors." "Oh, tell me in detail." Tangda still doesn't know where the confidence of Zyge's comeback comes from. "I also heard the news recently. I don't know if it is true, but I guess it's almost true." Fernando explained, "Crown Creative is actually a subsidiary of IPG." "IPG? IPG?" Tangda was a little confused. "No, The IPG we often talk about is an independent advertising company in New York, while IPG is the second largest advertising group in the United States, with McCann Erickson, Greyhound and many other advertising companies under its umbrella. Fernando shrugged. The two are not in the same order at all. I see, so Sig finally returned to IPG. Tangda laughed, making a pun. That's right, haha. Fernando also laughed. After the two finished laughing, they continued to talk about business. So, Tang, do you really want to intervene in these two companies? I can help the company get a bidding quota, but there are no creative designers in the relevant industry in the company. Can I win these two projects? Tangda nodded. Of course, although the company has no experience in this area, it doesn't mean that I don't have it. Wow, you want to go to the battlefield yourself? Fernando was a little surprised. That's right. Tangda flexed his wrists. He hasn't done creative work for a long time, but that doesn't mean he's unfamiliar with it. Anyway, there's not much work recently. Tangda simply picked up his old business and helped Supreme Creative to chew a few hard bones. He could also use the excuse of being busy with work to avoid invitations from those women. Since Jessica and Anne Hathaway met Carmela, they now acted like fiancés in front of Tangda, wishing to keep Tangda by their side. And Tangda had recently been having sex with them without taking any safety measures. Maybe one day, an unexpected little angel will come to him. But before that, he still had to make other preparations. Especially money and status, he must improve them as soon as possible to make himself an indispensable part of Hollywood capital. In addition to children, sufficient status can also keep women. 3 days later, Fernando dealt with the senior executives of Ford Motor and Durex, and Supreme Creative officially entered the advertising campaign. The news soon reached Sig's ears. He was sitting in a bright office at this time, next to Figs and Milton. The former was a former IPG sales representative, and the latter was a department head promoted by Sig in IPG. It's just that now the three of them have joined the IPG group and established Crown Creative. Next to them was Rachel, dressed like a secretary, standing beautifully beside the group. Even Milton couldn't help but take a few more glances at her when he saw her. You can go out. Sig waved his hand to let Rachel leave the office, and then said, Supreme Creativity has been very active recently. Yes, they persuaded Ford and Durex to join the competition. Figes looked at the information in his hand, but I'm curious how they knew about these two projects. Did someone secretly provide the information? Well, Sig shook his head. We didn't hide it, did we? It may not be from us, it may be from other companies. So what should we do? There hasn't been any useful information from Supreme Creativity recently. Figes continued to ask. Normal. After all, they have been robbed of many projects by us before. They should have noticed something. But it doesn't matter. We are not competing with only his company. Let's wait until they relax their vigilance for a while. Yet, after speaking, Sig looked at Milton. How are the creative preparations for Ford and Durex? It's ready. Ford's advertisement will focus on mountain experience, and Durex's advertisement will use the different perceptions of men and women about love as the creative ideas. Milton handed the two advertising plans to Sig. Sig shook his chin after reading it and thought the idea was very good. Okay, then follow this. This is the first time we have met Supreme Creative head-on since leaving IPG. I will lead the team myself. Understood. At the same time, Tangda was discussing advertising ideas with Jimmy. What ideas are you going to use? If you can't pass my test, you can't impress those picky clients. Jimmy has been in charge of Supreme Creative for more than a year, so his creative level has improved a lot compared to before. You look very confident. Tangda raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Of course. Jimmy waved his fist exaggeratedly. Everyone in the company calls me the creative testing machine. 80% of the creative ideas I pass were approved by the client. Okay, since you are so confident, then help me look at these two creative plans. Tangda handed over the folder on the desktop. No problem, Tangda. The first one, haha, Ford Motor. What they need is a picture advertisement plus an advertising slogan. Let me see what you wrote. Choose your way to jam the traffic. Jimmy frowned and paused for a while, then thought carefully about the meaning of the copy based on the hand-drawn picture of Tangda, and finally realized it after 30 seconds. So that's it. My God, Tangda, how did you think of this angle? Damn it, how can you still write advertising slogans so well? Jimmy was extremely surprised. He thought that after this period of time, he should have become more professional than Tangda, but he was still amazed by Tangda's advertisement. He looked at the picture and the advertising slogan and felt that this combination was seamless and would definitely impress those picky clients. Oh, I don't know what to say. Won't your inspiration run out? Tangda smiled, because they are always in my mind. Okay, let me see the next one. I don't believe you can handle Durex. Their ads are the most difficult. Durex's ads are indeed the highest level in the industry, because it not only requires playing with seasons and current events, but also requires metaphors for the products. They are not interested in the kind of straightforward ads, they only need more interesting and funny ads. This is also the reason why Durex's advertising partner is not often changed, because many companies really don't produce such high-level copywriting. But this time, they need an advertising film. Jimmy opened the folder, which contained a detailed advertising script. After spending 2 minutes reading it, Jimmy closed the folder and frowned. Why don't I understand it? He muttered, and after seeing Tangda's teasing expression, he opened the folder again and read it again. This time, he understood it. But his expression was even more surprised. Oh my god, Tangda, I guarantee that those clients will be stunned by your idea. It's so interesting, and this angle is so novel. Jimmy put down the folder convinced. It seems that we should be able to win these 2 clients this time. Don't talk big, Jimmy. Crown Creative is not a pushover. Tangda was not so optimistic. The presentation will start in 2 days. Help me get the cover and pictures. No problem, this is my specialty. Jimmy took the order and left, while Tangda leaned on the sofa and read the text message sent to him by Taylor Swift. Tang, I just returned to New York today, and I want to talk to you about some things about the album. Although he didn't know what Taylor was referring to, Tangda still agreed to meet in the restaurant. Because Taylor Swift's album has sold 1.5 million copies, it didn't take her more than a year to break the sales target set by Giorgio. This also means that Tangda will get 80% of the sales share. After deducting various expenses, Angel Declaration will receive a share of about $7.3 million. Of course, 45% of it will be given to Taylor Swift and the harmony, accompaniment, and production team. So Angel Declaration will finally get more than $3 million. It doesn't seem much, but this is only the sales of Taylor's first album in the first half of the year. Compared with the cost of $200,000, this sales volume can be said to be a well-deserved money-printing machine. It is conceivable that in the future, when Taylor Swift's music is released on streaming media, what kind of high copyright fees will be obtained. So Tangda can tolerate Taylor's temper and some small requests that are not excessive, such as having a meal together. But when he arrived at the appointment, he found that the girl was wearing cool clothes, a sling, and her outline was beginning to emerge. Taylor, so what do you want to talk to me about the album? Tangda sat next to her. Taylor replied with a smile in her eyes, I want to start writing the next album. So soon? Tangda raised his eyebrows. That's right. Taylor Swift shouted happily, I have thought of the name of the album, Fearless, how about it? It's a very good name. Tangda clapped his hands. As soon as I heard the name, I knew it would definitely sell well. Haha, really? Really, let me tell you a number, 10 million sales. Too exaggerated, Tang. Taylor covered her mouth. Tangda didn't say anything, just thinking that although the sales volume was exaggerated, it was really achieved. In 2011, Fearless had a total of 10 million sales worldwide and was certified as a 9-times platinum record by the Philippine Recording Industry Association. This is a much more explosive sales than the first album. By the way, I haven't celebrated your sales reaching 1 million. How about it? How does it feel to be a rich woman? Tangda picked up the wine glass and clinked it with her drink. Very good, never been so good. Taylor Swift said excitedly, I have planned to buy a new house for my family and a new car for my father. That sounds great. Tangda just said this and saw Taylor looking directly at him. And you, Tang, I have bought a gift for you. Chapter 209 Status Gap. You bought me a gift. Tangda looked at Taylor Swift curiously. Taylor took out a small box. Guess what I bought you? Looking at the size of the box, Tangda immediately thought of several things, so he said, tie? Or belt? No, neither, you guessed wrong. Taylor opened the box. Ding ding ding, it's a mobile phone. What appeared in front of Tangda was a new flip phone from Motorola. I see you haven't changed your phone for a long time. Taylor pointed to the Nokia on his desk. Tang had no interest in electronic products of this era, so he had never thought of changing his phone. Unexpectedly, Taylor noticed it. "Thank you." He picked up the phone and tried it. It was better than his one in terms of feel and appearance. "You're welcome, Tang. Just consider it as a gift if you are willing to sign me." Taylor smiled. Her appearance has gradually become mature, and between her frowns and smiles, the future Taylor Swift has already appeared. After accepting her gift, Tang had dinner with her and then drove her home. 2 days later, Tang and the Supreme Creative team appeared in the Ford Motor Company building. Their building is located in the suburbs, right next to their own factory, so it is extremely spacious. Walking in the corridor, you can hear the constant click-click echo of footsteps. Supreme Creative is the second company to present, and the first is Crown Creative. When Tang led Jimmy up the stairs, Crown Creative's Hig was leading his team down the stairs. The two parties met like this. "What an honor, look who this is." Tang. "A big Hollywood director," Hig said with a surprised look when he saw Tang, and then stretched out his hand. "I have also seen your movie. I hope you didn't give a bad review after watching it." Tang smiled and shook his hand. "Of course not. I like your movies very much, although I think Saw is bad, but that's because I don't like horror movies." Hig teased, and then said, "But why did you come to present in person? Is there no one else in Supreme Creative?" Hearing this, the team members behind Tang immediately frowned. "Oh, no." Tang shook his finger. "I was just invited by Ford to come and see their latest car, isn't it you?" Sig's face darkened. He didn't receive an invitation from Ford at all. He was just here as the creative director. Obviously, Tang's identity has distinguished him from himself. This made Sig feel very unhappy, but he could do nothing about it. Tang had just finished speaking when a senior executive of Ford appeared at the stairs. He was the top leader who confirmed the creative ideas for the advertisement today. However, he had a cold face when he was giving the speech, but now he put on a warm smile. "Oh, Tang, welcome to our car factory. My name is Laurent." He stepped forward and hugged Tang, then took Tang to the office without even looking at Sig and the others. "We are all very happy to hear that you are coming. In fact, we are considering this year's spokesperson. Are you interested?" "Of course, I like Ford's cars." Tang showed a professional fake smile and greeted the senior executives of Ford. The Supreme Creative team also followed the two people and walked away. Looking at Tang's back, Sig felt the feeling of being ignored for the first time. It was also the first time that he realized that there was a deep gap in status between him and Tang. Even if he did a good job in Crown Creative, or even squeezed out Supreme Creative, he could not affect Tang's status and wealth. This feeling of powerlessness made him very unwilling. But he had no choice. FXXK. So he cursed in a low voice and turned to go downstairs. At the same time, Tang and his team had entered the office with Ford executives. "Tang, I didn't expect Supreme Creative to be your company. If we had known earlier, we would definitely give you some preferential treatment." Laurent also heard about this for the first time. Although they seemed to have nothing to do with Tang, vehicle sponsorship often appeared in movies. It was well known that the movies produced by Tang's film company were very popular, so in order to cooperate with Tang in the future, Ford executives thought they should build a good relationship first. However, it was limited to expressing some goodwill. After all, Tang's status in Hollywood was not as high as Spielberg or Cameron. If he had reached that level, Supreme Creative would not have to make a presentation today, and Ford would have directly announced its cooperation with him. It doesn't matter. I think in the advertising industry, creativity is king. Tang picked up the champagne. "You can listen carefully. I believe you won't be disappointed." "That's great." Soon, they entered the advertising presentation session. The person in charge of the presentation today was Noe Mansour, the most powerful advertising creative planner of Supreme Creative. He stood in front of everyone and explained the creativity to everyone. "First, let's take a look at the cover." He reached out and lifted the cloth on the billboard, revealing a photo. On it was an unmarked SUV, its front facing the camera. From the mountains on both sides, it can be seen that it is driving in the mountains. But what was unusual was that the front of the SUV was full of sheep. These cute little guys blocked the road and made it difficult for the car to move. At first glance at this photo, Laurent felt that it seemed not to promote his own car, but to discredit his own car. After all, who likes traffic jams? This can't reflect the superior performance of this car in the mountains. But just when he frowned, Noi smiled and said, "Traffic jams are a pain point for many people. In the past, we thought that there would be traffic jams in cities, but in fact, there would be traffic jams in the wilderness. You will encounter sheep, cows, horses, etc. They will crowd on the road and block your car from moving forward." So, Laurent couldn't help but be puzzled. After asking, he apologized to Tangda with his eyes. Tangda took a sip of wine and remained calm. "Don't worry, although it doesn't look like a good promotion, it's because our advertising slogan has not appeared yet." After Noi finished speaking, he lifted the fabric of another billboard to reveal the text inside. "Choose your way of getting stuck in traffic." Laurent whispered this text, and then there was a moment of sudden realization, but it was still unclear. Noi began to interpret, "This picture and this slogan are to tell you that you can choose the way to deal with traffic jams. We hope to turn the pain point of traffic jams into yearning. The fun of off-roading is to encounter an unknown and interesting world. Only when there are bumps on the road can it be considered an experience." Smart. Laurent understood and became excited. The correct way to interpret this advertisement is actually to express that only by choosing a Ford SUV can you encounter animal traffic jams in the wilderness. This is undoubtedly a very interesting advertisement, and it also fully expresses the adventure attribute of Ford cars. Laurent was very satisfied. "Great idea." He applauded, and the others behind him also applauded. When the applause gradually died down, Laurent picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Tangda. "You are worthy of being Tang. I believe the board of directors will also be satisfied with this advertising idea. Then, wish us a happy cooperation in advance." Tangda smiled with determination. "Of course, happy cooperation." A week later, in the Durex presentation office, Tangda was also chatting and laughing with its senior executives. "Ha ha ha, Tang, your joke is so funny that I want to make it into an advertisement." Durex's senior executive Johansson laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Tangda just told a few dirty jokes from the future internet, and the person in charge was already interested. "This is just an appetizer, Johansson. You have to know that our advertising ideas are definitely better than jokes." Yes, hurry up, I can't wait." Johansson wiped the tears from his laughter and looked at Noi and the others. At this time, they had prepared the CD. Yes, they were going to play the advertising idea on TV. This was the initial version that took half a day to shoot. When everything was ready, Noi stepped aside and pressed the remote control. The first scene that came into view was in a family's living room. The perspective was a surveillance perspective, which looked a little strange. The mother was kneading dough on the dining table, and the next moment the child appeared, and it could be vaguely seen that he was holding some kind of remote control in his hand. Just when everyone was confused, the child pressed the switch, and the dough exploded instantly, scaring the mother. "So naughty." Johansson sighed, thinking of the two funny people in his family. In the next scene, the mother walked in from outside. Judging from her clothes, she should have just got off work. But when she closed the door, a child wearing a horror mask suddenly jumped out from the wall next to her. The mother was immediately frightened and screamed, and the child ran away after scaring people. Johansson vaguely realized the intention of this idea and fell into deep thought. After that, there were more prank clips, such as the dead mouse props on the table during family gatherings, such as using superglue on the father's buttocks when cleaning the yard, and pretending to be ghosts wandering around the house at night. The children in each bridge are gloating. They are never tired and unwilling to stop playing pranks. Every day, the house is in chaos. Until all the pranks are over, the Durex logo and products appear on the screen. "Wow. Ho ha, Tang, this is really a genius idea." Johansson was very satisfied, because this angle of advertising creativity has never appeared on the market. Starting from the perspective of naughty children, it is undoubtedly more frightening for those young couples, and then choose Durex. "I don't think I need to watch the following ads anymore." Johansson was very satisfied with this ad, and couldn't imagine how the following advertising companies would surpass them. "This is your power, Johansson. We are only responsible for providing creativity." Tangda waved his hand, and Noi and the others began to put the TV back to its original position. To be honest, if I were watching it alone, I would really ask other advertising companies to leave. Johansson shrugged, "But I'm working at Durex now, but I think it should be okay. Thank you for your recognition." Tangda shook hands with him, and then exchanged pleasantries for a while before leading the supreme creative people out of the office. As soon as he went out, He ran into Hig and the others again. New York is really small, isn't it? Tangda came to Hig, looked at the people behind him and said, in the future, Noi will fully represent me in major companies. Come, say hello to the president of Crown Creative. Hello, just call me Mansur. Noi spoke to Hig politely. But Hig looked at his expression and felt awkward no matter how he looked at it. But he couldn't lose his manners. Hello, oh, Milton will also represent me in the future, you two young people should get to know each other. Hearing this, Milton immediately stepped forward and shook hands with Noi. Tangda stood aside, looking at Sig's expression with a little teasing. Okay, then we will leave first. Sorry, I delayed you for half an hour. After Tangda finished speaking, everyone from Supreme Creative followed him and left. Sig turned his head to look at his figure, and the feeling of powerlessness became stronger. Because he knew that he might only see Tangda on TV in the future. Let's go, it's our turn to present. Although Sig tried hard to adjust to his state, they were obviously a little unbalanced after seeing Tangda. In the end, Crown Creative only stayed in the office for 15 minutes. Not long after, when the post-production progress of 50 Shades of Grey was halfway through, Tangda heard Jimmy's good news in the editing room. Tang, Ford and Durex have chosen us. Jimmy was surprised and said, you must be possessed by the goddess of victory. You can succeed every time you make a move. Maybe, I just see more than others. One more thing. The New York Advertising Awards are being selected recently. I have already reported the Ford advertisement for you. New York Advertising Awards. Tangda knew that this was an old advertising award and was still very popular all over the world. Supreme Creative's advertisements have won many awards, but the New York Advertising Awards are held once a year and they have not won it yet. For advertising companies, these awards are very important because they represent the company's strength and are also an important factor for customers to choose to cooperate. I hope we can win the award. We were not selected last year. After discussing the award, Tangda told Jimmy about Rachel and Bond. All our unwanted customers, or customers who we feel are not good after cooperation, can be passed to Crown Creative through Bond. Wow, Tang, you are going to make Crown Creative a scapegoat. Since starting a business with Tangda, Jimmy has learned a lot of interesting words. That's right, since they want to know our secrets so much, why not help them? Okay, I got it, I'll fill them with junk clients. After hanging up the phone, Tangda returned to the editing table. 50 Shades of Grey will soon be released to the audience, and it's time to promote it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, Film Festival Day. The publicity of 50 Shades of Grey has filled Judy's eyes in just 1 week, from newspapers to TV stations. The release date of the film was announced in advance, on the day of the 2006 film. All fans are looking forward to it and can't wait to see the film. Although it is still a long way from the release, Norton Eye has also released a promotional video of the film. Judy is standing next to the video store at the moment, watching the TV screen in the window with her friends. The beginning is the scene of the heroine meeting the hero. When the two met on the street, the long eye contact immediately made Judy and the others excited. So handsome. Yes, Alan is so handsome. The hero wore a white shirt with a dark suit. His slender body line not only made the heroine on the screen drool, but also the girls outside the screen drool. Mirren and the boyfriends of other girls not far away only focused on the heroine Leighton. Look, she has such a hot body. Wow, this suit is great, but my girlfriend's breasts are too small. Otherwise I could buy her a set of the same style. Haha, if you don't mind, you can ask her to pat it. Mirren was listening to these people talking about things between men and women next to them, and his face turned red for a while. His relationship with Judy has returned to normal, although he paid a lot for it. But at least Judy forgave him. But he couldn't help feeling jealous when he saw his girlfriend and others envying the male protagonist on TV. Fortunately, the promotional video was exciting enough, and Judy and the others didn't even bother to look back at their boyfriends. In the picture, after the male and female protagonists met, a series of bed scenes flashed by quickly. The girls covered their mouths and were teased by those scenes. Look, abs. Oh my god, I want to touch them. Doesn't your boyfriend have abs? Touch his. He does, although it's a whole piece, But to be honest, he's pretty good in bed, much better than my previous boyfriends who worked out. Really? Is there any technique? You should go and experience this yourself. Ha ha ha, you slut. Judy was also embarrassed by her companion's words. Fortunately, no one noticed her expression. After the intense sex scene between the man and woman each experienced some troubles from rumors and gossip, and also experienced inner torment. The heroine seemed to have awakened, and slowly, she began to try to take control of the SM. When she successfully blindfolded the hero and tied him up, she said, "This is not just your right." The girls screamed immediately and thought it was very handsome. The next moment, the scene ended, and the subtitles of the release date and actors appeared. Great! I want to go and see it. I want to see 2. I want to see 3, and I'll buy a CD. The girls were very satisfied with the love scenes shown in the trailer. Both the shots and the ambiguous expressions were just right, satisfying their fantasies when reading the book. There were even some famous scenes from the book, which was the greatest blessing for book fans. So after watching the trailer, they immediately began to promote the movie to others. And many companies, after seeing the release date, also avoided the date for their movies and chose to release them before or after it. Although in the eyes of many people, 50 Shades of Grey is just an R-rated movie and should not have too outrageous box office performance. But the Capitol can also see the enthusiasm of those female fans. They even use the slogans in the 50 Shades of Grey trailer when they hold parades. Sex is not only a man's right, but also a woman's right. This undoubtedly proves the influence of 50 Shades of Grey, even if it is not a popular movie. However, the promotion of the movie is not what Tang cares about. He cares more about his photography exhibition. That's right, the photography exhibition is about to start. Since Tang announced that the photo exhibition was a charity, many celebrities have called and asked to help children in poor areas. So Tang quickly collected the number of photos required for the photo exhibition and sent them to the Gladstone Gallery for framing. At the same time, the news of the photo exhibition was also spread to the ears of collectors through channels within the industry. In the office of The Hollywood Reporter, reporter Berger was discussing the next topic with his partner Carol. "I think we can follow up on Brokeback Mountain, especially those male actors. I don't think they are acting," Carol joked while looking at the stills of the movie. Berger laughed. "Come on, even if Heath Ledger and Jake Gyllenhaal are really together, they are still Hollywood acting schools. At most they have a title in front of them. Compared with the scandals of 1 or 2 stars, I am more concerned about this now." As he said, he handed over the newspaper in his hand. "A photo exhibition with the theme of Aphrodite, the embodiment of desire." Carol asked in confusion, "I remember this is Tang's photo exhibition. Is there anything special about it?" "There are many special things," Berger explained. "First of all, the content of the photo exhibition is about the human body, and the people photographed are all celebrities." "You mean those big stars are naked under Tang's lens? This is really unique. No wonder you are interested in it." "Not only that," Berger spread his hands, "secondly, it is a charity photo exhibition. On the first day, there will be an auction. If nothing goes wrong, there will be many people who are not usually seen in the photo exhibition. For example," Carol also raised his curiosity. "For example, the president of Amazon, the executives of Goldman Sachs and Morgan, and the head of Sony in the United States, they will all appear in this photo exhibition." "Really? How do you know so much?" Carol was a little surprised. Berger shrugged, "Because I've been following it, and I have friends in the gallery where the photo exhibition is held." "No wonder, with Capitol in Hollywood, there must be a lot of people attending the photo exhibition that day." "That's right." Berger took out an invitation letter. "I asked my friend to get it. This photo exhibition will be private, and the guest list will not be announced to the public. If we can get the information firsthand, then new reports will naturally appear. You are worthy of being our ace reporter." Carol was happy. "I didn't expect to get the invitation letter." But Berger was very distressed and said, "I paid $500 for this, FXXK. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Berger, I won't pay you. Get out, Carol." Berger cursed angrily, then picked up the camera. "Get ready, the photo exhibition will start soon." 2 weeks later, Aphrodite, the embodiment of desire was held as scheduled at the Gladstone Gallery. That afternoon, luxury cars and sports cars appeared in the parking lot of the gallery one after another. Because Tangda did not invite the media to participate in the film festival, and today was not the announced opening date of the film festival, it was very quiet outside the gallery, and there was no one there. Except for Berger and Carol. The two sat in the car, holding long guns and short guns, pointing at the entrance of the gallery. Soon, they saw a familiar face. It's Leonardo and his girlfriend Bunchen. Don greeted them at the door, and they seemed to have a very good relationship. Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt, and Don greeted them personally. It seems that the charity fund for this film festival was established by Angelina Jolie. Spielberg, he admired Tangda very much before, and even gave him memoirs of a geisha to shoot. Sure enough, he also came to the film festival. Oh, look who this is. Quentin, he has rarely appeared recently. I heard that he is preparing a new movie. And this one, Clint Eastwood. He is here too. Is he familiar with Tangda? Why did he come to show his support? There are so many stars, FXXK, Carol, look. It's Cameron. Kenner pointed the camera at the white-haired middle-aged man. He just announced a filming of Avatar recently. I didn't expect that he would have time to attend Tangda's film festival. Tangda is really popular. So many stars are here. It's almost on the same level as the Metropolitan Fashion Festival. Berger shook his head. There are far more than these people. Look, Prada's chief designer Miuxa is here too. People from the fashion industry. Kennel shook his chin. They had a good relationship with Tangda before, so it's not surprising. Yet, but look at those guys we don't know. They can also join this charity film exhibition. I guess they are either collectors or their agents. The two of them filmed for more than 10 minutes, and suddenly saw a car coming and stopped at the door of the gallery. A big guy has appeared. With the keenness of a reporter, Berger immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere. He zoomed in the lens and then froze in front of the car. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a blurry figure of a man walked into the gallery accompanied by a security guard. Although there were only a few shots, Berger still sensed his identity from the man's physical features. God, it's Antonio Villaraigosa, the new mayor of Los Angeles. Kennel was also surprised. He didn't expect that a small photography exhibition would attract politicians. No wonder Tangda refused to disclose the date. If reporters knew that the mayor of Los Angeles would appear in the gallery, they would have squeezed through the door. At the same time, Tangda also met with the mayor of Los Angeles accompanied by Angelina Jolie. To be honest, he was also very surprised when he learned that the mayor was coming to the film festival. However, the political arena in the United States is more open. The mayor of Los Angeles appeared here just to express his concern for poor children. So he will not stay for long. But it is also a face-saving thing for the film festival to have the endorsement of politicians. After seeing Tangda's energy, those stars also developed a better impression of him. So when Tangda stood on the stage, everyone focused their attention on him. I'm honored that you all can come to this photo exhibition I organized. To be honest, I originally only planned to hold a small photo exhibition and invite some friends from Hollywood, fashion circles and investment circles. Everyone should give a little love to children in poor areas to the best of their ability. That's all I wanted. I just didn't expect that everyone was so concerned about the lives of those children. Many people did not charge any money and accepted my photo shooting just to let the children have an extra meal. Tangda bowed slightly. Thank you very much. Wow. Applause rang out. Tangda raised his body and continued when the applause faded, especially the appearance of Mr. Villaraigosa. It really brought us a big surprise. I believe that if the people of Los Angeles know about this, they will also feel proud that they have such a generous mayor. Wow. Everyone applauded again, and at the same time saluted the mayor of Los Angeles with their eyes. So, I would like to invite Mr. Villaraigosa to come on stage and say a few words briefly for our charity. Are you willing? Wow. In the applause, Antonio Villaraigosa nodded, walked to the front of the stage, and picked up the microphone. Tangda came to Cameron. He was invited by Jessica. Clint Eastwood was similar to him. He was invited by Anne Hathaway. Sofia Coppola was invited by Scarlett. Tangda's women have made a lot of efforts for this film festival. But he deliberately picked an unfortunate time so that these women could not attend the photo exhibition. Only Jessica Alba was present. Listening to the mayor's speech, Cameron looked at the photos on the wall absent-mindedly. When he saw the human body photos that were reflected by the lights into lines, he said to Tangda with interest, "Very creative, I like your control of the lights. Thank you for your recognition." Tangda replied modestly. In which direction do you think the next step of film technology will be? Cameron asked a question. At this moment, he was like a scientific researcher, paying more attention to the technical progress of the film than the specific content. Tang recalled the development of later generations and said, I think the first is the improvement of picture specifications and viewing methods, such as 3D movies. This is also the direction I am working on. I think this technology has not been well utilized. In fact, I have achieved a leap forward in the laboratory, which is really shocking. 3D movie technology was born very early, and it had its prototype in 1848. It was just because of the special viewing environment and high shooting costs that it did not cause much response. And it was Cameron's avatar that really made 3D movies officially become a world trend. After hearing his words, Tang felt that he seemed to be able to plan 3D movies in advance. After the great success of Avatar, 3D movies emerged like mushrooms after rain. Many movies made a lot of money with this gimmick. Tang can completely seize the opportunity and take the first share. Tisk, how about 50 Shades of Grey 3D version? The name alone can make many fans scream. Just thinking of this, the mayor's speech suddenly stopped, and applause rang out at the scene. Chapter 211 Looking for Investment. When Berger finished the security check and walked in from the door, he saw that the mayor had finished his speech and was talking about something surrounded by people. He picked up the wine glass handed by the waiter, slowly squeezed into the crowd, and listened for a while. It turned out that they were still talking about children in poor areas, and there was no explosive point at all. So after waiting for a while, Berger left the mayor. Anyway, as long as there was a photo of the mayor, the news would be very successful. Then he pretended to watch a photo exhibition, got close to the stars, and listened to their gossip. It must be said that this trick was very useful. In just a few minutes, he heard some news that Hollywood had not been exposed. He was very excited and felt that he had entered a treasure trove. At this moment, he suddenly saw Tang. Standing next to Tang was a man in a suit and leather shoes. Berger felt a little familiar. He took a closer look and finally recognized that this was the North American head of Sony Pictures, Howard Stringer. This was a rare Hollywood executive. Berger instantly smelled the smell of news and walked forward. But not long after he approached, he suddenly saw Tang calling security personnel. He was stunned for a moment, and turned around to look at the photos. Unfortunately, his disguise had already been seen through. The next moment, the security guards rushed over and held him down under Tang's instructions. Hey, what are you doing? Sir, we think there is something wrong with your invitation letter. Please come over here with us. How could there be a problem? Berger was a little flustered, but his resistance did not stop the security guards. Instead, two people directly pressed his arms and took him away from the photography exhibition. Watching Berger leave, Howard Stringer retracted his gaze and looked at Tang. So you are interested in United Artists? Of course, Mr. Stringer. Tang nodded. Everyone has seen the operating status of United Artists in recent years. To be honest, although it was once glorious, it is no longer a good asset now. Howard Stringer did not answer, but he quite agreed with Tang's opinion in his heart. As the first foreign CEO of Sony Pictures, Howard Stringer led the acquisition of Columbia and MGM, and has successfully made Sony Pictures a veritable entertainment giant. In his opinion, now is a good time to get rid of some negative assets. United Artists has been on the sale list for a long time, but because of its famous history and high price, no one is interested. It was not until 2 months ago that a star approached MGM and tried to acquire it. Yes, it was Tom Cruise. He was also here today, chatting with Julia about the girl in the photo. But even so, its name is still loud, isn't it? Howard Stringer smiled. If Norton I announced this news, it might become a new generation of Hollywood giant. Haha, Mr. Stringer is really a joker. Tang laughed. Norton I is just a small budget film production company, not a so-called giant. Giants all started from small companies. Howard Stringer stopped the topic. Okay, let's talk about this matter during working hours. I'm more curious about what you have photographed now. Please, Mr. Stringer, let me explain it to you. After the two walked around the photography exhibition, Howard Stringer went to chat with other collectors. With his status, celebrities can no longer talk to him face to face. The only one who can talk to him is Jeff Bezos, who is also a capitalist. In fact, his participation today was also beyond Tang's expectation. It can only be said that this wave of publicity has indeed touched many people who care about charity. Fortunately, Tang's intention to acquire the company had been conveyed to him. Now, the more important thing was to find people who were willing to invest. For example, investors from Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. However, when the photography exhibition was on the eve of the auction in the afternoon, he still had not reached an agreement with any investor, and sometimes he could not even continue the topic. Tang to hide a wall for the first time. But this was normal. These elite investors were more willing to spend money on high-tech listed companies rather than on physical enterprises. Tang to talked to several people, and their first question was, "Are you listed?" Obviously, listed companies can guarantee and bring them the greatest benefits. After all, only when the stock price rises can the profits be realized. After the auction started, Tang did not continue to look for investors. He sat at the table and watched the invited Christie's auctioneer explain his work with others. With the sound of placards, he glanced around and suddenly found Tom Cruise talking to a middle-aged man. "Who is he?" Tang asked the secretary beside him. After the secretary went to communicate, he learned that his name was Paula Wagner. Tang narrowed his eyes, and suddenly realized that his previous thinking was too limited. Obviously, the biggest sponsor was right in front of him. Why did he go to those investors who were not interested in Hollywood? Not to mention that Paula Wagner had a good relationship with Tom Cruise. In business, making money was the most important thing. So after the auction, Tang stopped in front of Paula Wagner, the future executive of United Artists. "Hello, Mr. Wagner." "Hello, Tang. I'm very happy to participate in your photography exhibition. I also bought a set of photos of Angelina, which were really great." Paula Wagner was an obese man with a short flat head. His clothes were stretched so wide that he could only button up to the third button from the bottom. After seeing Tang, he happily shook hands with him. From the outside, Tang didn't look like a wealthy man. Only the Rolex watch showed his identity. "It's great to be liked by you." Tang exchanged a few simple pleasantries and smiled. "I wonder what business you are in." "Business?" Paula Wagner shrugged. "I'm doing investment business for my family." "Investment? Silicon Valley or Wall Street?" Tang pretended to be curious. "Both." "What about Hollywood?" Paula Wagner nodded. "Of course, Tang. I'm very interested in Hollywood, otherwise I wouldn't come to this photography exhibition." "I see. In fact, I'm also in a dilemma about investment now." "Really?" "I've learned about your company. The publicity of 50 Shades of Grey is everywhere. It will be released soon. The box office must be very good. Are you still short of money?" Paula Wagner entered the Hollywood market after a lot of research. He has learned about many companies, including Tang's. Of course not the Eye of Norton. Tang waved his hand. "I just finished talking with Howard Stringer." "What did you talk about?" When she heard the name of Howard Stringer, Paula Wagner immediately thought of MGM, and then United Artists. "Regarding United Artists, I am actually very interested in it." Tang smiled and stated his purpose. Paula Wagner frowned. "You want to acquire United Artists?" "Of course, it is a company with a very long history and special significance. I think if I can successfully acquire it, it will play a very good role in my career. But that's a lot of money." Paula Wagner tried to get some words. But Tang deliberately said so much. He echoed, "Yes, Mr. Wagner, and I have competitors." "Competitors? Who?" "I don't know, but I sense the existence of at least 3 opponents from Stringer's words." Tang exaggerated the number, which immediately made Paula Wagner alert. So I need to find another investor to ensure that I can successfully take over United Artists. What do you think, Mr. Wagner? Are you interested?" Paula Wagner thought for a moment. "I am very interested, but tell me more specifically, such as how are you going to ensure profitability after the acquisition?" "Profit? That's really simple." Tang explained. "First of all, the distribution and DVD business of Norton's I can be handed over to United Artists. Secondly, I invest in many movies every year, such as the Saw series. And I still have a lot of great scripts in my hands, and I plan to make 50 Shades of Grey into a series. Making money is actually not a difficult problem. The key is to make a lot of money." Tang said mysteriously, "I have noticed the new trend in the film industry. It is a vast blue ocean. As long as you invest in it, you can reap amazing returns. But few people take this path, so once we have United Artists and have the distribution rights, I can let go." "Blue ocean?" Paula Wagner was puzzled by the term. "Yes, this is an adjective. When an industry is full of competitors, I call it a red ocean. When an industry is empty, I call it a blue ocean. But it is impossible for an industry to be created without competition. Paula Wagner questioned. No, Mr. Wagner. Tang answered confidently. For example, after the invention of color film was a blue ocean, but there were too few people who dared to try it. That's right. Paula Wagner was very curious. He also wanted to know what the blue ocean was that Tang was talking about, but it was obvious that Tang would not tell him about the opportunity to make money. So do you want to consider it? I have to rush to chat with the next investor. Tang did not continue to speak, but left a business card and left. Although it was just a brief conversation, Tang had already figured out Paula Wagner's background. He was just a person who was looking for investment directions for the family, or he was a descendant blessed by the family. His investment expertise was not high. But this also explains why he chose to cooperate with Tom Cruise. The key factor must be Tom Cruise's fame. Stupid and rich, this is how Don defines Paula Wagner. So if he can be pulled away from Tom Cruise, the acquisition of United Artists will be solved. After that, Don has been dealing with various investors. Some people have expressed interest in his acquisition, but if they want to communicate further, they can't do it at the photo exhibition. When the time came to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the photo exhibition ended. Don took the stage again. I must thank everyone on behalf of the children in poor areas. This time we raised a total of $3.28 million. A small part of it will be used as the cost of opening the exhibition, and the vast majority will be turned into food and clothing after the end of the film exhibition to be sent to all parts of the world to rescue those children who are affected by disasters and starving. Thank you again. Thank you for your generosity. Wow. Applause rang out. At the same time, Berge outside the gallery leaned in the car and continued to shoot at the door with his long gun and short gun. FXXK. If I had known, I would not have gone near Tang. He is still upset about being kicked out. Yet, $500 only let you hear a few ordinary news. Kennel tutted his mouth twice, expressing regret. Damn, they even used the human wall. Berger put down his camera angrily. At this time, a human wall had been formed outside the gallery by security guards. Those people in the investment community and some people who did not want to show up left under the cover of the human wall. After the human wall dispersed, Berger only saw the stars leaving. Just wait, Kennel, I will release the news tomorrow. Tang and Stringer must have some important transactions going on, let me expose them. In order to avenge Tang for kicking him out, Berger decided to expose the transaction between the two parties in advance. But do you know what the transaction is? Kennel asked. I don't know, but I can guess. Berger took out a pen and a notebook. Sony has made a lot of moves recently, but they are basically selling off some businesses and companies. So we can assume that Tang got in touch with Stringer just for this matter. Then Tang's goal must be in the film and television industry, such as Hollywood theaters, distribution, production and film sources. But film sources are the soul of a company, and Stringer can't sell them. Considering that Tang currently owns a production company, he may need to buy a company with distribution rights. That makes sense. Continue. Kennel folded his hands in front of his chest and listened with relish. Then since we have these two judgments, we only need to investigate the companies with distribution rights in Sony's business. In fact, there is no need to investigate. Columbia and MGM are the only two companies. Kennel shook his head, but I don't think Sony will sell it. Yes. Berger frowned. Why do I feel like we have forgotten something? The two thought for a while, then looked at each other at the same time and said in unison, United Artists. Yes, it is United Artists. Berger confirmed, MGM acquired United Artists, and now Sony wants to sell United Artists. Tang is one of the buyers. Wow. It seems that we have guessed the answer, although we don't know whether it is true or not. Does it matter whether it is true or not? Berger laughed. It doesn't matter at all. Chapter 212 Cooperation confirmed. The day before the photography exhibition officially opened, the latest issue of The Hollywood Reporter suddenly released a piece of news that shocked Hollywood film companies. United Artists is about to be sold, and the buyer is unexpected. The report described in detail a private meeting between Tang and Howard Stringer, the head of Sony North America. Berger fully exerted the subjective initiative of a journalist and made his imagination specific. Although he had been using a speculative perspective, his words on paper were more like a foregone conclusion. This undoubtedly made many film companies feel threatened by Tang. His Norton Eye has been making crazy profits since its inception, and it is still a large-scale and high-multiple profit. Compared with its low cost, many film companies are so jealous that they can hang it at the intersection as a red light. You have to know that big film companies like Universal and Sony, although a blockbuster makes a profit of several hundred million, its cost is also very high. It also has to spread all the losses of the year. In fact, the net profit is several times lower than the total box office. Therefore, the momentum and money-making efficiency of Norton Eye are envied even by big companies. They thought Norton Eye was going to take the boutique route and become a small Lionsgate. But now it was revealed that they were going to acquire United Artists, and it looked like they were going to develop into a large film company. This undoubtedly affected the cake of many film companies. They would rather sell United Artists to some mediocre people, or to film production companies of the same size, and they were unwilling to let companies like Norton Eye complete the acquisition and develop along the way. But there was not much interference they could do. The most effective thing was undoubtedly to make an offer to Sony and raise the price of United Artists. Therefore, in just 3 days, Sony Pictures received offers from several companies, including Lionsgate. But Tang didn't feel a headache about this news, because this news helped him to facilitate the biggest cooperation since the establishment of Norton Eye. Paula Wagner took the initiative to find Tang. Tang, I want to know your plan after the acquisition of United Artists, okay? Although Paula Wagner said that she just wanted to understand, everyone knew that when he sat here, he had actually made up his mind. Of course, no problem. Tang nodded and explained his operating strategy in detail to him. First of all, I think profitability is the most important thing. He handed over several professional investigation reports to Paula Wagner. The biggest problem of United Artists now is that it is just an empty shell, with no movies, no TV, nothing. It has nothing except making some money from selling some old movies. Tang said, but this does not mean it is not good. In my opinion, it has more investment value than its parent company MGM. Why? Paula Wagner was puzzled. Because it has no debt. Tang laughed. MGM has more than 10 billion in debt. Its future fate can only be sold to a big company. Everything they are doing now is just a dying struggle. Bankruptcy is just a matter of time. So a shell company like United Artists with complete production and distribution channels is our best choice. But how can you guarantee that you can make a profit after the acquisition? You know, the annual cost is tens of millions of dollars. Tang shrugged. Of course it's because I have movies in my hands. Saw plus 50 Shades of Grey, 2 series, can ensure that United Artists breaks even. Saw is indeed good, but 50 Shades of Grey, this movie should not be able to be filmed every year. Paula Wagner asked. That's right. 50 Shades of Grey is adapted from a novel after all. The original author hasn't written the next few parts yet, so naturally it can't be filmed. Tang spread his hands, but I'm very optimistic about its profitability, especially the disc business. Whether it's Saw or 50 Shades of Grey, the real money-making part for them is the disc. For this reason, I have planned to launch several different versions. What do you mean? For example, the director's cut version, or the uncut version. Tang smiled, and that smile was like a goblin who picked up a gold coin. What? Paula Wagner was shocked. It was the first time he heard of such a shameless way of making money. Just by changing the name and a few pictures, he could relaunch the disc and make another fortune from fans. This is simply extortion. But after thinking about it carefully, Paula Wagner felt that this was indeed a good method that could effectively squeeze out all potential audiences of a movie. Thinking of this, he raised his head. What's next? Then there are movies. I think in the first 2 years, United Artists should focus on film festivals to dig out movies with box office potential. That's difficult. Paula Wagner shrugged. There are so many low-budget movies at the film festival every year, and no one dares to say that they can definitely pick a hit. This thing is like gambling on stones. Maybe hundreds of consecutive bets are all waste stones, or the first one will win the jackpot. So regular film companies will only treat these movies as a supplement, not the main course. But Tang is very confident. The movies of Norton Eye are all picked out by me from those rubbish. As for the vision of choosing movies, I can promise that I will never lose money. Yet, although Paula Wagner was more convinced by Tang's statement, he felt that it was still not enough. Apart from these, even if some meager profits were achieved in the past 2 years, what about after that? Is the company going to rely on small movies to develop? Tangda smiled mysteriously. Of course not. In fact, I haven't said anything that is really valuable. But before that, I would like to ask you what you think. Mine. Yes, you and Tom Cruise should be planning to jointly acquire United Artists, right? Paula Wagner was silent for a few seconds. Yes, you are well informed. That's not hard to see, so why did you choose him? On the one hand, it's because we have a good relationship. On the other hand, if United Artists wants to develop, it needs to shoot Hollywood blockbusters. Tom is a very good and famous actor. He will use his fame to help United Artists overcome difficulties. Hearing this, Tangda shook his head. I don't think so. In the puzzled eyes of Paula Wagner, he explained, although Cruise has unparalleled appeal, the movies that made him successful are not in United Artists. The Mission Impossible series is in the hands of Paramount. Excuse me, apart from this series, Cruise's box office performance is not stable. This fully demonstrates that a good story is the key reason for the audience to buy tickets. Paying for actors is only a minority behavior. And if the movie itself is bad, the actor's box office reputation will also plummet. So what United Artists needs is a hit series, not an actor. After saying this, Tangda picked up the cup and drank a sip of tea, looking at Paula Wagner and thinking quietly. Paula Wagner also drank a sip of water, and then said, "You are right, but series movies are very difficult and not so easy to shoot. If it is a traditional series movie, of course it is difficult to shoot, but if it is a movie using new technology, the difficulty becomes very simple." New technology. You should have heard of Cameron's new movie. Avatar, right? Yes, he used 3D movie technology, which is not a new technology, but it has never played its true brilliance. Paula Wagner frowned, but how can a technology alone attract audiences to enter the theater? Of course. Tangda handed him the red and green glasses he had prepared in advance, and then turned on the TV and played a special video. This is a relatively old way of watching 3D movies. Tangda explained to Paula Wagner, it is achieved by superimposing red and cyan on a strip of film, and then using glasses to achieve the 3D effect. Well, although I can see clearly, the experience is not very good. After trying it out, Paula Wagner felt a little tired in the eyes. Yes, this is one of the reasons why 3D movies have not been developed before. Tangda threw the glasses into the trash can and took out a new pair of glasses from behind, but now there is a brand new technology, polarization technology, which does not require red and cyan eyes. Wearing it is no different from normal glasses, and the effect is better than color technology. Paula Wagner took the glasses and put them on with interest. Tangda played another special video. This time, his expression was obviously shocked. The darts thrown by the actors in the picture seemed to really hit his face. The immersive sense of substitution even made him start to dodge left and right. After he finished watching, Tangda smiled and said, "Look, this is the new change brought about by the new technology. Although it is not very mature now, the effect is already amazing." "Yes, it's really amazing." Paula Wagner exclaimed, "Is this technology already in use?" "No, because other people have not yet realized the importance of new technology." "But isn't Avatar using it?" "But the progress of Avatar is very slow, isn't it? It will take at least 3 years for this movie." "So?" Paula Wagner said in surprise, "You're going to release it before Avatar?" "Yes, that's right. This is the new series of movies I want to create. For the 3D series of movies, the quality of the script just needs to be up to standard. As long as the visual effects are good enough, the audience will buy it. Indeed, I believe those young people will like this kind of movie." Paula Wagner is not a fool either. He immediately realized the unique potential of this 3D technology. It seems that United Artists does have a chance to turn things around. He happily hugged Tangda and said, "Tang, I must say that coming here today is the best decision I have made recently. Let's talk about the contract." After confirming the cooperation, the specific terms and conditions were immediately negotiated. But even though Paula Wagner realized that Tom Cruise was not as good as Tangda, he did not intend to give up on this friend. He suggested that Tom Cruise take a part of the shares in the new United Artists and serve as CEO. Tangda thought about it and did not refuse, because letting Tom Cruise stand in front of the stage would also be beneficial to the company's reputation and development. And he did not want to be too prominent and focus all attention on himself. So he and Paula Wagner quickly agreed on the cooperation. It was tentatively decided that Norton I would invest $100 million, Paula Wagner would invest $500 million, and Tom Cruise would invest $30 million. According to the professional estimate of Paula Wagner's team, the acquisition price of United Artists should be around $600 million. Even if those big companies submitted some bids, it would not be possible to exceed this number. After all, everyone was just making trouble and joining in the fun, not really wanting to acquire. And Sony was not the ultimate leader of this acquisition, but MGM, because they would be able to get the $600 million to ease the debt problem. So they were more eager than Sony. After Paula Wagner left the company, Tang looked at the polarized glasses in his hand and raised his mouth. In fact, he lied. Although polarized 3D technology has indeed appeared now, the cost is very high. A 20-second picture cost him $100,000. If it is a formal movie shooting, it can be said that every second is burning dollars crazily. This is also the real reason why most film companies are deterred from this. However, Tang's idea of creating a 3D series of movies is also true, but it is impossible to realize it in the near future. At least it will have to wait until the second half of 2007. Because by then Avatar has entered the post-production stage, he can pick up a ready-made production team to create a 3D movie. As for the content of the script, Tang thinks John Wick is a good choice, simple, direct, adrenaline-stimulating, and with various animations. It also meets the requirements of a series of movies. But this is just a temporary consideration. If there is a more suitable one in the future, Tang will make timely adjustments. While Paula Wagner was negotiating with MGM, Tang's photography exhibition also ushered in the official visit day. A large number of media and citizens bought tickets and went to the gallery. Pucci and Madden were no exception. "Man, you are really strange. You usually like to sleep in, but you got up so early today." Madden looked at his watch and yawned. "It's only 7 o'clock now, and there is still more than an hour before the film festival starts." Madden was going to sleep until 8:30, but Pucci ran to his house and woke him up. Of course. Pucci, wearing glasses, walked forward with a military pace. "I want to be the first man to see the nude photos of female stars." "No wonder." Madden slapped his forehead. "You should apply for the security guard of the gallery, so that you can see the photos of female stars every day." "Oh!" Pucci shouted, "You are a genius. Why didn't I think of this method?" Madden shrugged. "It's useless, man, you are not tall enough. Are you going to hit other people's ankles with a security baton?" "Fskyow." "Madden." Pucci stretched out his middle finger and cursed viciously. After getting off the bus, they walked for a while and arrived at the door of the gallery. Chapter 213 Exhibition Trend. Madden and Pucci waited in line for 15 minutes before they successfully entered the photography exhibition. However, unlike the young people like them who were dressed simply, most of the people who came to the photography exhibition were men and women over 30 years old, and there were also old men in their 60s and 70s. These white-haired old men seemed to know a lot about photography. They commented on the photos while taking pictures with their cameras. As soon as Pucci came in, he went straight to the point. "Look! It's Angelina Jolie. My God!" he exclaimed in a low voice, and then looked up at the content of the photo. In the photo, there was a soft black curtain. Angelina Jolie was lying naked on her side in the curtain, wrapped up by the curtain, covering her key parts, leaving only a soft body with S-shaped smooth lines. "So beautiful." Madden sighed, staring at her. Although she didn't have Angelina Jolie's iconic curves, just looking at her figure and wheat-colored skin against the light, it felt worth the price of the ticket. But Pucci was a little angry. "Why don't you show it? Damn it, I want to see the headlights." "Young man, art is implicit beauty." A white-haired old man in a suit and tie next to him suddenly said, "Don't just focus on those vulgar things." "You are right." Madden nodded. Pucci snorted coldly, "I bought a ticket to see the headlights, otherwise why would I spend so much money?" "Hey, the headlights you want are there." Madden pointed to Pucci, and Pucci immediately rushed over like a pug. Madden and the white-haired old man also walked to the front of this photo. The picture shows Angelina Jolie's head angle. The photographer's lens shoots from the highest point downwards. On the one hand, Angelina Jolie's face bathed in the light looks particularly holy. On the other hand, the curve of her chest is exposed in every detail. It is like a majestic mountain, and even the skin particles on it can be seen clearly. Of course, the key parts were still hidden in the darkness, but just looking at this photo, Pucci's blood was boiling, and his mind was filled with all kinds of adult thoughts. "This is the best." He grinned, looking satisfied. The white-haired old man next to him said, "This photo is very interesting, what does it look like?" Madden looked at it carefully in confusion, like, the sun. Like a football. Obviously, Pucci and Madden were talking about different things. No. The white-haired old man pointed at the photo and said, "Don't you think she looks like a whale?" Madden looked carefully along his finger and suddenly realized, "Yes, sir, her head and shoulders are like the feeling of a whale turning over on the sea." Yes, that's the meaning of this photo. The white-haired old man admired it. The photographer is using the body of the characters to express a deeper environmental protection idea. Really? Pucci muttered, "I thought Tang just liked to take nude photos." Ha. What the young man said is not wrong. The beauty of women is an eternal topic in this world. I also appreciate the photographer's angle. Although it is not fully captured, it is really beautiful. After looking at the series of photos of Angelina Jolie, several people walked to the next group. Anne Hathaway's series. However, this group is different from the previous one. Only Anne Hathaway's arms, thighs and mirror can be seen in the photos, but the three are cleverly constructed into a dark green mountain range under the combination of dark green curtains. It looks simple but not simple. If the photo of Angelina Jolie just now is about the beauty of lines, then this group of photos is about the beauty of limbs. Arms and legs are not only part of the human body, but also part of the world. The white-haired old man easily saw the connotation of the photo. Madden and Pucci were still confused by the photos. So that's it. Although Madden could understand the feeling in the photo, he couldn't clearly explain the meaning. He felt that this white-haired old man should not be an ordinary person, at least he was a master of photography. Pucci didn't have much feeling, he had already gone to find more naked photos. After Madden followed the white-haired old man to look at a few photos, he felt that he had learned a lot. After hearing his explanation, the people around him followed him silently. Everyone formed a small circle and slowly moved to watch one by one. Until they met Pucci again. Four Eyes was looking at Julia's photos at this time. This group of photos was much more explosive than the previous ones. Julia turned her back to the crowd and spread her legs apart. Her upper body could not be seen because her upper body was completely blocked by her lower body. However, the darkness obscured her key parts, and those shadows were like close-fitting fabrics, covering all the inappropriate scenes for children. Only the plump petals and smooth lines were left. But even so, the whole picture was still very exciting. The last time Pucci saw this posture was in a certain unspeakable short film. But he felt that this photo was much more exciting than the short film. The pictures in the short film were not obstructed in any way, just a kind of visual stimulation. But the pictures covered by shadows in the photos were full of fantasy. Just a thought, he felt like he was about to take off. So when Madden walked up to him, he saw that he suddenly clamped his legs together. "Hey, man, why don't you keep watching?" Madden teased. Pucci immediately hit back, "Why, have you been brainwashed by that old man and become a devout believer in photography theory?" "Don't say that, he is very good, I have learned a lot." "Then do you want to be his student? Maybe you can become a photographer." Pucci suddenly became excited when he said this. "Yes, that's right, why can't I be a photographer?" "What did you say?" Madden looked surprised. "I want to be a photographer, and I will also let these female stars stick their butts out in front of me in the future, and then take pictures of them hard." Wow, it sounds so exciting. Pucci was instantly full of hope for the future when he thought of this. Okay, although I have never seen a photographer who wants to stand on a bench to shoot. But you have a goal, which is a good thing, congratulations. Haha, I will definitely make my work spread all over major bookstores in the future, don't forget to buy them when the time comes. Of course, man. As soon as the two finished talking, they suddenly heard a heavy cough. Turning around, it turned out to be the white-haired old man. "What's wrong?" Madden asked with concern, but before he could step forward, a lady suddenly jumped out and supported the white-haired old man. "Mr. Sakowski, your asthma is acting up again. Hurry up and spray the medicine." The lady was about to help the white-haired old man away, and the next moment a handsome man came over. "What's wrong with Mr. Sakowski?" He looked like a typical mixed race, and Madden looked familiar. He had an asthma attack, and the medicine is in his backpack. "Okay, let's go to the lounge. Security, call the doctor." Only after the man and the white-haired old man left did Madden remember who this person was. "Tang. It's Tangda." He turned his head and said to Pucci in surprise. What? Pucci heard his idol appear and hurriedly looked into the distance, but in the end he only saw it back. Damn, I saw it too late. How does he look in real life compared to on TV? Just like every fan is interested in his idol's appearance when he sees him, Pucci also asked this classic question. More handsome? Madden answered truthfully, I've never seen such a handsome man on the street. I actually missed it. Damn it. Pucci became even angrier and could only look at the photo to vent his anger. Madden followed the crowd and listened to their introduction to the white-haired old man. 10 minutes later, he knew who he had met. Zarkowski, the most famous photography theorist in America, wrote The Photographer's Eye, Mirror and Window, Photography So Far, etc. He was also the former director of the photography department of the Museum of Modern Art in New York. During his tenure, he launched many new works and led many new trends in photography. It is no exaggeration to say that the active photography masters in America are more or less his students or have been influenced by his theories. If we use an analogy, Zarkowski's position in the photography world is equivalent to Francis Ford Coppola's position in Hollywood. So Zarkowski's praise for Tang's work means that he will basically have no obstacles in the photography circle in the future. Perhaps it can be described in one sentence that he is the best at making movies in the photography world and the best at taking photos in the film industry. And Zarkowski's praise is not just verbal. After a week, when the top photography magazine Life was released, everyone saw Zarkowski's praise for Tang's photos in the magazine. This is a very bold and creative attempt. Before seeing this set of photos, I thought I was going to see only the bodies of Hollywood stars. But after entering the photography exhibition, I saw only beautiful souls. Mountains, rivers, whales, dolphins, flowers and the sun and moon. Each photo seems to be naked but contains infinite meanings. In my opinion, this is more like a deconstructionist carnival. When those beautiful skins are used as part of the world, we can know what photography can bring. Only then can we know that money and honor are only a very small part of the whole world. So I like Tang as expression, and I am very grateful for the dedication of those Hollywood stars. Their photos will make everyone realize more important things. Although he did not say what the more important thing was in the article, everyone understood that he was actually talking about two words: environmental protection. After this comment was sent out, fans of the photography industry and photographers who love photography also came to this photography exhibition to watch. At the same time, Hollywood stars also rushed to this photography exhibition, because they found that watching this exhibition suddenly became a trend in Hollywood. When they are on the set or interviewed, they are often asked whether they have participated in the Tang photography exhibition. If they are one of the people in the photo, the media will praise them for standing up to support environmental protection and children, and they are responsible stars. If they participate in the photography exhibition, the media will say that they have good taste and aesthetics. If they can express some unique insights, many passers-by will feel good about them. In short, participating in this photography exhibition has all benefits and no harm, not to mention that everyone is discussing this exhibition recently. No star can refuse the popularity that is at your fingertips. So many actors who are filming abroad fly back to Hollywood to see the photography exhibition. This creates a virtuous circle. More and more stars gather in the photography exhibition, attracting more and more media to pay attention to the photography exhibition, which makes the photography exhibition more and more famous, and finally more stars and media join in. With this snowball-like accumulation of fame, Tang's photography exhibition successfully became the front-page headlines of major media, and the theme of environmental protection and children has also become the key topic of everyone's discussion during this period. However, the one who benefits the most from this fame is not Tang, but his public relations company. Because when his fame was successfully established, those old-fashioned Oscar Academy judges became much more talkative. This was especially true of Tang's works. Originally, everyone had an ambiguous attitude towards Memoirs of a Geisha. Now that they knew that the director was Tang who held the photography exhibition, they all nodded and said that they would definitely go to see it. Little Miss Sunshine also successfully got some attention. So much so that when the public relations introduced a movie, they didn't mention the director Greta at all, but only Tang. Under this trend, the annual Oscars ushered in its opening ceremony again. Tang, listen to me, you wear this set, it's great. It's really great. Makeup artist Kei Zion looked at Tang in the mirror with admiration. At this time, Tang was wearing an Armani haute couture dress, which made his temperament and figure stand out. Just by looking at him, Zion could imagine how many girls would fall in love with this outstanding and talented young man after the Oscars were broadcast. It's really good looking. Tang turned around in front of the mirror with satisfaction. Now he has been valued by the fashion industry. Whether it is watches, ties, leather shoes or clothes, they are all the best that brands can offer. And the commission for choosing these clothes is also hundreds of thousands of dollars. It can be said that Tang has finally become a top-tier Hollywood star. The only weakness is that he does not have a solid work to back him up. However, after the Oscars, he will let the world know about himself and his work. Then choose this one. Without rushing to take off his clothes, Tang walked out of the dressing room first. Scarlett was sitting on the sofa. This was the first time she took the initiative to find Tang, breaking the agreement between the two. After seeing Tang, who had changed his clothes, she immediately exclaimed, "God, you surprised me so much? How does it feel?" Tang slowly approached her. Scarlett looked around, then put her rosy lips to his ear. "I'm already excited." Chapter 214 Fatal Question. In the underground parking lot, when a couple passed by a black SUV, they found that its body was vibrating rhythmically. The two looked at each other and then smiled teasingly at the same time. The man walked to the car window and found that the inside was covered with a curtain and he could not see anything at all. So he deliberately walked to the car and knocked on the door. He thought that this would scare the people inside, but unfortunately the car continued to vibrate and seemed to be unaffected. This made the man very frustrated, but he had no choice but to leave the underground garage with his wife. It was not until 2 minutes later that Tang looked at Scarlett, who had stopped and was sweating all over, and smiled. "Have you always been so brave?" "No, I am only brave when I see my master." Scarlett touched the marks at the corner of her mouth, and then wrapped her white body with her coat. But doing so made her look more seductive in Tang's eyes. "Great, baby." Tang leaned back in his chair and hugged her. "When are you leaving? Do you really want me to leave?" Scarlett looked at Tang with a half smile. Tang spread his hands. "No, I just want to know how long you can stay with me." "Well, actually I'm leaving the day after tomorrow." Scarlett smiled and leaned on Tang's shoulder. "Then are you going to the Oscars?" Tang asked, stroking her shoulder. Of course I will go." "What about you? You were not there when my movie won the award last year." Scarlett seemed to have some complaints when talking about this. Tang laughed and hugged Scarlett tightly again. "Don't worry, I will definitely go to the Oscars this time." "See you then, don't be too surprised." "Surprised? What's the surprise?" Scarlett said doubtfully, and suddenly thought of the answer. "Are you talking about your movies?" "Yes. Little Miss Sunshine and Memoirs of a Geisha, do they have the chance to compete for the best film?" Scarlett would never think about the best director, because this award is not prepared for directors of Tang's age. "I don't know, but I think there will be a lot of nominations." "You are really confident, but I don't believe those academic men will be so kind." Scarlett shrugged. She could say what she wanted to say even when she was not in the spotlight. "So do you want to gamble again?" Tang asked with a smile. "No, no more betting." Scarlett licked Tang's earlobe with her tongue. "You are a bad guy. If you continue to bet, I feel like I will call you dead in public." Instantly, Tang's anger was provoked by her. He hugged Scarlett, lowered his head and leaned towards her lips and said, "No need in public, you can call now." "Dad." 2 days later, Tang and Jessica sat in her villa. "Honey, try this." Jessica picked up a piece of pizza and handed it to Tang. This was made by her, with bacon, ham and cheese flavor. Tang was fed a bite by her and gave a thumbs up. "Great, my angel, this is really delicious, better than the store. If you like it, then it's the best." Jessica sat gently on Tang's lap, and her slender fingers kept stroking Tang's neck. "Tang, will you participate in the Oscars this time?" She looked at the advertisement on TV and turned to ask Tang. Tang nodded. "Of course, what about you?" "I will go too, but I will just be there as a spectator." Jessica shrugged. "After all, we can't expect those judges to vote Sin City as the best movie. The awards that a commercial movie like Sin City can win are very limited, but compared to other commercial blockbusters, it is pretty good," winning the Cannes Technical Award. The box office also earned $150 million worldwide, which undoubtedly achieved the goal before the release. So the good luck photos that Tang took for them have become another legend in Hollywood. Many crews are skeptical, But the crew of Sin City spread the details of the shooting so magically that many people think that Tang must have some spirituality. Therefore, Tang received a lot of invitations some time ago, but because he had to shoot works for the photography exhibition, he basically rejected them all. It doesn't matter, Jessica, there will be a chance to stand on the podium in the future. Tang lowered his head and kissed her. Well. Jessica nodded slowly, then smiled. Although I can't go on stage, I should be able to see you on stage this time. Haha, not necessarily, my film may not be liked by the academic judges. No, I believe you, Tang. After the two let go, they looked at each other, and the air instantly became ambiguous. I bought a gift for Carmela. Jessica's eyes wandered, as if testing something. Tang stared at her straight. Thank you, Carmela will be very happy. That's not presumptuous. Of course not, my angel. He shook his head and raised his eyebrows. Don't worry, Carmela likes you very much? That's good. Jessica finally smiled. The two hugged each other and then lay on the sofa. The next day, in a Chinese restaurant. Tang was talking to Anne Hathaway about the dishes in front of them. This one is called tiger skin green peppers. This one is called vinegar and cabbage. This dish is called mapo tofu. Anne Hathaway tasted the dishes one by one according to Tang's instructions, and then exclaimed, Great, Tang, these dishes are so interesting and rich in flavor, much better than salad. Tang, you are really knowledgeable about Chinese cuisine. Ha ha ha. Tang wiped his mouth. I just think it's too boring to eat pizza and hamburgers every day, and don't you think eating delicious food will make you feel good? Of course, it will be good, but I think it's a little too oily, which makes me feel guilty. Anne Hathaway looked at Tang seriously. You know, I'm a vegetarian. I understand, but occasionally supplementing with some greasy things can also make the fat in your body happier. You're so funny. Anne Hathaway smiled, put down her chopsticks, and held Tang's hand. Tang, will you go to the Oscars? Yes. Then are you ready to be disappointed? Why would you be disappointed? Tang frowned. Although I think your movie will definitely be nominated, if it comes to winning, to be honest, I think Ang Lee's Brokeback Mountain has a better chance. Anne Hathaway is very rational. Tang smiled. I don't think so. Anne Hathaway raised her eyebrows. Then which movie do you think will win? I don't know which movie will win, but Brokeback Mountain won't. Even with the help of the Weinstein brothers, it couldn't win. Because Crash also had Tang's help. As for the core of the discussion in the movie, Crash is undoubtedly richer than Brokeback Mountain. Okay. Although Anne Hathaway disagreed, she didn't continue to oppose Tang's words. Tang squeezed her hand. Don't you have confidence in me? No. Anne Hathaway laughed. I just don't want you to be hurt by the Oscar. Ha ha ha. Tang kissed her cheek. Don't worry, Anne, I won't be sad. There is only one person who can hurt my heart. What? Anne Hathaway's pupils sparkled under the light. That's you. Tang finished seriously. The next second, Anne Hathaway took the initiative to move her lips closer. Oscar night arrived as scheduled, and the red carpet was star-studded. This time, Tang finally caught up with a normal Oscars, no protests, no pauses, everything was the most shining moment. When Tang led the crew of Memoirs of a Geisha out of the car and walked onto the red carpet, they were immediately illuminated by an endless sea of flashes. Click, click, click. The reporters were frantically shooting at the crowd, and everyone in the venue was already immune to this kind of scene, so everyone kept smiling and walked forward. Tang was naturally the one who received the most flashes, even the flashes of actresses such as Michelle Yeoh could not compare to his. Because it was the first time for reporters to see the famous Hollywood Lucky Tang on the official red carpet. After all, he rarely participated in the ceremony, and even if he appeared, it was in the ceremony, not on the red carpet. In particular, his photography exhibition is now almost known to everyone, and many politicians and celebrities are rushing to visit the exhibition. This makes him even more mysterious. So reporters would certainly take good photos of such a hard-to-capture character and publish them. After being bombarded by flashbulbs, Tang was the first to enter the auditorium. In the auditorium, he met Quentin Tarantino, who was also attending the ceremony. Tang. Long time no see. Quentin gave him a big hug and was photographed by reporters in the backstage. What are you shooting recently? Quentin seems to have disappeared in Hollywood recently and there is no news. Quentin shook his head and said, I'm preparing a thriller, but it will probably start shooting in the second half of the year. As for you, I saw the trailer for your 50 Shades of Grey. The sex scene in it is very good, especially the girl's feet. Stop, Quentin, I don't want to discuss a girl's feet with you in such a public place. Reporters will think it's perverted. How can this be perverted? This is art. Quentin waved his hand vigorously, and Tang also posed simply beside him and let the reporters take pictures. It's just not suitable for the occasion, but to be honest, I haven't decided what to shoot next. I think you should pursue art. Although commercial films do make a lot of money, don't you think shooting such movies is lifeless? Quentin said with the air of a veteran, commercial movies are like waves at high tide, they will soon recede on the historical beach of film. Only art films that truly represent you personally will be shells at high tide, remaining on the beach. You're right. Tang smiled, but I don't think it's time for me to shoot a personal movie yet. Ha, you're right, damn it, you're still so young, and you're going to shine at the Oscars, while an old man like me is still wasting time. Come on. Tang patted him on the shoulder. Kill Bill will remain in film history forever, and so will your name. I hope so. Quentin smiled. Although I didn't win any awards, it doesn't matter. I had a great time shooting it, and that's the most important thing. Tang covered his mouth with his hand. Those old guys don't like a woman hooping and killing people crazily with a knife. They only like to watch women dancing ballet or suffering. Insightful, so insightful. Quentin couldn't help laughing. This laughter not only attracted the attention of reporters, but also attracted the interview host. Hello, Tang. The host also met Tang for the first time, and immediately came over to interview him. Hello. Tang had just finished speaking when he saw Quentin gave him a gloating look and walked into the backstage. Can I ask you some questions? I believe many people are curious. The host was a black girl, but her attitude was very confident and generous. Tang shrugged, no problem, go ahead. Okay, the first question, there are many selected films this time, but I believe you should have seen some of them. So which one impressed you the most? Tang smiled and said, the one that impressed me the most, of course, was Memoirs of a Geisha, because I shot it myself. This answer was a bit unexpected, but it made sense. The host immediately understood that Tang was very smooth, and immediately adjusted his strategy and asked, then besides your movie, which movie do you most hope to be nominated for an award? What award? Tang asked. Anything. Of course it's Little Miss Sunshine. Tang spread his hands, because I invested in it, I have high hopes for it. The host felt that this guy was a slippery loach, so he could only return to the routine and asked, okay, I have to say, you are really handsome. What are you wearing today? Tang turned to look at the camera and pointed at his suit and watch, this is Armani, this is Richard Mille. It is estimated that after seeing this live clip, the two advertisers will definitely shout that it is worth it. The host continued to ask, what are your plans next? Next, I may take a break and go on vacation. Because you know, I just finished filming a movie. Who will you go with? The host showed a teasing smile on his face. Do you have a girlfriend? This question is undoubtedly fatal. Although half of Tang's confidants are at the Oscars, some are watching on TV. If he answers that he has no girlfriend, it will inevitably disappoint them, but if he answers that he has, then Tang himself will be forced into a dead end. But Tang's smile never faded. With an absolutely serious look and a gentle smile, he happily answered, of course, I'm going on vacation with my beloved family. That's great. The host nodded and didn't ask another question. When the interview was over, Tang's expression calmed down slightly. Although this sentence seemed to resolve the crisis, it actually only delayed the crisis. The definition of family is very broad, and you can make all women think that they are family. But there is no way to avoid going on vacation. So Tang grinned and felt that he would be busy next. Chapter 215 Tang moment. Tang entered the auditorium and soon saw Scarlett, who was chatting with other stars. Seeing Tang coming over, she immediately pretended to be unfamiliar with him and said in surprise, Tang. Hello. Tang acted with her and kept a polite smile. I really liked your trailer for 50 Shades of Grey, so when can we work together? In front of everyone, Scarlett deliberately raised her eyebrows and asked. Tang shrugged, anytime. Scarlett, I also like your Lost in Translation, I think we must work together once in the future. That's great, maybe we can make a very interesting work. Yes. Looking at the smile on Scarlett's face, Tang looked over her shoulder and saw Anne Hathaway. She was crossing her arms and watching Tang and Scarlett chatting, but her expression was normal, and she probably didn't notice anything. So Tangda continued to chat with Scarlett until the others were about to leave. Tangda blinked and said goodbye to Scarlett. See you next time. He didn't say anything more, turned around and walked to Anne Hathaway. Annie, you are so beautiful today. There were only two of them around, oh, and Scarlett looking back from a distance. When Scarlett saw Anne Hathaway next to Tangda, she immediately felt deeply threatened. Whether it was temperament or appearance, Anne Hathaway was considered to be a very outstanding one in Hollywood, except for her figure. In terms of figure, Scarlett has not met too many opponents. But looking at the appearance of Tangda and Anne Hathaway, Scarlett felt that the two people seemed not to be what she thought, at least in terms of behavior, they were very normal. However, if she heard what Anne Hathaway and Tangda were discussing at this time, then a war would inevitably break out between the three of them. I'll wait for you in the hotel tonight. No problem, I'll find you after the drinking party. That's it. Well, Tangda whispered, when this is over, let's go on vacation. Really? Anne Hathaway covered her mouth in surprise, subconsciously looked around, and then the corners of her mouth rose uncontrollably. Really? Of course it's true, just the two of us, no one is with you. Tangda finished speaking, straightened his tie, and said seriously, so I hope to have the opportunity to work with you in the new movie. The next second, a female star's voice sounded, hey, Anne. So you are here. Anne Hathaway immediately responded, long time no see. Tangda politely said goodbye to the two ladies and walked back to his seat. Jessica Alba was waiting for him next to his seat. The crew of Memoirs of a Geisha was together with Sin City. She had just come down from the red carpet when she saw Tangda chatting with Anne Hathaway. What did you just say? You looked very happy. Jessica covered her mouth with her hand. She was wearing a black suspender dress with sparkling jewelry today, which looked very eye-catching. Tangda looked at Anne Hathaway in a white dress and said, she was talking to me about the movie. In fact, she seemed to want to work with me. She is really beautiful. Why not you, baby? When will it be best for us to work together on a movie? Really? I actually thought about it, but your movies don't seem to be suitable for me. There will be opportunities in the future. Tangda comforted her with a few words, and then the Oscar awards ceremony entered the formal process. Just like the previous time, the host still used a joke as the opening remarks. After everyone laughed, the awards began. And the first one to get off to a good start was Tangda. Best Costume Design, Memoirs of a Geisha. Wow! Applause broke out, and Lisa, the costume designer of the Memoirs of a Geisha crew, immediately stood up excitedly and kissed the crew members one by one. When she came to the stage, she couldn't hide her excitement, tears kept welling up in her eyes. Thank you Spielberg for giving me this opportunity, thank you Tangda, thank you Rob, and thank you all the costume team members. It's because of your efforts that we won this award. This belongs to everyone. I love you. Wow. The applause rang out again, quickly setting off the atmosphere on the scene. The next awards were Best Visual Effects and Best Adapted Screenplay. The former went to King Kong and the latter went to Brokeback Mountain. However, the next three consecutive awards were all related to Tangda. Best Art Direction, Memoirs of a Geisha. Best Original Screenplay, Little Miss Sunshine. Best Cinematography, Memoirs of a Geisha. When hearing these consecutive awards, all the stars looked envious. Although these awards are not key awards, they represent a very high level in the industry. It's just that outsiders don't understand this kind of professional award, so they pay little attention to it. People in the industry use the Oscars as a weather vane. After a technician wins an award, his or her value will rise rapidly. However, as a director, Tangda won the Best Cinematography twice, which was also very dramatic. When the winners came on stage, they often mentioned Tangda, which led to the fact that his name was the most heard by everyone. Thanks to Tangda, his directing is great. Thanks to Tangda, he gave me the opportunity. Thanks to Tangda. This is what Tangda said himself. He held the little golden man and said humorously to the microphone, why do I call myself by my full name? Sorry, I must have been influenced by the person in front of me. Ho ha ho ha. The people under the stage laughed immediately. After Tangda left, the host came on stage, and the first sentence was, thanks to Tangda. He paused for a moment, and continued in the audience's wide eyes, speech. Ha ha ha. Well, fortunately I'm smart, otherwise I would be the first host to give an acceptance speech on the Oscar stage. After the audience laughed enough, the host said seriously, then let's continue with the awards. Everyone thought that after these awards were given out, Tang's presence would become less. However, something unexpected happened. Best Editing, Crash. Best Sound Effects, Memoirs of a Geisha. Best Supporting Actress, Little Miss Sunshine Abigail Breslin. 3 more awards were related to Tangda, although no one knew that the award for Crash was related to Tangda. But the remaining 2 undoubtedly said thank you to Tangda. Especially Abigail Breslin, this lovely little girl said sweetly on the stage, "Thank you, brother Tangda, he chose me, just like I chose strawberry candy, I love you." The audience was amused by her cuteness and had a deeper impression of Tangda. But this is not the end, because the heavyweight award appeared. The next award, Best Picture, this is really exciting. The award presenter Jack Nicholson held the card and lowered his head to the microphone and said, "The nominees are." The hearts of all the crews were immediately lifted, and the stars who were originally a little listless also perked up and waited for the nomination list. Brokeback Mountain. Capote. Everyone applauded when they heard these 2 names. Ang Lee received the most applause, and he nodded gently. Then, Crash. This name was a bit unexpected, because this movie is not very well known, and many stars have not seen it, so they are a bit curious about what magic it has to be loved by the Oscar judges. But if we talk about the most shocking, it is not Crash, because the next 2 movies are more surprising than the last. Little Miss Sunshine. Memoirs of a Geisha. Everyone's eyes are focused on Tangda again. They all know that these 2 movies are closely related to him. One is the producer and the other is the director. No matter which one wins the award, he will come up to receive the award. More importantly, Spielberg's Munich and George Clooney's Good Night and Good Luck were not nominated. These are popular candidates, and I don't know if they were squeezed out by Crash or Little Miss Sunshine. Surprise, envy, disbelief, these emotions surged in the hearts of many stars and directors. Then everyone stared at the award presenter, hoping to get a final answer from him. Jack Nicholson flipped open the card, looked at it and said, "Best Picture winner, Crash." Wow! There was thunderous applause, and at the same time everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally Tangda was not called up again. Otherwise, the Oscars would have to be renamed the Don Norton Show. But in stark contrast to ordinary stars are the major producers and film company executives, because they have been calculating one thing in their hearts. That is, the movies related to Tangda, Memoirs of a Geisha received 10 nominations and won 4 awards. Little Miss Sunshine received 5 nominations and won 2 awards. A total of 6 awards and 9 nominations. After careful calculation, Tangda is the biggest beneficiary of the entire Oscars. However, on the night of the Oscars, a piece of news suddenly came out from the producer of Crash. It turned out that the public relations work of Crash was handed over to Bernay Company, which is owned by Tangda. In other words, among the 5 nominations for Best Picture, 3 movies were pushed up by Bernay Company. This is even more sensational than winning an award. Even when people first heard the news, they didn't dare to take it seriously. But when they carefully investigated, they found that it was true. Bernay was fully responsible for the public relations of the 3 films. If you count it this way, adding the awards and nominations won by Crash, Bernay won a total of 8 awards and 11 nominations this time. You should know that there are only 24 awards in the Oscars, and Bernay's films account for 1/3. What level is this? This is simply a headache for everyone who knows the inside story. When the top executives of the film company learned of the news, they immediately notified the people at the dinner party to contact Tangda and bring the company's goodwill to him. After all, maybe one day when their movies need to impact the Oscars, they will need the help of Bernay. For this reason, privately, all those who know the business call the nomination moment of this year's best film the Tangda moment. Of course, even if many stars don't understand the twists and turns here, they all know that Tangda will become an important figure based on the feeling at the awards ceremony. So they all conveyed their goodwill with wine glasses at the dinner party. Done. If you have a new movie, you must find me. This is an invitation from Nicole Kidman. Done. I think we can work together on a great work, and it may surprise many people. This is the favor from Denzel Washington. Some veteran actors also extended olive branches to Tangda. For example, Morgan Freeman. I owe you a movie. Done. The previous incident was Naomi's problem, but I also have responsibilities. The black old man smiled and clinked glasses with Tangda. If you have a movie, you can always find me. Thank you. Tangda responded politely. But besides him, there are more actresses. Because women in Tangda's movies often occupy a more important position. It's just that Tangda didn't communicate with them much, because Jessica Alba, Anne Hathaway and Scarlett Johansson were all looking at him. But he was not alone. He kept chatting with Spielberg, as if the two of them were going to work together. It was not until the end of the dinner that Tangda, who had been in a tense state, breathed a sigh of relief. After washing his face in the bathroom, he just walked out of the door and saw Scarlett standing by the opposite wall, as if waiting for him. "Hey, my great director, how do you feel?" Scarlett smiled, and the next second she saw Tangda put his finger to his mouth. "Why, are you scared?" Scarlett deliberately provoked, but before she could react, Tangda pulled her into his arms. "What are you going to do?" Scarlett was a little flustered for a moment, because she saw herself being pulled into the bathroom by Tangda. Tangda pushed Scarlett directly into the innermost compartment and locked the door, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Then they heard the sound of the door opening from next door. "It's so exciting, it turns out that the master wants this feeling." Scarlett felt hot all over, and even trembled a little because of excitement. "Can you hold it back?" Tangda raised the corner of his mouth and teased her. "How about we make a bet?" Scarlett put her chin on his shoulder. "If I yell, I'll lose." Then she lowered her head and squatted on the ground. "If you yell, you lose." Just after she finished speaking, a clear zipper sound came out of the cubicle, followed by Tangda's low hissing. Dong dong dong. The door panel of the last cubicle in the bathroom kept vibrating. Even if someone came to the toilet, the two people in the cubicle only restrained themselves slightly, but did not stop. It was not until half an hour later that Tangda slightly opened the door panel and observed the situation through the gap. Chapter 216 50 Shades of Grey. After finishing up Scarlett, Tangda moved to Anne Hathaway's hotel. As for Jessica Alba, Tangda talked to her about vacation during the dinner and successfully tricked her back home. So when Tangda got in Tom's car the next day, he went straight to Jessica Alba's residence. Oslo, Norway. Tangda's first stop on vacation was in the Nordic countries. He was driving Jessica to the hotel he had booked. "Wow." Jessica leaned out of the sunroof, felt the whistling wind for a while, and then said to Tangda, "This place is so beautiful." "Yes." Tangda wore sunglasses and looked at the lush scenery outside the car window. "This place is located in the north of Oslo, covered with white snow and full of forests. It looks like the place where witches live in seclusion and fairy tales. However, this forest is not all trees." Tangda drove quickly to the only human gathering place here, the Treehouse Hotel. "That's right, the hotel here is built on trees. Every few dozen meters, you can see a treehouse of strange shape fixed on the tree. Some are mirrored, some are shaped like UFOs, and some are inverted triangles similar to pyramids. This is a unique hotel designed by a designer. It usually receives very few guests, so the room price is very expensive. But for Tangda, it's just a drop in the bucket, so he made an appointment for 5 days. Jessica was surprised when she saw these tree houses. "Tang, this is so beautiful. Wow, exciting. It's really beautiful." Tangda nodded, and then the two of them came to the mirror house through the black stairs. Looking at the reflection of the mirror, Jessica made a few playful poses. "Great, I feel like I can't tell which side is real and which side is the mirror world." "What did you say?" Tangda stopped and seemed to have inspiration in his mind. "I said." Jessica looked at his expression and repeated slowly, "I said I can't tell which side is real." "That's it." Tangda didn't rush to open the door. He leaned on the railing and looked at himself in the mirror, as if it was his reflection in a dream. "Yes, that's it, Jessica, I thought of the subject of the new movie." Tangda touched the mirror and felt that his thoughts were suddenly clear. He has been thinking about what kind of movie to shoot recently. Although many companies have offered olive branches, he wants his company to produce the movie to get the maximum profit. Therefore, he has been looking for movies that can be both artistic and commercial in his mind every night these days. And at this moment, after Jessica's reminder, he finally thought of it. "What?" Jessica came over and looked at Tangda happily. "Really? That's great. Yes, I know what I should shoot next." "What is it, dear?" Jessica felt itchy in her heart and wanted to know what Tangda was talking about. Tangda smiled and put his arm around her waist. The two leaned on the railing and said intimately, "A dream, an adventure, a team." "Why don't I understand?" Jessica frowned and thought hard. "Of course you don't understand, because this is a suspense movie, but it's exciting, very exciting, and I can't wait." Tangda smiled and said, and the name of the movie came to his mind. Does it have a name? Or a code name? Of course, I have thought of it. Inception. How about it? Wow, what a cool name. It sounds like someone stole my dream while I was sleeping. Yes, that's right, it's stolen. Tang laughed. Jessica, you guessed it right, you are really my angel. It's not just this movie. Tang associated the actor with a movie, and then thought of a movie with a small budget but won high box office and many awards. He planned to shoot this first, and prepare for the filming of Inception during this period. After all, the production specifications and special effects level of this movie are all things that Tang has never touched before. This is really a big investment. While Tang confirmed the new movie, on Valentine's Day, 50 Shades of Grey officially landed in North American theaters. In 10 minutes and 20 seconds, the movie tickets for 50 Shades of Grey were sold out. All the tickets for the premiere of 50 Shades of Grey at Bona Cinema were sold out. The scene was full of girls. They entered the cinema in groups with the original books of 50 Shades of Grey. United Cinema announced a temporary adjustment to expand the number of screenings of 50 Shades of Grey. This is a very rare scene. In just 2 hours, the number of screens for 50 Shades of Grey has increased from 2,890 to 3,700. Long queues on Valentine's Day, all major theaters are full. On that day, all reporters and media reported this grand occasion. In front of 50 Shades of Grey, other movies had no power to fight back and disappeared directly. All the girls took their boyfriends, male lickers, to the cinema to watch 50 Shades of Grey. Judy was naturally among them. She took Mirren's hand and excitedly dragged him into the cinema and came to the theater. It was the first time for Mirren to feel such a lively atmosphere. Even when watching special effects blockbusters, there didn't seem to be so many people crowded. It can only be said that the girls' enthusiasm is endless, and their expectations for 50 Shades of Grey are also extremely high. After he sat in the chair, he looked around and found that the number of women in the theater accounted for 80%. Male audiences like him became a minority. After everyone sat down, the lights in the theater went out, and Mirren watched the movie start. There is nothing to say about the plot of this movie. At least in Mirren's perception, it is the plot of a domineering president falling in love with a girl next door. But the teasing scenes and SM bed scenes between the two of them are really blushing. Whenever such clips appear, he can feel Judy's sweaty hands through his clenched hands. Turning his head to look at her, he can see her lips bitten from time to time with a reflection of the screen. When the movie entered the second half, Judy simply leaned on Mirren's shoulder and unconsciously stroked the inside of his arm with her fingers. This made Mirren fidget. Fortunately, Tang knew when to stop. Whenever everyone felt satisfied, the camera would cut to the next daily scene to calm everyone down. In this rhythm, the movie entered the final segment. The heroine and the hero exchanged their identities. The one who performed SM became the heroine, and the one who endured became the hero. The girls were very excited and felt that they had conquered a domineering president. And in this fantasy, they finished watching the whole movie. Mirren waited at the door of the bathroom for a long time. Others who entered at the same time had already left, but Judy refused to come out for a long time. Judy didn't come out of the bathroom until his feet were tired of waiting. What's wrong? What happened? Mirren looked puzzled. Nothing, I just washed my face. Judy hesitated. Mirren looked at her face and didn't seem to see any water drops, and her makeup was intact. But he didn't care, just took Judy out of the theater. At the door of the theater, a reporter was interviewing. I happened to see Judy, so I held out a microphone to her. Hello, have you watched 50 Shades of Grey? Yes. Judy accepted the interview generously. Do you think this movie is good? Very good. Do you think the actors are to your liking? I think Alan David is so handsome. Judy cheered. Mirren was embarrassed. If there is a sequel to this movie, will you still support it? Yes. Judy answered with certainty. I will definitely support it. Thank you. The reporter nodded and continued to interview other people. The next day, various reports came out. 50 Shades of Grey directly occupied the front page headlines of most Hollywood reports with its overwhelming advantage. But the popularity of theaters or the reputation of the movie are not the news that the public pays most attention to. Everyone is most concerned about one thing, that is, how is the box office performance? The theater chain soon announced the data. The box office of 50 Shades of Grey on the first day of its premiere was $35.87 million. The first day box office exceeded 30 million? This news was like a bombshell, blowing off the roof of Hollywood and making the people inside dizzy. The executives of Universal and other major film companies regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. Within a few minutes after the news came out, clear sounds of FXXK, SHXT, and other sounds rang out in the offices of major film companies. Parent, the president of MGM, smiled like a flower, crossed his legs in the office, and felt that his decision was very correct. You should know that movies with a box office of 30 million on the first day will eventually have a box office of more than 150 million. This is just the North American box office. Generally speaking, as long as the North American box office explodes, its reputation will spread to other countries and will also cause a wave of movie watching. In other words, the global box office must be correct. This is really good news. The secretary was beside Parent and brought him a glass of champagne. Yes, very good news. Parent has been working hard for MGM's debt problem for a long time, and this time he finally saw hope of turning things around. When the box office share is received and United Artists is sold, MGM's debt will be greatly alleviated. Increase the global publicity. I want everyone to know about this movie. At the same time, Paula Wagner was also talking to Tom Cruise about this movie. Look, this is Don. He smiled while smoking a cigar. I believe his joining will bring more good movies to United Artists. Tom Cruise nodded. Although he was a little unhappy about the reduction in his share, since Don's movies were so popular, he might have the opportunity to cooperate with him in the future. And this Oscar also proved Don's ability to win awards, which was undoubtedly what Tom Cruise valued. So now United Artists has two series of movies, Saw and 50 Shades of Grey. Great. As long as we get it. So how is the progress of the negotiation now? Tom Cruise asked with concern. He and his old employer Paramount have been very stiff, because ever since he jumped up and down on Oprah's show and scared the audience, the company's president Sumner Redstone thought he was an elusive person who might destroy the company's image. In addition, his comments on whether Brooke Shields should take antidepressants also aroused the disgust of many female audiences. Even Sumner Redstone's wife hated him very much. This also led to the fact that he currently does not even have an office in Paramount. Although the company is still in a cooperative state in name, in fact, the two sides have long been at odds. Tom Cruise is eager to enter United Artists as soon as possible and have his own new company, rather than relying on others. Therefore, he has been pushing this matter for some time. Paula Wagner nodded. Don't worry, MGM has nodded in agreement. The only thing that has not been negotiated now is the price and payment method. I hope we pay a part every year, and they hope we pay it all at once. But don't worry, they will agree in the end, because no one is willing to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to buy a shell company, except ourselves. A week later, the box office of 50 Shades of Grey was freshly released. The Hollywood Reporter published a latest report, the best-selling movie in 2006, the most successful R-rated movie in history. After delivering a beautiful answer sheet of $35.87 million on the first day, 50 Shades of Grey gave everyone a huge surprise or shock in the first week's box office. $95.6 million. In just 1 week, it is about to break 100 million, which is undoubtedly a very exaggerated result. The box office of this movie proves the audience's preference, especially the female audience. After the reporter's investigation, we found that 20% of the female audience watched it a second time, and 3% of the female audience watched it 3 times. This is also one of the reasons for the rapid increase in box office. Although this movie was denigrated as worthless by the critics, who believed that its score was weak and it did not bear the important issue of women's awakening. But the audience supported it with real dollars, so that the original book of 50 Shades of Grey was sold out again. I believe the publisher is going crazy counting the money. And 2 of the leading actors, Alan Tveit and Leighton Meester, have gone from obscurity to big Hollywood stars. Their fan groups have also been established one after another, especially for the male lead, Alan Tveit. One of his fanatical fans has even booked a screen in Times Square to play his movie clips every day. I must say, this is really the most exaggerated scene at the beginning of the new year, and it is also a rare scene in film history. If nothing goes wrong, this movie will be able to hit the box office of 200 million. 200 million box office. Upon hearing the news, many film company executives became depressed again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Juno Movie. No matter what other film companies think, Norton I has already fallen into a state of excitement. Everyone is looking forward to 50 Shades of Grey to reach a new height. On the 6th day of its release, the movie officially broke 100 million. However, Tang was already traveling with Avril in Iceland. They rented an RV and took a trip around Iceland. Because the nights in Iceland are longer, Tang woke up at around 8 o'clock in the day and drove Avril to various scenic spots. At 4 or 5 in the afternoon, they stopped the car and stayed in the RV camp, cooking their own meals and experiencing some different fun. In the RV, outside the RV, the deserted landscape of Iceland gave them a great sense of security. They didn't have to worry about being discovered or recognized. They just needed to vent their love. At night, when the two were lying in the RV, Avril lay on his chest and drew circles in front of his chest muscles with her hands. Tang, this place is really suitable for a concert. Tang smiled. It's really difficult to fill this place with people. That's right, I even doubt whether there are so many people in Iceland to gather for a concert. The number of people Avril has seen in the past few days is no more than 20. Even in the town, there are few people on the street, not as many as at the airport. Ha, there are still a lot of people in the capital. Yes, but they won't drive around like us. Don't you think this is relaxing? Very relaxing. Avril leaned on his shoulder. I haven't been so relaxed in a long time. Unlike before, now I wake up every day to music, music, music. Although I like it very much, I always feel a little confused. Baby, you need to relax. I need it too. So we have to find a place where no one is and enjoy some time quietly. Are you referring to the script you wrote? I like this story. A girl gets pregnant before marriage. Yes, I also think it's very interesting, so I want to perfect it as much as possible and then film it. If I were an actor, I would definitely want to play this role. Or you play it well in real life? After hearing what Tang said, Avril showed her fangs and bit Tang. Come on, FXXKME. 5 days later, Sweden. Tang and Anne Hathaway stood on the streets of Stockholm, wearing big sun hats and leather boots, like two long-distance travelers. Tang, you seem very tired recently. Is it because of the script? Anne Hathaway looked at Tang and felt that he looked worse than before. Yes, because I am writing 2 scripts at the same time. Tang explained, they are both very important to me, so I have to go all out. You don't have to travel with me. Anne Hathaway held Tang's hand distressedly. You can come to see me after you are done. No, this is an agreement and cannot be changed easily. Tang smiled, then squeezed her hand and walked forward. And traveling here is also a good thing for writing scripts. You will get inspiration, right? Yes, I am creating a huge, complicated dream, and I need something to stimulate me. So do I have a chance in this movie? Well, I am thinking, maybe you can show your strengths. Ha, Tang, are you testing me? Of course not, I am just seeing if a certain actor is sincere. Okay, Tang, then I must show my sincerity. After a short silence, well, this sincerity is so-so. If you want more sincerity, you may have to wait until the evening. Really? I hope a certain actor will do what he says. Of course, my great director. When Jimmy saw Tang again, he felt that his good brother's face seemed to be paler than usual. Tang, what's wrong? Are you finally exhausted? Jimmy closed the door and asked Tang with a wink. Get lost. Tang crossed his legs. You know, it's hard to deal with too many women, not just physically, but more on the spiritual level. So I really admire you, you're so energetic. Jimmy poured himself a cup of tea. So when are you going to start shooting the new movie? New movie? Start now. Tang threw the script in his hand on the table. Jimmy immediately picked it up and read it. Juno? Inception. Jimmy glanced at the names and said, I think the second one is more popular than the first one. Yes, the second one is indeed a pure commercial blockbuster. But the first one is not bad either. Tang tapped his knees. And the production cost of the first movie is also very low, and the shooting cycle is also fast. He didn't say the rate of return, but if the rate of return of Juno was announced, it would definitely scare a lot of film companies. because Juno's global box office is $220 million US, and its cost is only $6.5 million US. This is undoubtedly a super hit. It can be said that this movie is enough to save a film company on the verge of bankruptcy. Except for MGM. So Tang certainly wouldn't miss it, and wrote it down as soon as he thought of it. However, the success of this movie is due to its excellent and humorous dialogue, so the version written by Tang himself cannot be filmed. He is not a Native American, and he cannot write such humorous dialogue. So he turned around and told Jimmy to find an authentic American screenwriter, preferably one who is good at humorous scripts. In contrast, there is no need to find someone for Inception, because it is so famous that even someone like Tang, who is not interested in commercial blockbusters, has to watch it 3 times with his girlfriend. Why watch the same movie repeatedly? Because people are not repeated. So Tang is very familiar with the plot trend, story content, and dialogue in it. It is not an exaggeration to say that he knows them like the back of his hand. Therefore, after arranging the script, he asked Kane to help find the most powerful prop team in Hollywood. This movie will use a lot of real scenes, just like Nolan shot it. Speaking of director Nolan, he is currently preparing for Batman, The Dark Knight, and Heath Ledger is preparing to play the role of the Joker. As for the role of Arthur in Inception, which is played by Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Tang plans to let Heath Ledger play it. As for the heroine, Tang does not plan to change the actress. Ellen Page is a very talented actress. Her performance is very good and she is also suitable for this role. Although Anne Hathaway wants to participate, to be honest, Tang pays more attention to the degree of adaptation between the role and the actor. The roles in Inception are not suitable for her, either too young or too mature. On the contrary, the supporting role in Juno is very suitable for her. So during the days in Sweden, he has been trying to persuade Anne Hathaway to accept this decision. Fortunately, she still trusts Tang very much, and finally did not throw a tantrum and accepted the role. After finishing these preliminary work, Tang went to take a look at Angel Declaration. Needless to say, Hot Angel has been running smoothly. Although people from the team often leave, the theater performance is still very stable. Occasionally, a song with good sales can be released, and you can also go on tour in other cities. Taylor Swift was Tang's focus. After becoming rich and touring, she had matured a lot. She had begun to get rid of the country girl feeling in terms of makeup and clothing style. She was now preparing the content of her next album in the company, and the producer was the same as the previous one. After seeing Tang, she immediately became happy, took Tang's hand and went to the recording studio to listen to songs. Tang accompanied her to listen to the first song of the new album and gave her a high evaluation. "Very good, Taylor, you were born to do this." "Really?" Taylor's eyes flashed and sparkled under the lights. "Of course, I think this album can surpass your first one." Tang encouraged her, "So feel free to write boldly, I will be your strongest backing." "Thank you, Tang." In fact, after Taylor Swift's album became popular, many companies offered olive branches to her, including Universal, Sony and other top music companies that had rejected her. The conditions they offered were extremely generous, whether it was various hardware equipment or production teams, they were better than Taylor Swift's current ones. But she didn't consider leaving Angel Declaration. For her, this is the place where her dreams set sail, and it is also the first place that accepts her. If Tang hadn't taken great pains to find the most suitable producer for her, shoot MVs for her, and promote her, she wouldn't have been able to sell such a good result for her first album. She even won the Best Newcomer award at the MTV Awards last year. So Taylor didn't plan to leave here. She felt that she was very lucky here. If she left, she might be unlucky. Not to mention that there was someone she admired here. After walking out of Taylor's recording studio, Tang learned about the situation in Tokyo through a conference call. Akamoto Yasushi's first girl idol group, AKB48, has officially debuted and completed many performances in the theater. According to feedback, the girl group is very popular and has attracted many Akihabara brothers. Now the theater has begun to have income, and the production of the new album is also in progress. The first single will be released soon. Although compared with the previous life, Akamoto Yasushi's speed this time is a little slower, but this is also because he has sufficient funds to polish it carefully. Tang is still very optimistic about Tokyo industry. He will get rich returns at least in the next 10 years. After understanding the company's situation and holding meetings in the company for several consecutive days, The crew of Juno has been prepared. Kane also found a beautiful Hollywood screenwriter, Diablo Cody, for Tangda. After seeing the outline of the script of Juno, she recommended herself and passed Tangda's assessment. Not long after, Tangda got the revised and polished movie script. The dialogue in it is humorous and witty. Even if Tangda read it again, he was amused many times. And various details are indeed more in line with the core of the movie. After the script was confirmed, the confirmed actors also received invitation calls from Norton I. In the apartment in Los Angeles, Ellen Page just hung up the phone, and the bathroom door behind her was pushed open. A girl in a bath towel approached her from behind and put her arms around her. "Honey, I just heard you scream, what's wrong?" Ellen Page put her face to her girlfriend and said excitedly, "Because I got a call from Donald. I was invited to star in his latest movie." "Wow, Donald? Is that the director you often talk about?" "Yes, the director of Saw and Memoirs of a Geisha, although I like the MVs he shot for Avril and Insolent more." "You really know him well, honey, that's just right. This time I can meet my idol." "You're right. So what are you going to play?" the girlfriend asked curiously. "I'm going to play a mother who gets pregnant before marriage." Ellen Page raised her eyebrows. "It's very challenging, isn't it?" "Indeed, but I believe it's okay." The girlfriend leaned over and kissed Ellen Page's face. Ellen Page immediately felt a flame rising in her heart, so she hugged her girlfriend tightly and fell on the big white bed. The next day, Ellen Page and her agent came to the crew to report. In the office, she met her idol, Don Norton. "Hello. Hello." Seeing her hair fluffy and curly, Don Norton joked, "It seems that your hair has returned." Ellen Page smiled and said, "You are right." Previously, when Ellen Page was filming Mouth to Mouth, she played a rebellious girl. Not only did she show off her swear words, but she also shaved her head. Don Norton looked at the girl in front of him, as if she had always been unconventional. For example, the Hard Candy she filmed was also a rebellious thriller. Not to mention that she officially announced her coming out and had surgery to officially change her gender. Don Norton could only say that it was a good thing that she was still a girl now. "Sit down, we will have a script meeting next." Don Norton briefly introduced the staff to everyone, and then asked everyone to introduce themselves. Anne Hathaway was also among them. Although she played a supporting role, Don Norton still focused most of the couple's lines on her. So strictly speaking, her role is comparable to that of the male lead. After everyone finished introducing themselves, Tangda opened the script. "Well, now let's take a look at the first scene of the movie." Chapter 218 Movie Adaptation. The script discussion meeting for Juno was completed within 2 days. Because the script is simple and the scenes are not complicated, the filming naturally went smoothly. The original film took only 37 days to shoot, and Tangda only gave 40 days this time. However, compared with Juno, the preparation of Inception was much slower. There are not many prop teams in Hollywood that meet the requirements, and they all work in the crew, so we can only wait for their schedules to be arranged. In addition, the actors also encountered difficulties. Leonardo DiCaprio's schedule is full. This guy said he wanted to make a documentary himself, so he couldn't spare the time. Heath Ledger politely declined Tangda's invitation because he was fully committed to the role of the Joker and didn't want to be distracted by it. Tangda was a little helpless and planned to take the script to them after Juno was finished. Compared with the unsuccessful situation on his side, other companies were smooth sailing. Especially for Bernay PR, after it became famous at the Oscars, many film companies or producers immediately came to them, hoping to help their films get on the Oscar stage. Not long ago, Supreme Creative and Ford Motors advertisement was freshly released, which not only successfully won the New York Advertising Award, but also increased the sales of Ford's new models by 20%. This advertisement successfully opened up the automobile market for Supreme Creative, and many big car brands also began to seek advertising cooperation. Needless to say, the advertisement in cooperation with Durex doubled Durex's sales on the day the advertisement was broadcast. A large number of young men and women bought Durex, fearing that they would get pregnant unexpectedly and have a child who can only play tricks. While all these were happening, Tangda was watching the screen in the crew. Cut. Great. For the first time, Tangda didn't say anything and passed it directly. This made the assistant director next to him stunned. But Ellen Page's performance was really natural. This kind of chick image was easy to come by, and there was no sense of disobedience at all, just like a real girl who is worried about pregnancy. And this movie itself does not need too much heavy style acting, and it can achieve a comedic effect as relaxed as possible. Therefore, surprisingly, everyone kept smiling during the whole filming process, which was the most relaxed crew the staff had experienced. However, during the filming breaks, many film companies found Tang. "I saw you were thinking all afternoon. What's wrong, Tang?" Anne Hathaway asked Tang while blowing her hair in the room at night. They were now living in a suburban apartment 3 kilometers away from the crew. This was the place he rented, and it was also the best house in the area. "Because those film companies want me to direct a movie." Tang took off his bathrobe and put on his pajamas. "This is a good thing. Why are you always depressed?" Anne Hathaway looked at Tang through the dressing mirror. "Well, because I'm thinking," Tang explained. "Now there are several movies in front of me, and I need to pick out the most likely movie to stand out. That's really difficult, just like I often receive a lot of scripts, and I feel a headache every time I choose. Doesn't your agent help you?" Tang got on the bed and leaned against the headboard. "I didn't ask him to help me because I'm an actor and I need to find a script that suits me." "That's right. So do you need advice, Mr. Tang?" Anne Hathaway put down the hairdryer and lay down on the bed with Tang. "Of course, dear." Tang touched the back of her smooth hand and said, "There are 3 movies. One is Charlie's War produced by Universal. The second one is The Assassination of the Gunslinger produced by Warner Brothers. The last one is still a Warner Brothers movie, I Am Legend. What are these 3 movies about?" Anne Hathaway tilted her head and leaned on his shoulder. Charlie's War tells the story of a group of Americans fighting against the Soviet Union in Afghanistan, although I think it's more like a joke. Tang was not interested in the so-called game between great powers, but he also knew that history books were written by the victors. The tragic experience of the third world countries is closely related to everything done by the 2 great powers, the United States and the Soviet Union, but now they have become little girls who can dress up at will. What about the second one? The Gunslinger is an adaptation, telling a Western story, about a thief who robs the rich and helps the poor and is eventually killed by his own people. Okay, what about the third one? Is it about a hero? Anne Hathaway guessed based on the title. But Tang shook his head and laughed. "Not at all. It tells the story of a man and a dog surviving in the end of the world. I heard that it was the lead actor Will Smith who strongly suggested that I direct it." "Haha, he really has been thinking about you." "Come on, I won't think about him." Tang joked, and then said, "Although I also want to agree to him, unfortunately, my schedule doesn't support it. Inception is destined to take a lot of my effort, and it will probably take at least a year." The movies Tang shot before were either low budget or fixed scenes, and they didn't actually take much time. But Inception is completely different. Whether it's the various scenes in the dream or the different special effects, Tang needs to devote himself to it with the crew to complete this film. Therefore, blockbusters of the same level such as Charlie's War and I Am Legend were no longer in Tang's consideration. After figuring this out, Anne Hathaway asked curiously, "So you want to take The Assassination of the Jackspender?" "No." Tang shrugged, "I don't plan to take it." "Why?" "Because I don't think The Assassination of the Jackspender has any hope of winning an award." Tang didn't want to waste his limited energy on a movie that had no hope of winning an award. On the one hand, Juno and Inception were enough to make money, and on the other hand, he needed a movie that could really win a big award to establish his position in Hollywood. Now he is already very popular, but this is not enough. Nominations are just nominations after all. So he leaned against the head of the bed and thought for a while, until Anne Hathaway stroked his leg with her hand, and then he came back to his senses. "What did you think of?" Anne Hathaway asked him. "I thought of a lot. I seem to remember something." Tang narrowed his eyes. "Western movies, maybe I have a brand new choice." The next day, when Carl climbed up from the big bed at home, he suddenly received a call from Tang. Some time ago, he had been accompanying Zhenlong to be interviewed and filmed in China. It must be said that Chinese food is much richer and more diverse than American food. Carl followed Zhenlong to eat every day, so that he gained 5 kilograms. Although Zhenlong was very happy to be loved in China, he also felt a little troubled and tired in the extreme noise. So Zhenlong has now returned to his home in Canada to rest, and Carl was also free. Unexpectedly, after just 2 days of rest, Tang's task was issued. Go to Cormac McCarthy, the winner of the Pulitzer Prize for Fiction, to buy the copyright of his novel. Carl knew that Tang must be preparing a new movie when he heard this task. He packed his clothes, combed his hair in front of the mirror, and looked at his face that was more swollen than before, and couldn't help swearing, "I must control my appetite." After swearing, he went downstairs and his wife had prepared breakfast for him. There were all kinds of bread and bacon on the plate. Carl looked at them and thought for a while, then put the bacon into the bread and took a bite. These things are not Chinese fried dough sticks, so eating them won't make you fat. After finishing breakfast, Carl called the publishing house responsible for Cormac McCarthy's novel. "Hello, I'm Carl, the producer of Norton I. It's like this. I want to talk to you about the film rights of Cormac McCarthy's novel, No Country for Old Men. Yes, the boss of our company likes this novel very much and wants to buy it. As for the price, I think it would be more sincere to talk about it in person, right? Okay, I'll be at this address at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, right? No problem, see you then." After hanging up the phone, Carl and his wife complained, "No Country for Old Men, it sounds like a tragic story, maybe the Oscar judges will like it." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Carl sat on the sofa of the publishing house. The head of the publishing house, Horkav, was opposite him, with a Mediterranean hairstyle, pouring tea for him. "Thank you." Carl took the teacup very gentlemanly, and then said, "Let's get straight to the point. We hope to buy the priority adaptation rights for the novel No Country for Old Men." Horkav nodded. "This is really good news, but unfortunately, there are other people who are interested in the adaptation rights of this novel. In fact, they have already communicated with Mr. McCarthy first." Carl frowned immediately. "So the copyright of this novel has been sold?" "That's not the case, but I think they are more likely." Carl relaxed his brows after hearing this. "Don't worry, Mr. Horkav, we come with sincerity. No matter how much copyright fee our competitors offer, we can be higher than him." Tang's order on the phone was to pay at all costs. This was the first time Carl heard such a strong statement, so no matter how difficult it was, he had to complete this task beautifully. Seeing Carl's firm attitude, Horkav was also stunned. Then he said, "Okay, in that case, I will convey it to Mr. McCarthy." "More than just conveying it, Mr. Horkav," Carl said seriously, "we are different from those big companies. Norton's I is Don Norton's private company. We don't have the drawbacks of those big companies. We won't buy scripts and then keep them in the bottom of the box. And you should know that at the Oscars last month, our company's films won many nominations and awards. All our goals are to make the best movies. And Mr. Norton believes that Mr. McCarthy's novel is an undoubted treasure." When he read the novel, he had already thought of everything for the film adaptation. "For this reason, we can directly purchase the copyright of the entire book and pay it in full. And start filming this year. We will also hire Mr. McCarthy as the screenwriter to work with us to create this movie." Carl said everything that Norton's I could do in an extremely tempting tone. Even the knowledgeable Horkav couldn't help but be moved by this determination. "Okay, I will try my best to explain to Mr. McCarthy. I believe that if you are really sincere, Mr. McCarthy will be willing to cooperate with you." After leaving the publishing house, Carl called Tangda and reported, "Very good, Carl, you did the right thing." Tangda looked at the shooting scene that he stopped, and then said, "Anyway, let me meet Mr. McCarthy." "Well, that's it." Tangda hung up the phone and picked up the microphone, one more time. The crew began to rearrange the scene, and the actors began to recite the lines again. Tangda kept tapping the armrest with his fingers. It was when he heard the movie The Assassination of the Sharpshooter that he recalled No Country for Old Men, which is also a Western movie. This movie came out of nowhere and directly won the Oscar for Best Picture, Best Director, Best Supporting Actor, and Best Adapted Screenplay. It can be said that it is exactly the movie that Tangda needs the most. Moreover, the shooting process of this movie is simple, the scenes are not complicated, and the production cost is low, which will not affect the shooting of Inception at all. So this is why Tangda tried his best to get it. The reason why he had an impression of this movie was because of a girlfriend in his previous life. This girl was a senior movie lover. After graduating from the film school, she had been committed to shooting some niche movies. Then she usually went to film festivals and won some small awards. Tangda attracted her with his camera skills. After the two of them got together, they watched many movies she liked. Among them was No Country for Old Men. It was just that era was really a long time ago. At that time, Tangda was not the dark world photographer he later became. He was still a young man who was full of hope for the future and on the right path. So Tangda's memory of these things was not very deep. In this way, after getting Tangda's reply, Carl would go to the publishing house to harass Horkav every day. Anyway, he had a lot of time. Every time he drank a cup of tea in Horkav's office, he would look at other published books and find out if there were any novels with potential for adaptation. An afternoon passed easily. And Horkav saw that Carl was so determined, he had to increase his efforts to persuade McCarthy. Finally, a week later, the Pulitzer Prize winner, Cormac McCarthy, finally found time to meet with Don. So Don paused filming, put down everything he was doing, and rushed back to New York. Chapter 219 Little Robert. Cormac McCarthy's home is in northern New York. When Don brought Carl to the home of the grand prize winner, he found that he was writing at home. Please sit down. McCarthy is a kind old man. Although he has little hair on his head, his articles are full of wisdom. Hello. Don and Carl nodded politely and sat on the sofa. From Don's perspective, he could see that there were many pens and notebooks on the table in front of McCarthy, but there was no typewriter. It seemed that the writer still maintained the most primitive way of writing. I heard that you want to buy the copyright of No Country for Old Men, right? McCarthy sat on the chair. He was in his 60s and spoke slowly, but he looked very energetic. Yes, Mr. McCarthy. Don nodded. Then do you know this work? Of course, I've read it all. Don did not lie. He bought the novel directly in the past 2 days and finished it overnight. Since he wanted to buy the copyright of this novel, he naturally had to be well prepared. But Mr. McCarthy did not continue to ask, but talked about some trivial matters. This made Tangda's preparations go to waste, but he was not disappointed, but chatted with the old man. After chatting for half an hour, McCarthy suddenly asked curiously, "Can you tell me your story?" What? Tangda was a little confused. Your story, when you wanted to buy my novel, I knew you. You won an Oscar and founded your own company. You should have been very successful. Yes, you are right. Compared with others, this is indeed very successful. So why did you shoot this boring novel? McCarthy smiled. This book only has yellow sand all over the sky, drugs, people swallowed by desire and a cold killer. Why do you like this story? Tangda crossed his hands and put his thumbs together, because I can see death. Death? McCarthy seemed to be interested. That's right, life and death are eternal themes. The people in this novel have been discussing death. Even the cold-blooded killer has his own logic of death. The reason why the protagonist died in the end is precisely because he did not fear death. He was blinded by greed and did not consider the death it brought. Tangda spoke for about 5 minutes, and McCarthy was listening carefully. It was not until he paused that McCarthy clapped his hands and praised, "You have your own opinion on this novel, which is great." McCarthy is particularly paranoid about life and death. He once publicly expressed in front of the media that he was not interested in works that did not involve life and death. So Tangda deliberately mentioned this concept. But the old man still did not let go, and his eyes seemed to have a kind of magic that could see through Tangda's heart. But I think you must have concealed the real thing. Tangda looked at him for a while and shrugged. Well, I am also a person blinded by desire, because I think this work can win the Oscar for Best Picture. What? Carl on the side exclaimed. Although he knew that Tangda had high expectations for this work, the Oscar for Best Picture was a bit outrageous. So many movies are selected every year. Take this year, even the most popular Brokeback Mountain did not win the Best Picture. How dare Tangda say that No Country for Old Men can win the Best Picture? This is really arrogant. Carl complained a few words in his heart, but he felt that Tangda should not be talking nonsense. From the facts in the past, all the works that Tangda was optimistic about finally had amazing performances. Carl felt that Tangda was like a pair of eyes that could see into the future, so this time he felt that Tangda should have his own judgment. It's just, the Oscar for Best Picture is still a bit too radical. But McCarthy laughed happily after hearing what Tangda said. Ha ha ha, Best Film, Tang, you are so bold to say that. Of course, because I am the one who directed and filmed it. Tangda said confidently. I have proved my ability with several films, but I am still short of the most important film, so Mr. McCarthy, your novel is the most important thing to me. Then it seems that you will not give up if I don't give it to you. McCarthy pouted, looking a little naughty. That's right, just like the cold and perverted killer in the book, I will keep pestering you. Tangda agreed with McCarthy's statement. Okay, old man, I don't have so much time and energy to let you pester me, so this novel belongs to you. Thank you. Tang and Carl stood up to express their gratitude. But if you really win the trophy for the best film, can you put it with me? McCarthy made a very strange request, which seemed outrageous to Carl. No problem. But Tang agreed without any hesitation. Then I won't keep you for dinner. After coming out of McCarthy's villa, Carl wondered, why should we give him the Best Picture trophy? This request is too unreasonable. It doesn't matter. Tang explained as he got back into the car, I don't care where a trophy is. Even if it's made of gold, it's worthless to me. I just need the fame it brings me. Okay, wait. Carl, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly turned his head. Why do we seem to have won the Oscar? My God, this is too arrogant. Ha ha ha. Tang smiled. Carl, this is not arrogance, on the contrary, this is a clear understanding of the Oscar. Just a Best Picture is not enough for this movie. But if you mention the Best Director award, Carl will probably think that Tang is crazy. A 25-year-old new director won the Oscar for Best Director? Martin Scorsese is envious. Okay, this is outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. If Carl knew that Tang had such a crazy idea, he would definitely advise him to see a private doctor. After all, this unrealistic fantasy must be caused by excessive mental pressure. Well, you are the boss, you have the final say. Carl turned around, looked at the taciturn Tom and asked, what do you think? I don't understand movies. Tom shrugged his shoulders, but I think just think about what to do and you will succeed. I didn't expect you to be a believer in success. Carl sneered at this, and then continued to ask, then when are you going to start shooting this movie? Wait until I finish shooting Juno. Tang thought about it. No Country for Old Men won the Oscar in 2008, and he didn't plan to change this time point. Because the success of some films is the combined effect of time, place and people. And next year's Oscar winner is Martin Scorsese, and the Oscars have indeed owed him many years. Period. If No Country for Old Men is released this year, it is likely that the Oscar gentleman will give the Best Picture to Tang and the Best Director to Martin Scorsese. This is not something that can be changed by public relations, so in order to gain the greatest fame, Tang needs to wait another year. But it's good this way. Presumably, Inception will be released by then. With the titles of Oscar for Best Picture and Best Director, this film will be given greater expectations. Maybe it can create a box office miracle that surpasses the previous life. But since it is for a miracle, Tang must gather all the conditions for the miracle to happen. In this year, there will be no actor with more box office appeal than Leonardo DiCaprio. Although Matt Damon is also a versatile actor, his global popularity cannot be compared with Leonardo. Ryan Gosling, except for The Notebook, has no other masterpieces to show off. But Leonardo is different. The Aviator, Titanic and The Departed, which will be released this year, are all his best business cards. So in terms of global popularity, he is indeed ahead of others. To be honest, if Robert Downey Jr. has achieved a reversal of word of mouth with Iron Man, Tang would actually prefer him, but it is a pity that at this point in time, he is still working as a producer on the set. But thinking of him, Tang suddenly realized that he could ask him to act in advance. Although he can't take on the responsibility of box office now, he can play a supporting role in Inception first. Anyway, his current salary is low. Tang did it as soon as he thought of it, and immediately arranged for Carl to find the man who had disappeared in Hollywood for a long time. Downey, put on a smile, don't be so bitter, please. In the outdoor basketball court in Los Angeles, director Dito Montiel was holding a microphone and shouting to Robert Downey Jr. The movie A Guide to Saints in front of him is the debut of this new director and is also adapted from his autobiography. Downey not only plays a role in this movie, but also serves as a producer. To be honest, there is nothing he can do about it. After all, many commercial movies will not choose Downey, a guy who has been arrested 3 times for drug problems, even though he has been constantly improving his appearance and condition in recent years, conveying his new look of repentance to the public. But many film company executives still look at him with tinted glasses, thinking that he can't turn the situation around. Therefore, in the past few years, he started as a stand-in MVs, joined a low-cost crew to play a supporting role, and then played the leading role in a niche movie. For example, this one is an out-and-out low-cost award-winning movie. The entire crew is only 25 people, which is not comparable to the big crews he has experienced in the past. Because of the tight venue fee, they can only borrow or temporarily rent some scenes. But there's joy in suffering. At least Downey has now learned the process and precautions of the producer. He thinks that if he transforms into a producer in the future, it may be a good choice. And just after he finished shooting this scene, someone suddenly found him. "Downey, someone is looking for you over there." "Looking for me?" Downey drank a sip of cheap mineral water and looked at the people outside the venue. In this slightly hot weather, the man was still wearing a suit and had no intention of taking it off. This reminded him of his father, Robert Downey Sr., who was also so meticulous and never left a dirty impression on people. He walked to the wall in the hot sun, looked at the person and asked, "Are you looking for me?" "Yes." Carl thought the weather was ridiculous. It was still raining yesterday, but today it was so hot that it made people dizzy. However, the gentleman's instinct always controlled his behavior, so he just slightly adjusted his tie and said, "I have a movie, do you want to listen to it?" Although Carl didn't know why Tang had to find a sex contract, when he thought about his low salary, Carl felt that it was not unacceptable. Anyway, it was just a supporting role. But he was still worried that Tang would commit crimes again and then be put in jail. That would affect Tang's new movie. So his attitude was not very good, but very indifferent. However, when Tang heard that there was a movie looking for him, his eyes immediately lit up and he climbed over the fence beside the wall. "Pa." He jumped in front of Carl and asked, "What movie?" "Come with me." Carl really couldn't stand the bad sun, so he tilted his head and walked towards the car next to him. "Monty, yay, I'll be back soon." Downey threw the bottle of mineral water in his hand back to the basketball court, and followed Carl into the car alone. In the car, Carl finally felt alive after turning on the air conditioner. After taking a few breaths of air conditioning, he took out a simple script outline and handed it to Downey. "Take a look." Downey took the script and first looked at the name, Inception. Interesting name, this should be a low-budget science fiction movie. He made a simple guess, but saw Carl's mouth curled up, as if expressing his disdain. "Okay, let me take a look." He turned to the second page and saw the words Don Norton in the director's name column. Norton. Downey frowned and looked at Carl in confusion. "Memoirs of a Geisha." "Yes." Carl nodded. Downey's expression immediately became serious, because he realized something unusual from this script. If the director is Don Norton, then it must not be a low-budget production. Although he did start with a small budget, every one of his movies can stand on the Oscar podium. Oscar is what Downey wants most when he looks back at the past in prison. Because everyone mentions him, they will mention his experience, especially the movie Chaplin, which brought him the greatest honor and the name of the award. Oscar nomination for Best Actor. That was his unprecedented peak, and also the nightmare that wakes him up every night. He wants to get rid of the shadow of the past, but he has never found a suitable way. And now, the opportunity to stand on the Oscar stage again has finally appeared. Chapter 220. Leonardo. Robert Downey Jr. read the script very carefully. Then he said to Carl, "I can choose these two roles freely, right? There are 5 main characters in Inception. They are the protagonist Dom Cobb, the genius Alair Dennis, the collaborators Arthur, Eames and Youssef." The script that Carl handed him involved Eames in the main character team and Fisher, the heir of the big consortium, throughout the movie. Of course, there is no clear role mark in the script, and Downey will not know the plot of Fisher's character and the length of his story. It is just a short character summary. In fact, if you look at the summary, Eames is the one with more scenes. But Downey's eyes stayed on the Eames summary for only 1 minute, but stayed on the Fisher summary for 5 minutes. When Carl was a little impatient, he let go. "Okay, when is the audition?" Carl handed him a business card with the address of Norton I on it. "You need to come to New York for an audition in 2 weeks, right here." "No problem." Downey nodded. He could see that this was a complex script with many words in it that he didn't quite understand, and could only guess based on the meaning of the words. But it didn't matter. The more complex it was, the more it showed the director's dedication. No matter what movie it was, just look at the name Don Norton. He felt that he must get this role. This might be his chance to turn things around. Downey put the script tightly against his chest and got out of the car. When the door was about to close, Carl suddenly said, "Good luck." "Thank you." Downey nodded, and then watched Carl drive away. He turned around and walked towards the basketball court, but his steps were heavier than before. At the same time, Don was being entertained by Leonardo at his country estate. "Long time no see, Buddy. Leonardo was wearing suspenders and a white shirt, a felt hat, and a pipe, looking like an American landlord. Tang hugged him and raised his eyebrows. It seems that we just met last month. Haha, that's right, Oscar. Leonardo patted Tang's shoulder. It's just a courtesy, you know. I thought we could be less polite. Tang smiled. After all, we already know each other very well. He pointed at Leonardo's clothes, which made the big star immediately think of the photo shoot before. Oh, that is indeed a kind of understanding. Leonardo took him into the door, and Giselle Bundchen was not seen in the house. Although the two broke up and got back together many times, this time they really broke up and there was no room for redemption. Giselle couldn't stand Leonardo's philandering and his busyness after all. Leonardo was already pursuing a new target, Israeli model Bar Rafili. This guy seems to have a special liking for female models. Several women are basically female models. It can only be said that the taste is quite uniform and has never changed. However, although there is no hostess in the manor, there are a group of competent servants, gardeners and housekeepers. Along the way, they can be seen busy with various matters, taking care of every aspect of this huge manor. It's really luxurious. Tang sighed, and Leonardo shrugged. If you want, you can, too. Do you want me to introduce you to real estate? Forget it, I think limited money should be used in more valuable places. Tang shook his head. 50 Shades of Grey has been officially released worldwide and topped the box office charts in many countries. The box office is estimated to be around 500 million, plus the North American box office, a total of 670 million box office. After deducting the share of theaters, MGM, Lionsgate, etc., Tang's Norton I will receive a share of 250 million. This is undoubtedly a huge amount of money, and it is also the biggest profit Tang has ever made in his life. For the company Norton I, if they do not frequently invest in movies and have stable income and expenditure every year, this money is enough for them to play around for a lifetime. But Tang did not plan to lie on the pile of money for retirement, but started a large-scale investment. The first one is the $100 million of United Artists. The second is the acquisition of the Digital Field. This special effects production company located in Los Angeles is the second largest in Hollywood after Industrial Light and Magic and Weta Digital. It was founded by Scott Ross, a former manager of Industrial Light and Magic. In 1993, the great director James Cameron became a shareholder, and then he introduced his good friend Stan Weston. This good friend is a famous movie special effects master. The special effects of Jurassic Park, Alien and Terminator are all from his hands. So at the beginning, the Digital Field developed very rapidly. But with James Cameron's strong temper, it was very difficult for Scott Ross to do his job, and the two had many conflicts in the operation of the company. In addition, James Cameron gradually became interested in documentaries and had no intention of shooting commercial films, so he simply withdrew from the company. And his good friend Stan Weston naturally left the company. After that, their business conditions became worse and worse, far worse than the other two companies, and coupled with wrong decisions, the company was burdened with heavy debts. However, in Tang's view, the reason why the Digital Field is lonely is that what they are good at is not in line with the development of the future era. Digital domain is more focused on particle effects, while Hollywood's movie effects are focused on scenes, props, and facial capture. This results in their orders being far less than those of Industrial Light and Magic and Weta Digital. However, both companies have their own financial backers, and it is too difficult for Tang to take over. So he set his sights on this company that has been on the decline, and planned to carry out a round of corporate reforms to get it back on the right track of Hollywood special effects development and use it for his own benefit. To this end, he prepared a budget of $70 million and planned to acquire 30% of the company's shares and become its major shareholder. And Scott Ross is the key figure. In addition to these two sums of money, Tang is also preparing to look for a new building as the future office location for the Norton Group. After all, whether it is Angel Declaration, Norton I, Supreme Creativity or Burnett Public Relations, the number of personnel has exceeded the original company size. At this time, squeezing in that small place is no longer the best choice. And it is not private enough. So Tang commissioned Fernando to find a suitable office building in New York. Of course, he is not going to buy a whole building directly now, that would be too extravagant. It won't be too late to buy after the economic crisis in 2008. He just wants to rent a few floors as a temporary place for the company. As for the $50 million he borrowed for supreme creativity, the one who owes the money is God. Tang doesn't plan to pay off the loan in one go. Only by keeping the money in his own hands can he make more money. But Leonardo didn't understand what Tang meant by valuable. He frowned. Isn't it the most valuable thing to make yourself happy? You are right. Tang spread his hands, but my happiness is not this. Then what is your happiness? Leonardo asked curiously. My happiness. Tang looked at the spire of the manor building. Look there, standing on it, getting everyone's praise is my happiness. Leonardo and he were basking in the sun together, squinting their eyes to look at the sky. So part of my happiness comes from this way. Ha ha ha. The two smiled at each other and walked into the villa. Sitting on the brown soft leather sofa, stepping barefoot on the furry leather carpet, looking at the various spray products hanging on the wall, Tang suddenly felt Leonardo's luxurious life. You're doing a great job. No wonder you don't stay in the city. Of course. Leonardo shrugged. It's very quiet here. When I want to study the script and don't want to be disturbed, I'll come here. Of course, when I want to have some fun, I'll go back to my villa in Los Angeles and have a party. That sounds good. So have you received a new movie invitation now? No, I came here because I want to make a documentary myself. Leonardo explained. It's called The 11th Hour. You know, I have established an environmental protection organization for 8 years, and I have been insisting on popularizing the importance of environmental protection to the public. He picked up a glass of wine and handed it to Tang. We have been destroying this ecosystem. I think the world is accelerating towards extinction, so we must pay attention to environmental protection. Tang looked at the carpet under his feet and the hangings on the wall. Does your environmental protection include animals? Of course. Leonardo stood up and walked to the wall, laughing. These are all fake, not real. And the carpet under your feet is also fake, man-made. But they are not ordinary animals, they are all endangered. The reason they are placed here is to draw everyone's attention. So do you want to pull me into your environmental protection organization? Or do you want me to help you shoot a documentary? Either is fine, Tang. I think your appeal will become stronger and stronger in the future. Leonardo sat back on the sofa and said seriously, you are a director. If you agree with the concept of environmental protection, then you may be able to do much more than me. Yet, to be honest, I agree with environmental protection. Tang nodded and said, I think the human factors are behind global warming now. You are right. Those countries are logging and hunting animals crazily. The ecological chain and climate have been destroyed. Maybe more than that. Tang shook his chin lightly. I don't think logging alone will bring such serious harm. Carbon emissions must be added. The United States has the largest carbon emissions in the world. Whether it is cars or factories, they are releasing pollution without restraint, or transferring this pollution to other developing countries. Then you openly announce that you want the whole world to contribute to environmental protection. Don't you think this is funny? Leonardo was silent for a moment. I didn't expect you to be a government critic. Come on, Leonardo, although I am a Native American, I have to say that this country is pretty fucked up. Tang laughed. Fortunately, it is democratic and free enough, isn't it? Leonardo did not hear the sarcasm in Tang's words, and picked up the wine glass. Then let's toast to democracy and freedom. Cheers. Ling. Tang finished the wine, but I am really interested in the documentary you mentioned. Let me be one of you. You are the producer, and you arrange my position. But at the same time, you can't refuse Inception again. Ha ha ha, I brought you here, which means I don't want to refuse. Leonardo nodded in agreement, but what is this movie about? Why do I feel a little confused? Very simple. Tang stood up and walked behind Leonardo's head, put 2 fingers on his temple and said in a low voice, close your eyes quietly. Leonardo was a little confused, but still followed Tang's words and closed his eyes. Then he heard Tang's hypnotic words, you are about to enter the world of dreams, where you will meet the person you want to see most in your heart. The two of you will walk together on the beach, hug each other, and kiss each other. Until the sunset appears in the sky, and the sunset disappears little by little with the sea level. You sit on the beach with her and share your deepest secrets with her. And when you have shared each other's secrets, you find that the dream has disappeared. Tang snapped his fingers in Leonardo's ear. Snap. Leonardo opened his eyes instantly. The next second, he saw Tang sitting on the coffee table opposite him. He was illuminated by the light above his head, and his whole face seemed dim. In the shadows, Tang said, "Now, I know your secret." Leonardo's eyes widened, and just as he was about to stand up and question, Tang suddenly laughed. "That's the feeling. FXXK. Leonardo cursed. "You really didn't hypnotize me." After thinking for a while, he asked again. Tang laughed. "Of course, Leonardo, do you really think I can hypnotize? Don't you know whether you are asleep or not?" "That's hard to say." Leonardo did not comment. "You are a symbol of good luck in Hollywood. Many people say that you are blessed by God. But that doesn't mean I can use this blessing to do evil." After a few words, Leonardo suddenly became excited. "So this is my identity in the movie? Hypnotist. Yes, you will become a dream hypnotist. After hypnotizing a person, you will sneak into his dream and use disguise, words and actions to pry into his heart and find his deepest secrets." "Sounds good. Don't worry, Leonardo, this will be a wonderful movie. I can't guarantee whether it will win an award, but the fame and reputation will definitely be very good." "Okay, I believe you." Leonardo stretched out his fist and bumped it with Tang, then drank the wine in the glass. Chapter 221 Digital Realm. After talking about the movie, Tang and Leonardo talked about the environmental documentary. "How do you plan to shoot it?" Tang asked. "I plan to interview some experts and scientists, CIA investigators, and some politicians who are committed to environmental protection. After all, Leonardo is a well-known star in the United States. He has a lot of face. I guess many people will be willing to be interviewed because of his face." "Okay, it sounds very professional." "Of course." Leonardo crossed his legs. "The whole documentary is very professional. I plan to interview some household names, such as Hawking." "Hawking?" Tang pulled the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that one day he would be related to this famous scientist who suffers from systemic ALS but still maintains male physiological functions. Seeing Tang silent, Leonardo asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just a little surprised." "Haha, what's so surprising? There are more scientists waiting to be interviewed." After that, the two came to the shooting range in the manor and played with guns for a while. Now Tang already has a gun license, and his shooting skills have been greatly improved under Tom's teaching. In addition, with his sharp vision, he can't say that he can hit the target every time, but he can hit 95% of the time. Leonardo nodded after seeing Tang's shooting skills. "It's amazing. Maybe we can ask you to come to join us when we hold an event in the future." "What event?" Tang frowned. "Hunting activities." Leonardo explained, "There are always some creatures that are rampant in various places, which affects the local food chain, so we will hold hunting activities together to help the local residents. Of course, we will also compete in shooting skills." "I see." Tang nodded. "Remember to call me next time for such interesting things." "Don't worry." That night, after leaving Leonardo's manor, Tang returned to the apartment near the set of Juno. Anne Hathaway was reading a magazine on the bed. Seeing Tang coming back, she came forward to help him hang up his clothes. "How is it? Is Leonardo confirmed?" "Yes, he has agreed to play the role." "That's great. So who else is missing now?" "Other actors are easy to talk about. The most important one is Heath Ledger." Tang loosened his tie. "He is currently filming Candy in Australia, and he said he can't get away." "What should we do?" "Choose other actors." "I also asked Joseph Gordon-Levitt, but he also has to shoot a new movie. Be careful in the second half of the year." "So what are you going to do?" "Go to Australia and persuade Heath Ledger to come back." Tang paused for a moment, then said, "Maybe there is a way. The filming of Juno has been progressing steadily." Half a month after the discussion with Leonardo, Tang had shot most of the entire film. Even he himself did not expect that the film would progress so quickly. But this is mainly due to Ellen Page. She has a good grasp of the heroine's personality and it is so easy to perform. In addition, their budget was higher than the original version, so they didn't have to use such a strict scene, so the shooting speed was naturally much faster. After finishing Juno, Tang took Carl to Australia. Outside the Candy crew, they met Heath Ledger. "Hello, Tang." Heath Ledger is a young man with a sunny look. Although his hairline looks a bit high, he is very friendly. "Hello, Ledger." Tang greeted him and sat on a bench next to the shooting location. The two talked like friends. Carl sat in the car, bored and reading the newly bought newspaper. "I didn't expect you to come to me in person." Heath Ledger was a little surprised. He thought that there would be no follow-up after he rejected Inception, but Tang actually ran all the way from America to find him. It must be said that this persistence still touched Heath Ledger. Of course, you are one of the important roles I have booked. Tang smiled and continued, can you tell me what your concerns are? Oh, mainly because of the schedule. Heath Ledger explained, my film will be shot until the summer, and then I have another film I'm not there, which will probably be free until the end of the year. It's a pity. Really? It sounds really busy. Tang took out a script and handed it to him, but you can take a look at the role and the story outline, maybe you will change your mind. Heath Ledger knew that these simple reasons would not make Tang leave, so he could only nod and pick up the script to read it. And this reading lasted for 20 minutes. It's a very interesting story. When Heath Ledger put down the script, his first words were praise. I think this story is very creative. Stealing secrets from dreams is really cool. Yes, it's very cool and very different. Tang smiled and said, and this film will be a rare science fiction theme in recent years, and 70% of the special effects scenes will be shot in real scenes. There is no need for actors to stand in front of the camera in a green screen, but to simulate special effects in a real environment. That's great. Heath Ledger laughed. My biggest headache is the special effects scenes, which is why I usually don't take such films. So are you interested? Heath Ledger was silent for a moment. To be honest, Tang, I am very interested, it's just the schedule. Don't worry about the schedule. My movie will start shooting at least at the end of the year, so don't worry about your schedule bumping into it. Tang recently found a suitable prop team. According to his requirements, it will take several months to build those large scene props. Okay. Heath Ledger was still hesitating. And the cost of this movie is very high, initially estimated to be around 150 million. Tang offered another temptation, if you act in it, then believe me, the pay will definitely be more than all your movies. The cost is very high, but Tang will definitely not pay for it himself. He will bring in MGM and find several other investment companies to share the cost, and this movie can attract a lot of sponsorship. After all, this kind of commercial blockbuster, the cars and costumes in it are very exposed. I believe those brands are willing to pay for it. Heath Ledger nodded when he heard the pay. He still wanted money. Of course, the desire to play a good role is more than money. But there was still some slight hesitation between his eyebrows. After being caught by Tang, he immediately said, but I think the most worthwhile part of acting in this movie is not these. Do you know what it is? What? Heath Ledger asked curiously. It's about understanding and soothing yourself. Tang spread his hands. I will invite some scientists who study dreams and psychologists. If you have mental problems, such as being unable to get out of the research role or being under too much psychological pressure, you can probably get some answers from them. Really? This is indeed Heath Ledger's problem. He has been taking psychiatric drugs recently and has not been able to relieve his symptoms well. Of course. Then, it's a pleasure to work with you. Heath Ledger shook hands with Tang and smiled. After Heath Ledger returned to the set, Tang also got back in the car. This kid is really slow. Carl shrugged and expressed his own opinions. You're right. Tang looked at Heath Ledger's back and said, he is a little indecisive. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why his acting is so delicate, but it must have caused him a lot of trouble. So now that it has been confirmed, where are we going now? Now? Of course, we're going to find a holiday estate and have a good rest. Tang came to Australia not just for Heath Ledger. He had traveled around many countries with several women before, but some of them did not enjoy this treatment. So while Kaden and Cindy were resting, he called them to Australia and prepared to spend a pleasant weekend here. A week later, Tang appeared in the office of Digital Domain in Los Angeles. Here, Scott Ross, the founder of Digital Domain, took him on a tour of the entire building. Look here, everyone here is a talent in the field of special effects. They are good at different special effects directions and can ensure the perfect presentation of the special effects of the movie. The day after tomorrow is their masterpiece, and those realistic scenes are all created by these people. Scott Ross boasted to Tang about the advantages of his company, while scanning the huge 300 square meter office in front of him. Tang looked at the special effects artists working inside and keenly discovered that they were not working very fast and were in a relatively relaxed state. It seemed that they were not very busy. So what movie special effects are you responsible for now? My super ex-girlfriend, Superman Concentration Camp, Flags of Our Fathers, etc. Scott Ross mentioned a few movies, none of which were well-known special effects blockbusters, and they were far behind Weta Digital and Industrial Light and Magic. Tang nodded and had a basic understanding of the company's operating conditions. Then several people walked into the office, and Scott Ross poured a glass of water for Tang and his accompanying secretary. "You have seen the entire company, what do you think?" Scott Ross eagerly asked Tang's opinion. He was now overwhelmed by the company's situation and was considering finding someone else to take over. But the accumulation of equipment and personnel in the digital field is a heavy burden, and there are not many people in Hollywood who are interested in special effects. Those film companies are also more keen to cooperate with mature special effects teams, so Scott Ross couldn't find a good candidate for a while. After all, this was the company he founded himself, and he didn't want to hand it over to an unreliable person. And Don Norton was a good choice because he was young and very interested in special effects. And now that he was successful and famous, with the profits from 50 Shades of Grey, it would not be difficult for him to acquire Digital Domain. Scott Ross thought that if he took over the company, he might be able to shoot a few special effects blockbusters and save Digital Domain's reputation. Therefore, he was very nice to Don Norton, and he almost had the words "acquire me" written all over his face. However, Tang had a lot of good things to say about Digital Domain. He said bluntly, "I think this is a company with very poor potential." "Why?" Scott Ross frowned and retorted, "We have very deep technical accumulation in the industry, and few companies can reach our level. But special effects companies are not movie companies, are they?" Tang spread his hands. "Film companies are flourishing, and many companies that focus on niche movies can live very well. But what about special effects companies? There's only one way, and that is to do film and television special effects for movies and TV series, especially those commercial blockbusters. But how many commercial blockbusters are there in a year? How many times a year can there be a business scale that can support hundreds of people?" Tang shook his head. "Very few, so the special effects market is a winner-takes-all. If Digital Domain just sticks to its past experience and qualifications, it will soon be eliminated by the entire market." Scott Ross was speechless. He knew in his heart that going on like this would be just chronic suicide. The number of special effects movies that Digital Domain is responsible for is decreasing every year. They have only received 3 orders so far this year. To be honest, they can only maintain a debt-free status at best, but they can't make a profit at all. If it's another 2 years, they may have to borrow money to pay salaries. This is also the reason why Scott Ross wants to quit while he's ahead. "What do you think we should do?" Scott Ross's expression calmed down a lot, and he took the initiative to ask Tang for his opinion. "I think if we want to change this situation, the first thing is to change the current direction of special effects research." Tang knocked on his knees. "I have investigated that the special effects direction of Digital Domain is still 3 years ago, and the so-called technical accumulation and breakthroughs are only in the particle field. But this is not right, because the future trend of film development is destined to make this kind of special effects gradually become a supporting role." "What is the protagonist of special effects?" Scott Ross asked curiously. Tang did not answer directly, but smiled. "I can only tell you after I really take over this company, right?" "Okay." Scott Ross knew that this was the confidence of Tang's acquisition, and he would definitely not let him know directly. But he also confirmed that Tang really wanted to turn around the company's operating conditions, and it was not a casual acquisition. This was the most important thing to him. Therefore, Scott Ross soon formally talked to Tang about the share acquisition. A week later, Norton announced that it would acquire 32% of Digital Domain's shares for $50 million, becoming the largest shareholder. At the same time, Tang would lead the entire company to transform as the new president of Digital Domain, and hand over Norton's latest movie, Inception, to Digital Domain. Inception? After the Hollywood media reported it, everyone was confused about what kind of movie it was, because it was completely different from the type Tang had shot before. And it was a science fiction movie. Could Tang, who had no similar experience, grasp the scale of special effects? However, when everyone was confused and even questioned, another news suddenly came out. Leonardo DiCaprio will star in Inception. Heath Ledger will also play an important supporting role in Inception. These two pieces of news immediately surprised everyone. Chapter 222 Audition Success. The cast of Inception is indeed quite luxurious. Leonardo DiCaprio is a hot actor in Hollywood and one of the highest paid actors. Heath Ledger is also a real actor who has proved his ability in Brokeback Mountain. It can be said that compared with Todd's previous works, this movie is obviously more luxurious. This surprised many people. They thought that Norton I would only shoot some low-cost works, but they didn't expect that they would start big productions now. But because of this, many people are not optimistic about this movie, because Todd has no experience in shooting this kind of science fiction. In the eyes of industry insiders, Todd is better at horror and romance movies. Berger of The Hollywood Reporter published an article for the future of this movie. First of all, Norton I invested in the film Inception directed by Tang. From the name, we can know that it is a science fiction film related to dreams. As we all know, science fiction movies have always been the most difficult type of movies to shoot, because they involve a lot of internal scientific logic and a lot of special effects, which is a great test of the director's imagination and directing ability. From Tang's resume, Saw, Memoirs of a Geisha, 50 Shades of Grey, several movies are love, or thriller and exciting. And I looked through all the MVs Tang shot on the past, and found that the content he is good at is consistent, and it has always been these themes. Less special effects, less virtuality, more humanity, more love. This is what Tang is good at. But science fiction movies don't need to show love, or it's just the most insignificant thing in the movie. So I don't think Tang's movie can surpass the performance of Memoirs of a Geisha. And there are too many examples in Hollywood. Many companies started with small costs, and then after accumulating capital, they all went all in to shoot big productions, but ended up losing everything. This kind of thing is not uncommon, and I am worried that Norton I will follow in his footsteps. Although the media was not very optimistic about Tang's risky attempt, the capital market proved their love with continuous phone calls. Tang, Universal, Sony, Warner and other major film companies have called to inquire about the investment of the film. What a keen sense of smell. Tang nodded and put down the teacup in his hand, but let's leave them alone for the time being, because we have to bid first. Bidding. Jimmy was a little confused. Why not get the investment first? He didn't quite understand Tang's approach. If 50 Shades of Grey has proved its value through the original novel, then it is quite normal to leave the investors alone. But Inception has no original basis. Now the only confirmed thing about the entire movie is the cast. Why leave the investors alone? Just because of Tang's fame? Jimmy is very worried that this movie will lose all the money earned from Eye of Norton. After all, that is a production cost of $150 million US. Don't worry, Jimmy, I have sorted out a lot of advertisements that need to be bid for this movie. Tang handed Jimmy a piece of paper with a series of products written on it. Cars, clothing, beverages, food. Jimmy shrugged, quite a lot. Yes, I believe that after these things are embedded in advertisements, our production costs can be greatly reduced. But these brands are not fools. What if they refuse to bid? Tang spread out his palms and explained to Jimmy, they will. Whether it is the investment scale of this movie, the cast, or myself, they all prove the ambition of this movie. And Inception will be released simultaneously around the world. This movie will be a commercial blockbuster. You have to tell them very confidently, and we have to set a base price for the bid. Jimmy, I would rather not sell it than sell any advertisements in the movie at a low price. Okay, it seems that you are really confident in this movie. Jimmy couldn't persuade Tang and could only nod in agreement. Of course. Tang smiled, and then continued to fill in the details of the script and draw storyboards on the manuscript paper next to him. Since the filming of Juno was completed, Tang has never been idle, and he did not go to find his women. He drew storyboards in the office every day. After all, the storyboard of this movie is actually a huge project. He has to give a first draft, and then ask the art to help draw a complete storyboard. And maybe after the movie is released, Tang can make a small amount of money by publishing the storyboard. In fact, Tang has been considering whether to add a little mark on the spinning top of Inception. After all, this peripheral will definitely sell well at that time. In the next week, Tang ran back and forth between the office and the props team every day, helping the props team understand his ideas and create a scene that fully meets the requirements. On the other hand, all the supporting actors are also gearing up to come to the Norton I for auditions. Inception involves many roles, and Tang is mainly responsible for the auditions of the protagonists and important supporting roles. Of course, Heath Ledger, Leonardo DiCaprio and Ellen Page did not need to audition. On the day of the audition, Robert Downey Jr. drove to the door of the Norton Eye. He did not have any agent for the time being, and he took all the movies on his own, so compared with other auditioning stars, he seemed a little lonely. There were not many people waiting for the audition, but those who could come here were definitely not unknown. For example, Chris Evans, the future Captain America who had just finished playing Fantastic Four, came to the Norton Eye for an audition. He was wearing a white t-shirt and a blue shirt, and looked strong and energetic. And Matt Damon, with his refreshing appearance and his smile, was very friendly. The key is that at this time, they all had more box office appeal than Downey in Hollywood, so after seeing them, Downey sat silently on the sofa at the edge, waiting for his audition to come. But although Downey did not speak, Matt Damon and Chris Evans soon noticed him. The two got up and walked over, and Matt Damon said, "Downey. God, I didn't expect to see you here. Hey, hello." Downey stood up, his expression seemed calm. "I like your Chaplin, you acted really well." When Matt Damon mentioned this work, Downey shrugged immediately. "Thank you for your like. You are here for an audition, too. What role?" Fisher." Fisher. Chris Evans was surprised. "This is a good role. I've seen the character outline, the son of a consortium. But is it really okay at your age?" "Don't say that, Evans. There is no problem with Downey's acting skills." Matt Damon refuted Chris Evans's statement. Chris Evans immediately raised his hand. "I didn't mean that. This role does need to be younger." In fact, the role he auditioned for was also Fisher. "Well, maybe." Downey didn't argue with him about his ideas, because he thought it was boring. So he found an excuse to leave. "I should go to the bathroom, sorry." "Go ahead, turn left over there," Chris Evans kindly reminded. "Okay, thank you." Downey walked into the bathroom and washed his face with water, then held the sink with both hands and looked at himself in the mirror. He was indeed a little old and did not look as handsome as when he was young. He tidied his hair a little, then tightened his tie and put on his gold-rimmed glasses. In an instant, his temperament changed, becoming a little silent and restrained, just like the character of Fisher. 10 minutes later, Downey appeared in the audition room. Sitting on the chair, he saw the director of the film, Tang, up close. The two looked at each other for a while, and Tang smiled and said, "Welcome, Downey. So have you decided which role to audition for?" "Fisher." Downey sat relaxed but not slouched, showing a good figure. "Oh." Tang was a little surprised, but he could understand Downey's choice, so he asked, "Then where do you think the motivation for Fisher's character comes from?" In fact, there is very little written in the character synopsis, only a rough background and ending, but Downey seems to have seen the past and future of this character and understood all his life trajectories. He is a guy who has not been recognized by his father since he was a child. No matter how good his grades are or how smart his investment strategies are, they can't change his father's opinion of him. His father thinks he is just a child who can't do things independently. In the constant belittlement and suppression, his mind is filled with all kinds of unrealistic and crazy ideas. Downey talked freely, so compared to inheriting the entire group, he wants to prove himself more, to prove that he can climb to the same status as his father with his ability. But this kind of thought is only occasionally captured and magnified in his dreams. He knows very well the gap between himself and his father, and he also knows the difference between this era. If he makes a rash decision, he will only make himself a laughingstock, a clown. He is very smart and rational. After summarizing Fisher's life trajectory, Downey said, "So the breakthrough point of the plot is here, in Fisher's crazy ideas." Pa pa pa. After listening to what he said, Tang applauded, "Very good, Downey, you are right." Tang looked at him with appreciation. "I have to say, you have seen the whole picture from only a few fragments. Very impressive. Now, it's your turn to perform." He handed over a page of paper. "Here is an inner drama." Downey took it and looked at it carefully, then closed his eyes, thought for a moment and said, "Okay, we can start." 20 minutes later, looking at Downey's back, Tang said to Carl, "How is it?" Carl was stunned at this time. "Oh my god, this acting is amazing. What did I just see?" In just a dozen seconds, several different emotions changed on Downey's face and finally froze. Without a word or any exaggerated movements, Downey seemed to be Fisher in person, and a few expressions were enough to prove that he had made up his mind. This really opened Carl's eyes. It was the first time he saw such a good acting in front of him. It was a more shocking scene than seeing it on the big screen. Tangda, you found it right. Wow, I even got goosebumps on my back. Tangda smiled, crossed out Chris Evans' name on the paper, and wrote Robert Downey Jr. behind Fisher. At the same time, Downey was walking out of the door to greet the dazzling sunlight. Listening to the car horns on the roadside, Downey took off his glasses with his hands and put them in his chest pocket. Then he walked towards the parked car on the roadside. In the process, his steps became lighter and lighter, as if something important had been settled. After entering the car, Downey inserted the key and shifted the gear, then looked at himself in the rearview mirror and suddenly punched hard. "I knew you could do it." He completely relaxed, leaning back in his chair, thinking about what he had just done, and said narcissistically, "This will be a small step for Downey, but a big step for movie fans all over the world to get to know Robert Downey Jr. again." Inception. Very good. I hope Downey doesn't make a big bad movie, otherwise I will definitely beat him up. After that, Downey started the car and headed towards his apartment. In the next half-month, Inception did not announce any new news. It seemed that the film had entered a closed shooting, which made Berger, a reporter from The Hollywood Reporter, feel very bored. However, in late May, Inception suddenly announced the entire cast. Originally, this matter was just ordinary, and everyone just wanted to see who was in the movie. But one of the names made Berger excited and smelled the taste of gossip. He commented in The Hollywood Reporter, "Robert Downey Jr., this name has not been seen for a long time. Since he was taken away by the police 3 times, he seems to have disappeared in Hollywood." According to the reporter, since he was released from prison, he has been playing supporting roles in low-budget movies. I have to say that Downey has a good mentality. If it were an ordinary person, after being nominated for the Oscar for Best Actor, he would be reduced to a supporting role in an independent film, which would definitely be embarrassing. And now, he has finally been selected as an actor in a commercial blockbuster, and it seems that he is still an important supporting role. I don't doubt Downey's acting skills. I am just a little worried that this little chaplain will be taken away by the police and put in jail again in the middle of filming. Under his report, many fans also noticed Robert Downey Jr. Suddenly, many news reports that were not optimistic about his success in quitting drugs appeared like mushrooms after rain, and many people spontaneously boycotted the film, believing that his appearance on the screen would only teach children bad things. Chapter 223 U.S.-Mexico border. Although many fans have expressed their desire to address Robert Downey Jr., Tangda was not moved at all by this level of public opinion. Instead, he felt like laughing. Because no matter who wants to attack Downey from the direction of going to prison, they will end up with a swollen face. Norton I did not even need to make any response. Tangda just gave a direction to the cooperating reporter, and in just 2 days, some newspapers began to whitewash Downey. Robert Downey Jr.'s Road to Redemption. This report describes in detail Robert Downey Jr.'s series of experiences after he was released from prison. He served as a stand-in for MV singers, played supporting roles in low-budget movies, and was humble and low-key. It seems that the once arrogant Downey has completely disappeared and changed his face. After that, the reporter described in detail Downey's mental state when he received the invitation from the crew of Inception and the efforts he made for this. This article, with a few hundred words, has created a character who is a prodigal son who returns to his roots, which makes many readers feel the same. Especially the last sentence of the article. "We should allow a person to make mistakes and start over. This is America." Readers commented on this. "I like Downey's performance in Chaplin. It is so natural and appropriate. He brought my version of Chaplin to life. I believe that people who can play such a role will never go to jail again. Even if he goes to jail, so what? He admitted his mistakes and is actively correcting them. He is a man. I support him." It's really hard to imagine that a former Oscar Best Actor nominee would be a stand-in for a music video. Oh my god, what a huge gap. No matter what he does, he will always be the most handsome in my heart. Driven by this article, various tabloid reports emerged one after another. Within a week, public opinion reversed. Because after Robert Downey Jr. was released from prison, he really did not have any black spots, and all his behaviors were very low-key. This undoubtedly made many passers-by feel good about him, so that the pile of mistakes he had made became a must for a man. In any case, Downey has made a name for himself in Hollywood again, and let everyone get familiar with him. Inception also took the opportunity to make him familiar. After confirming the actors, the film officially entered the preparation work. Look, Tang, what do you think of these filming locations? Carl sat on the sofa and discussed the filming work of Inception with Tangda. In front of Tangda, there were photos of filming locations in various places. The movie Inception involves many different environments. For example, the college scene in the movie came from the University of London, the mirror space was filmed near the Eiffel Tower, and the Snow Mountain scene came from Banff National Park in Canada. Not to mention the filming locations in island countries, Morocco, France, etc. It's just that Tangda's version of Inception modified some places, such as the Snow Mountain scene was changed by Tangda. Nolan seems to be very keen on filming snow mountains. Snow mountain scenes have often appeared since Batman Begins, but for Inception, this scene is really a bit of a drag. From the perspective of perception, a vast expanse of white snow mountains is empty and it is difficult to identify characters. The protagonists have to wear white snowsuits, which makes it difficult for the audience to tell who is who at most times. And what they did? When Tangda watched the film, he felt that the scene was very complicated and boring. So he changed the scene to a bank. He planned to have a gunfight to make the scene more exciting. For this reason, he also planned to invite John Woo to come and give him some guidance. After confirming most of the filming locations with Carl, the crew began to contact various venues and coordinate time. Inception is initially expected to start filming in October. There are still 5 months left, which is still plenty of time. After Tangda finished the work on Inception, he began to prepare for No Country for Old Men. This movie is much simpler than Inception. The filming location is located at the junction of the southern United States and Mexico, which is a desolate place. As for the actors, Tangda also invited them directly according to the original version. Tommy Lee Jones plays the old policeman in the movie. Josh Brolin plays the protagonist in the movie, a greedy hunter. Javier Bardem plays a perverted killer. These 3 people are typical powerful actors. Although their appearance is not outstanding, their acting skills are first class and delicate. When they were invited by Tangda to act, they were a little surprised, because they all knew that Tangda was preparing for Inception. How could he have time to shoot another movie? However, Tangda said that it was a small matter. Although he was indeed busy with work, it was better than being invited by several people at the same time and then being entangled. Not long after, the crew of No Country for Old Men was officially established and came to the US-Mexico border. Desolate. This is Tangda's first impression of this place. Sitting in the car, looking at the deep yellow desert in the distance against the blue hour, and those dry and rugged branches, many Los Angeles and New York staff in the crew exclaimed. They have lived in the city since childhood and have never seen such a scene. There are low houses and drought-loving plants everywhere. There are no people on the road at all, and from time to time you can see some abandoned vehicles parked in the desert, which has become a habitat for birds. In this place, it is really suitable for killing. Javier Bardem suddenly said this, which scared Josh Brolin beside him. Hey, men, are you into the role? Wake up. Josh Brolin was a little fidgety. They were all in the makeup for the movie, especially Javier Bardem. With a gloomy mushroom head hairstyle and a short green beard on his chin, he looked like a murderer when he smiled. Javier Bardem was very resistant to this look at first, and groaned in pain, saying, "Oh no, I don't want to wear it for 2 whole months." But as he gradually got used to this hairstyle and carefully thought about the character's inner thoughts in the script meeting, he began to enjoy it. For example, at this moment, he raised the corner of his mouth slightly, took out a coin and gently tossed it up, landing in his palm. Looking at the head on it, Javier Bardem grinned. "You can't escape. FXXK. Josh Brolin hurriedly left him and sat next to Tangda. "It's so scary. I guarantee you will become a nightmare after the movie is released." Maybe. Javier Bardem saw Josh Brolin leave, turned around and scared other staff members. After the group arrived at the US-Mexico border, everyone got off the car. A motel came into view. "This is our temporary residence in the future. This place has been rented by Tangda as a whole building, just to accommodate the crew, and it can also be used as a shooting scene." There is a classic confrontation scene in No Country for Old Men that unfolds in the motel. After the crew finished packing, the movie officially entered the shooting stage. The story of No Country for Old Men is very simple, but it is profound. The protagonist Moss is a poor veteran. One day, he was hunting deer by the river, and suddenly found that there was a gangster doing drug transactions next to him, and a gunfight broke out. Driven by greed, He walked to the scene of the gunfight and found a box of US dollars and a dying Mexican. The current situation is not difficult for a poor and courageous person to choose. Moss took the US dollars and returned home. But what he didn't know was that there was a signal transmitter hidden in the box of US dollars. When it was night, perhaps because of his conscience, Moss returned to the scene of the gunfight and wanted to give the Mexican a glass of water. But the Mexican had died long ago, and there was only another group of people looking for dollars at the scene. So the two sides chased each other, and Moss finally jumped into the river to escape, but his car was left at the scene. Worried that those gangsters would come to the door, he could only ask his wife to leave quickly. He also took the cash box and started his escape journey. At the same time, the perverted killer Anton had just killed a policeman and an innocent passerby, and received a call from the drug gang. He took over the job of retrieving the dollars and began to chase Moss. In the whole process, Anton killed many people, whether innocent or guilty. He treated them all equally. Before deciding to kill someone, he would also toss a coin to decide whether the person should die. It was precisely because of Anton's principled quirk that he clashed with the drug cartel itself. Because Moss did not die in his hands, Moss was found and shot to death by other members of the drug cartel. So in the end he killed the boss of the drug cartel for his own killer principle. At the end of the film, he also killed Moss's wife, because he promised Moss during a phone call that if Moss refused to surrender, he would kill everyone in his family. This is Anton's persistence, and it is also the most perverted part of this character. As for the old policeman Bell, played by Tommy Lee Jones, he has been following the two people's buttocks and trying to prevent all the tragedies from happening. Unfortunately, his age does not support him to fight the killer, and this cruel hero has long abandoned this old man. Everything he did was in vain. There is no evil that will be punished, and Anton was not arrested until the end. Just like the name of the film, No Country for Old Men. The irony is full. Tang likes this story. It should be said that anyone who understands this story will be shocked by the core of it. This movie is completely different from all previous crime movies. It does not tell about human nature or a simple and easy to understand truth. Instead, it tries to depict this unpredictable and cruel era, which may also be the key factor in its winning major awards. So in order to make this movie well, every actor must give 100% of his energy and excellent acting skills. Tang was no exception. He made many changes to the color matching for the scene. But he did not use extreme contrasting colors like in previous movies, because that would weaken the story. There are many forms of color application in movies, and contrast is just one of them. In order to highlight the sense of reality, Tang planned to make the whole movie present only one main color, that is, the yellow of the desert, and the rest of the colors served as a foil. On the night they checked in, when Tang finished the storyboard and walked out of the door to get some fresh air, he suddenly heard gunshots. Pa, pa. The gunshots rang rhythmically near the street, followed by a car speeding by, followed by several police cars. Tang hurried back to the house, through the window, his hand on the holster on his waist. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang. He picked up the phone and asked, "What's wrong, Tom?" Since he had come to the US-Mexico border, Tang naturally could not put himself in danger. Tom and the hired security team lived downstairs to protect the crew at any time. Unfortunately, even so, the accident still happened. Tang, a staff member, is injured. What? Tang was extremely surprised. He was buying beer from a vending machine on the street just now and was hit in the shoulder by a stray bullet. FXXK. Damn it. So who was shooting? It should be a drug dealer. He might have been selling here and was discovered by the police. So the police couldn't even stop a car? SHXT. Tang's mood became a little worse. Hurry up and send him to the hospital. The medical expenses will be borne by the crew. He has been sent to the hospital, but there is one more thing. Tom's tone seemed very calm, but his speed was slightly faster. I saw that many staff members were very scared. Maybe they will leave. I see. Tang knew that he was right. This place was so dangerous that accidents could happen at any time. The staff members didn't come here to risk their lives, so they naturally wouldn't be willing to work in such a dangerous situation. So Tang had to go downstairs and call the staff to the restaurant for a meeting, promising to provide them with the safest protection and insurance services. At the same time, Tang strictly ordered that no one was allowed to go out in the middle of the night. There were smuggling and drug transactions happening at any time in this place. It was okay during the day because there were police patrols, but it was hard to say at night. After persuading the staff, Tang delayed the original filming plan and went to the local police station. The capitalist market is indeed good. As long as you have money, you can buy the services you want. When Tang came back from the police station, he was followed by 2 police cars. They will accompany the crew to shoot everywhere to ensure everyone's safety. But what Tang cares more about is not what the police can solve after the danger occurs, but avoiding the danger itself. Those drug dealers can't rush here knowing that there are police here. They are full of martial virtues and won't be so stubborn. With the police accompanying them, the crew's hearts settled down. No Country for Old Men was officially filmed. The first location is the desert road, which will be the scene where the perverted killer N shows his most cold-blooded side, because he will kill an unarmed old man just to rob his car. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Perverted Killer. A white car was forced to stop by a police car beside a desolate desert street. And Tang got out of the car with his special weapon. He had just strangled a policeman with a chain of handcuffs in the police station and was now on the run. But the police car was too eye-catching, so he decided to change a car for himself. And Tang slowly walked to the car window, and a white-haired old man inside turned his head and asked, "Hello, what's going on? Please get out of the car." "What is that?" "I need you to get out of the car." And Tang said simply. The old man got out of the car obediently and first looked at the tool in Tang's hand. It was a huge silver-white high-pressure gas bottle with a red leather tube connected to a spring gun. This is a tool for slaughtering livestock that can be seen in American slaughterhouses. But the old man had never seen it before and was a little confused. "What is that for?" Please don't move." And Tang stretched out his hand to stop the old man from talking, and then took the opportunity to put the muzzle of the spring gun against the old man's forehead. Then, swish! Blood splashed from the old man's forehead, and there was a round hole on his forehead. Plop! The old man knelt on his knees and died in front of Anton. But Anton didn't show much expression. Killing a person was as easy and simple to him as stepping on an ant. He turned around and got in the car and drove away from the scene. Click! Javier Bardem walked to Tangda, and one of the leading actors, Josh Brolin, couldn't help but move his butt a little. "Director, how is it?" Javier Bardem looked at the playback on the monitor and was a little curious. "Very good." Tangda nodded. "It was so simple to work with actors with great acting skills, but I think there can be another level." "You said." Javier Bardem listened attentively. "Seriously," Tangda explained, "you are acting very relaxed and casual now. This is right and wrong." Although Tang doesn't care about human life, he still attaches great importance to the ritual of killing. He is a pure evil. Everything he does is evil. Evil is him, he is evil. You have to find the feeling of being a real principled evil man. In other words, you are the god of death. Killing is his job. He is very familiar with this job. He is not only skilled, but also enjoys it. Tang paused for a moment, and used his thumb to lift Javier Bardem's apple muscle, and pulled up the corner of his mouth. "That's it, you have to smile. And Tang, you have to use a smile to replace the murderous intent in your heart. You have to give the prey the most gentle smile, and then mercilessly take his life. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." Javier Bardem was silent for a moment, closed his eyes, and waited for 2 minutes before suddenly opening them and smiling. "Very good, that's it, do it again." The white car was forced to stop again. "Please get out of the car." "What is that?" The old man was puzzled. "I need you to get out of the car." Anton smiled kindly, his apple muscles on both sides bulging high under the pull of his mouth corners, and with his mushroom head, he looked like the face of a horror puppet. The old man got out of the car and looked at the spring gun in his hand. "What is that for?" Please don't move." Anton stretched out his hand to stop the old man from talking, and smiled horribly again. Then he pressed the switch of the spring gun with a smile. Plop! The old man fell to the ground and died in front of him. "Ka. Very good." Tangda shouted the ka, but the other staff on the set never came back to their senses. "Oh my god." They looked at Javier Bardem with a harmless smile with horrified eyes, and felt like they were filming a real perverted killer. That smile was like a devil emerging from hell, with deep mockery and ridicule of the world, and just one look made people feel more stressed. At this time, the old man also got up from the ground and hurriedly fled from Javier Bardem. My God, really, I was terrified after seeing his hairstyle and smile. He doesn't look like he's acting, really. I think you should send him to the police station. As he spoke, there was still prop blood on the old man's forehead, giving people the illusion that a corpse had resurrected. The staff hurriedly comforted the old man and calmed him down. When Javier Bardem walked to Tangda, even Tom and the other security guards looked very alert. To be honest, if it weren't for the filming scene, they would definitely take out their guns and point them at Javier Bardem and make him lie on the ground immediately. This guy's expression was so terrifying, he didn't look like he had never killed anyone before. Tangda's emotions were relatively stable. Maybe he had seen it in his previous life, so he had expectations for this performance. But he could imagine how shocking this killer image would be to the young hearts of the audience if it appeared on the screen. After filming this clip, they completed other clips of Anton one after another, such as flipping a coin in a convenience store to decide the life and death of the boss, and killing the younger brother of the drug cartel at the transaction site. It can be said that the only purpose of Anton's appearance is to kill people. In the film, he killed people in a river of blood, from positive to negative, and killed everyone. This is also the anti-traditional performance of the film No Country for Old Men. Perhaps because Javier Bardem's portrayal of the role of Anton was too outstanding, many jokes were made during the filming. For example, during a break in filming, in order to find inspiration, Javier Bardem wandered around a few hundred meters away from the crew with his special weapon. Because he lowered his head and wore all black, he looked harmless. So two black people stopped him. "Hey, men, if you don't want to be hurt, don't move, give us your wallet." They were one in front and one behind. The person in front played with a dagger, and the person behind wrapped a pistol with clothes and pointed it at Javier Bardem's waist. This kind of situation happens from time to time in the United States. Generally, these gangsters can be sent away by putting $20 in the wallet or pocket. Javier Bardem thought the same, so he raised his head, smiled kindly and said, "Don't be so rude. I'll give it to you." But his smile scared the black guy opposite. He shouted, "FXXK. Run." Then he fled the scene without caring about his companions. His companions were confused, and Javier Bardem was also a little strange, so he turned to look at his companions and smiled. "What's wrong?" "Ah." His companions were frightened by his smile and took a big step back, because this smile was even more terrifying than the most vicious big brother in the gang. He fell on his butt and then rolled and crawled away. While running, he shouted, "Don't kill me. Sorry. I was really wrong." Because he was too flustered, his coat and gun were left in place. Javier Bardem picked it up a little embarrassedly and scratched his head. "Why do I seem to be a robber?" When Javier Bardem told the rest of the crew about this incident, everyone immediately laughed. People joked that if he walked on the streets of New York with his hairstyle, he would probably be surrounded by police cars in less than 5 minutes. Chapter 225 I Like You. Although the scenes shot in the desert went smoothly, they encountered problems in the police station. The handcuffs hurt, and it's hard to create the feeling of strangulation. This was the feedback from the props team and the actors to Tangda. That's true. Tangda tried it himself and felt that it was not easy to use force, because the harder he used the handcuffs, the more painful his wrists would be. In addition, they had to show the struggle of the characters and the splashing of blood, which would undoubtedly make it more difficult to shoot. So Tangda suggested, why not fix the handcuffs around the neck? In fact, the actor who played the policeman had a set of fake leather fixed on his chin. There was a bleeding device hidden inside to create the feeling of blood splashing. "Let's try it." The props team nodded and tried it, and soon they gave him a new leather set. The chain of the handcuffs was completely embedded in the leather, and an extra layer of fake leather was added inside the two handcuffs. When Javier Bardem put his hand in and pulled it back, he could immediately see the color of the fake leather turn red, just like the physical reaction of a real human being strangled. "Very good, let's use this." After seeing the effect, Tangda started shooting immediately. Javier Bardem was seen lying behind the police, tightening his handcuffs with his left and right hands, suffocating the police. In the process, the police's skin was pierced by the chain, and blood gushed out, spraying an arc in the air. Crack! Tangda was very satisfied with the effect, and the scene was finished perfectly. In addition to the scene where Javier Bardem took a break, Josh Brolin's performance was also very eye-catching. Although the character he played did not have such an evil and prominent personality, his real difficulty in acting was in his identity. In the setting, he is a Texan, so all his performances must fit the habits of Texas. It is actually not easy to find suitable actors in Hollywood, because most of them appear to be polite. But Josh Brolin fits this role very well. When he grew a beard, put on a cowboy hat, and wore a dusty shirt that could not be seen in its original color, everyone present thought that this guy must be from Texas. That innate savage look is really vivid. Therefore, when filming the relevant scenes, progress was also very fast. In just 1 week, they finished 1/5 of the film. If nothing unexpected happens, the filming of No Country for Old Men can be completed in 2 months. But filming is often prone to accidents. When filming a horse riding scene, the old actor Tommy Lee Jones accidentally sprained his waist. He is a famous Hollywood actor. The Men in Black series is not only famous, but also well known. Before starring in No Country for Old Men, he had just won the Best Actor award at the Cannes Film Festival in 2005. In addition to the Best Supporting Actor Oscar in 1993, it can be said that his ability is beyond doubt. However, as he got older, he was no exception. His body, which was once able to shoot action scenes, has become increasingly stiff. Although he is only 60 years old, he does look older than his peers. Because he was hospitalized, Tang had to urgently replace the scene to be filmed tomorrow, but the preparation of the props and scene groups would take some time, so tomorrow was a rare free day. Tang planned to rest in the hotel for a day. But early in the morning, he received an unexpected call. "Tang, I'm here to find you." "Where are you?" "Taylor, what are you talking about?" Tang pushed open the window and looked at the desert in the distance in confusion. "I said my brother drove me to Texas." "WTF?" Tang cursed. "Are you crazy? It's not safe here at all." "It doesn't matter. Aren't you here? The main thing is, where are you?" "I don't know. You should tell me where you are, and I'll send someone to pick you up." Tang was worried that some blind thugs would rob Taylor and her friends again, so he quickly sent Tom and security personnel to pick up Taylor and her brother Austin. Tang. When they saw Tang in the motel, they immediately shouted happily. "You are so brave." Tang looked at Taylor Swift in front of him helplessly. The country singer who became popular in the United States was now wearing a light green dress and lace-up thick-soled shoes. She looked very fresh and lovely, which was out of tune with the withered scenery. "It's okay, Tang, my brother has a gun too." Taylor walked to Tang, grinned, took his hand and asked for his forgiveness. "So can you please not blame us?" "Forget it, but you have to leave tomorrow, understand?" Tang took them into the restaurant and learned about their situation while drinking water. It turned out that Taylor was recently on tour in Texas, and Austin accompanied her as her driver. The music festival ended today, but their schedule was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, so they were free for the next 2 days. "But who told you I was here?" Tang raised his eyebrows and looked at Taylor. Taylor pouted. "I guessed it myself. The background of your movie is in the desert, so of course it will be filmed here." "Forget it, Taylor, this reason is not smart at all." "Who is it?" Tang continued to ask. "Okay." Seeing that he was asking to the end, Taylor could only answer, "It was Carl." "Well, I know." Tang nodded. Seeing his calm expression, not smiling like before, Taylor couldn't help but feel a little scared, and hurriedly explained, "Tang, it's not Carl's fault, it's me, Guyi, who got him to tell the truth." "Maybe, but he was a little too relaxed to get a little girl to tell the truth." Tang smiled slightly, and Taylor immediately felt that Carl's future fate took a sharp turn for the worse with her 2 words. After Taylor and the others put away their luggage, she insisted that Tang take her to practice shooting. Unable to persuade her, Tang took Tom, 2 security personnel, and Taylor's brother and sister to the desert. This place is sparsely populated and the ecology is desolate. There is nothing to see except the yellow sand and withered plants. Tom placed several beverage bottles and cans on the rocks in the distance, then took out and opened the trunk. Suddenly, a row of guns came into everyone's sight. Wow, so many. Taylor was dazzled by the long and short guns. For girls, a pistol is the best choice, such as this Car P9. The security guard explained to Taylor while taking out a small silver white and black pistol from the trunk. Click. He loaded it and pointed it at the distance with one hand. Pop. The plastic bottle not far away was directly shot through. Wow. Taylor took the pistol in amazement and couldn't let it go. Don't point the muzzle at people, and keep your hands naturally perpendicular to the ground. After the security guard taught her for a while, she went forward to try it herself. Pop, pop, pop. Taylor fired 3 shots in a row, but only one shot hit the stone. This is really not easy. It was the first time she played with a gun and she felt it was very fresh. She couldn't touch a gun at home. Although her father had a gun, it was hidden very well. Austin was also very tempted to see this. In order to distinguish it from his sister, he deliberately picked up an AR-15. Cheap, accurate, and high bullet speed. After the security guard explained it to him, he taught him to shoot a few more shots. Tang did not participate. He just leaned on the side and lit a cigar. When he finished smoking, Taylor had already come out of her excitement and ran to his side. Tang, why don't you try it? I want to see you shoot. She opened her bright eyes and seemed to be looking forward to Tang's shooting skills. Tang also became interested when she saw this. Okay, but it's boring to just shoot. Why don't we have a competition? Tang came to the front of the car and said to the security personnel, Paul, do you want to play together? Can I? Paul was the one who introduced the guns to Taylor and Austin. He looked at his companions and Tom and hesitated. It doesn't matter. There is no one here. Tang waved to Taylor and his sister, you can also join in. Let's compare the accuracy of the same gun. Okay, let's try it. Paul smiled, thinking whether he should give some water to avoid making the boss look too ugly. But then he thought again that if he, as a security personnel, did not show the ultimate professionalism, then the boss would think that his level was low, so it would be better not to give water. So after a series of discussions, they finally decided to accommodate Taylor and chose Car P9 as the competition gun. Then several people stood in front of the car and used the branches on the ground as the shooting line. You go first. Austin, as the first player to go on stage, nervously gripped the pistol and looked at the bottle in front of him. After waiting for 10 seconds, he raised the gun and slowly emptied the magazine one by one. Car P9 has a total of 8 bullets, and Austin hit the bottle 3 times. Damn. He looked at the bullet holes that were very close to the bottle and felt a little annoyed, then handed the gun to Taylor. Taylor slowly raised the pistol and officially fired after aiming. Her speed was very slow and she had to rest from time to time, but because of this, she hit the bottle 5 times. Wow. I'm really awesome. After she finished shooting, she immediately couldn't wait to find Tang for praise. Indeed, it's amazing. It's really great to be able to do this on your first try. After Tang praised her, Taylor immediately showed a proud expression, which made Austin regret even more. When Paul took the gun and went on the field, Tang suddenly increased the difficulty. He asked Tom to place bottles in different positions. Before, they had only shot at a single target, but now Paul and Tang had to shoot at different targets. In addition to accuracy, we also need to look at time. Tang announced a new dimension of the competition. Paul laughed, no problem. He thought Tang was deliberately testing him, so he planned to show his skills to his employer. Holding the gun, Paul relaxed his center of gravity and stood in front of the shooting line. When Taylor announced the start, he stared and stretched out his hands. Pa, pa, pa. The gunshots rang out one after another, with a small pause interval, and each shot hit the bottle, knocking it away. In just 10 seconds, 8 bullets were completely emptied. Looking at the stone again, there was no trace of the bottle. Great. Taylor gave a thumbs up to express his admiration. You are worthy of being a professional. Austin also envied such shooting skills and planned to learn from Paul later. Not bad, I'm in good shape today. Paul said modestly, looking at Tang. After all, this is our job. Tang nodded, took the pistol from him, and changed the magazine. Tang, it's your turn. Taylor looked at Tang excitedly, holding the stopwatch, and when Tang was ready, she pressed it decisively. Start. Pa 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 pa. The 8 gunshots were basically without much interval, and Tang's hands were extremely steady, as if they were cast iron. He was not affected by the recoil at all, and he emptied the magazine in just 8 seconds. But the empty magazine was not shocking. What really surprised everyone was that all the bottles disappeared. Tang hit the target every time. This was completely beyond Taylor's expectations. When Tang put down his hand, she immediately cheered and hugged Tang. Tang, you won. You are really amazing. Austin also widened his eyes and felt that it would be better for him to learn guns from Tang. The most stimulated person was undoubtedly Paul. He looked at Tangda with an expression of disbelief. Your shooting is so accurate, Tang. Have you received special training? Tangda shrugged. Just let Tom teach me. Tom on the side curled his lips. Although he taught Tangda to shoot, this effect was not his credit. He had to admit that Tangda was a natural sharpshooter. He was too talented. Whether it was eyesight or speed, it was first class. Tangda was a genius, not something that ordinary people could compare to. If Tom and Tangda were to fight only with guns, Tangda would probably be the winner in the end. After the game, Paul found Tom privately. When he learned that Tangda's shooting skills had only been trained for half a year, he was even more shocked. At night, they had a barbecue in the desert. They bought various meats and vegetables from the supermarket, surrounded the two cars, and made a simple bonfire and barbecue grill, which looked decent. Tangda sat by the car, and Taylor sat next to him. The two chatted while eating. But in fact, it was mainly Taylor who was talking and Tangda who was listening. I have recently completed the demos of 2 songs for my new album, but I think it can be improved. The songs this time are more mature than the first album, and the sales will definitely exceed the first album. Recently when I was on tour in Florida, many boys confessed to me, but I thought they were so childish and I didn't like them at all. The same goes for the boys in school. Although they are very strong, they seem to be smart but simple-minded. Fortunately, I have dropped out of school. Compared to studying, I still prefer singing. Tang, so are you very busy recently? I see that you seem to have a lot of movies to shoot. Aren't you tired? Tangda replied, fortunately, I like movies, just like you like music. Yeah, then you know that besides music, I also like you. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.